B is going to be shared, but some of the propulsion, some of the battery stuff, we're going to keep close to home.
Yeah, I mean, potential is absolutely massive with this. Volkswagen obviously tied in with Polestar as well on the electric side of things. So who knows what will come of this. Polestar not doing great at this point as far as the actual company is concerned. So we'll see. I wanted to bring up this real quick, just as we get going here. The yen, Japanese yen, this is the lowest level for the yen versus the US dollar since 1986, as the Bank of Japan continues to step in to support the yen. I mean, if you remember over the past weeks and months, we've been talking with Frank over at IG about this 150 level USD yen. That has since been taken out and then some, all the way to 160 now. On the yen, I mean, I was reading this morning, they've spent the equivalent of 86 billion propping up the currency over in that country. And this is just all comes back to the simple fact that interest rates are so far apart between the two countries, and there's no sign of that changing anytime soon.
And they're not going to stop, Brendo, because the Japanese finance minister came out this morning, their time obviously, and said they're going to continue to do what they need to do to prop up the currency and to keep things afloat. So it doesn't look like this is going to end anytime soon. We'll have to watch how it unfolds.
Crazy. Lots of people traveling to Japan these days, taking advantage of lower prices, but absolutely crazy. Long-term levels, guys, coming in for the yen today.
Yeah, rates still matter. Welcome, everybody. As a matter of fact, yesterday, when we had Kevin O'Leary on, he was talking about how the Bank of Canada did their cut, and then we had higher inflation, so you can probably pump the brakes on even further cuts, at least in the short term here as well, which, you know, as always is going to affect things. But with the U.S. kind of, you're not going to get all the cuts that you wanted. We've already gone through that this year, obviously having an effect. That strong U.S. dollar, it's good in some ways, but I think everyone understands the ways in which it's bad. Not always the best thing for the markets, but you know what? At the end of the day, yesterday was a V-shaped recovery for a lot of stocks, and I think we're going over a bunch of them today. Excited for Micron earnings tonight, but you got NVIDIA shareholder meeting at noon. You've got Chipotle trading after its 1-for-50 split. You've got Carvana's within spitting distance of a 52-week high that it broke at the end of the day. Google broke a 52-week high. NVIDIA had that massive run yesterday. Rivian, obviously the news, is the biggest one, the biggest mover. But I will point it out, Polestar's up 4% today. Unfortunately for Polestar, that means it's at 71 cents, but, you know, you take the good where you can if you are Polestar. No, it's only because they were saying Polestar. Brendan kind of like punked Polestar like at the end. It was low-key. Kind of threw it in there. I'm like, yeah, they're up a little bit today. They're not up 40% like Rivian, but they're up 4 points.
No.
But that chart's nasty. Nasty.
Yeah.
They're going under.
Yeah. I think this is also, I mean, it should be good for Volkswagen here as well. I mean, we had this on the recap show last night, and when it took off, I was like, what? All the way up here. And we just had mentioned with Brian Shannon on the show that this is probably a decent area to sell something because we've already been up here before. When past support becomes resistance, obviously you'd like to see it hold again. So I feel, I don't know, I said that I would probably sell at least half. You guys know, I kept saying it over and over again that we're long in 11 and a quarter. And it kept on, like, every time we looked at it, I feel like 11 and a quarter or 11 was at least something decent. So then maybe this becomes support down there. So we'll have to see if this now is the new level in and around $15 with the $5 billion there, joint venture with Volkswagen. I'm not even sure what this will accrue to the company or anything like that, but we'll wait to see what happens. It's good news for now. There's 18% short. So Rivian, and I was looking at it yesterday. I can show it to you on, this is the actual sticky note. I can show it to you on Twitter, but we had Rivian long yesterday at $11 as our number one trade idea, as if we knew that this was going to happen. But nice move up there. We had Guggenheim yesterday with the upgrade, which is why I triggered the long yesterday, and it was a big trade, obviously. And then to have been able to hold overnight, man, we'd be long at 11.11 or whatever the price was yesterday. But we're still long in the old personal account, and I think it's worth selling something, especially if we break below the 16 or so level.
I'm keeping mine.
Yeah, you're long way up.
Well,
aren't you?
my cost base is $12.80, but I've been in it much longer than I think you know, I know when you got in, but I had been in it for a hot minute. It went 15 to 25, and at that point, I wasn't taking it either. My entire plan for this was when it made that initial bottom off, like it was like $12. I'm just gonna go long when it breaks out. I'm gonna do a starter position, and it's in my TFSA, which is like we have an investment long-term account, short-term, you call it like a short-term swing account, but whatever you want to call it. I have like a portion of that which is dedicated to shot plays.
Right.
So it's like a small portion. I'm like holding that. If it goes like almost to zero, those are the types of things. When I buy and trade Tellurian, it's in that bucket. Rivian's in that bucket for me. So if it was something else and I had more, then I would probably take some profit out. But I'm looking for, I waited 2 quarters to add, basically wait for a couple of reports. It made another bottom, and I wouldn't add to this position again probably till next year, if I even decide I still like it at that point. But what I'm looking for is a break of this trend line on this move. If it breaks this trend above 20, and this is local since it made the big move in June, if it were to break this trend and then fail again in the 25s because I added, then I might take some out there. That takes a little bit of profit and then see where it goes. But I'm kind of thinking if somebody survives out of this garbage that's been the EV space, you're going to have a big winner that isn't just Tesla. So I like these guys, but I want to see this trend break. That would be 20. If it happened today or the next couple of days, it would be getting above $20. And as long as it holds this 15, if it holds a 200 period moving average, I think it has a chance to at least retest the top of that trend line. You're more than halfway there on just this move alone.
Yeah, all these EV names to the upside this morning. Here's Lucid as well. I mean, it was a better part of 10%. We've since come off from the highs, but back to 270, 250, trying to hold right now as support, but 6.8% here for Lucid this morning as well. CMG, worth noting here on the split this morning. Yeah, CMG's $66. Yeah, huge move going into the split yesterday. We're trying to get going here already. I mean, it's not a ton of volume. I was noting like 500,000, 600,000 shares right now.
Well, there'll probably be a lot more, Brendo, now that retail is really going to get into this. 50-for-1 stock split executed already. Some of the things that really have been propping up Chipotle here, and Chipotle's done quite well and has been kind of recession resistant, or even we're not in a recession, but tough times resistant, I guess. Strong brand recognition. They're expanding to about 7,000 locations. They continue to increase menu items, and it's a good look for them so far. Right now, basically, they're looking at cutting back some costs, which has investors excited so far.
Just be aware of the market continuing to slide here. I was just double checking if there was anything, not that I can see right now, but futures basically back to day lows here, guys. But yeah, CMG finally in a range where people are going to be paying a little more attention here intraday.
Sure. Yeah, I think so. And look, it's not that you can't trade it when it's $3,000 a share. It's just that the manner in which you would is can be a little bit messier, so to speak. I'm going to pull up a daily chart here on over here on TradingView. Just simply, like ours doesn't split adjust. You can do like easy math yourself if you want to, but there was a pullback going into this split. Like it had made a fresh high, effectively getting to like $69. So we'll talk post-split prices, but the trend has been very, very clean in here on Chipotle. And if you put a 50 period, it will be it's like $62.75 or 80 cents. So you're ways away from what I thought would be dip support. Like before I came in this morning, I was actually thinking about that 62.75, 63, because I knew that was going to be the 50 period moving average for Chipotle. It went nowhere near that and is bouncing again. It's got a really high price to earnings ratio. Everyone always calls it overpriced, but the trend is pretty clean to the upside. If there's chances to dip buy today, well, there was already a bid at 65. And as I mentioned, that 62.75 is the 50 period simple on the daily. So probably in around 63. Those would be the places I'd look for a dip buy on Chipotle. But I was kind of hoping there'd be a sell at the open to get us to that 63 level. Unfortunately, they're already buying it up. So I don't know if we'll get that 50 period bounce, which has been bouncing over a year now off that 50.
I have it written on the sticky note here, but just to look out for some plays in Chipotle. Like I'm not sure of the, yeah, I would love a coffee. See Rivian today? Now we're in the money 50%. We're long here at 11 and change, Randy. You've been talking about this. We get that joint venture a little bit, $5 billion. We'll see what that can do. But Rivian right now up real nice, man. Up 12 million shares and up 37%. It was up to 18 yesterday at close when I went to bed 8 o'clock. Well, not when I went to bed, when the market went to bed. Then today 18, but nice little pullback in the market here. Let's see. I'm thinking about selling some of it, but we'll wait to see what happens here on Rivian. But interesting play. I love a coffee. Thank you. All right, so let's go back over to the desk. Yeah, I do have Rivian buying dips that open.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, there's a couple things of note here. Apple with a nice move today. Initially, anyways, we are coming back to basically the highs from yesterday here, 210.50, 210.60. Rosenblatt with a positive note here on Apple this morning, going to buy, pointing to AI potential. I also saw, I mean, totally unrelated, but I also saw Google announce their Made by Google event.
Oh, nice.
Is I think it was the second week of August or maybe the third week of August. That's the phone one. So we get the developer one and then the phone one. Very similar to Apple, obviously, in September.
All-time highs for Google yesterday,
Yeah.
by the way.
Yeah.
So good look for Google. But with respect to Apple and the Rosenblatt upgrade, as Brendo mentioned, from neutral to buy, and a sweet 260 price target there. The rationale for the upgrade, the focus on privacy for AI. We all heard about how they're trying to make it as private as possible. The AI market opportunity, they look like there's a super cycle coming here with the iPhone 16 possibly. Resilience to cost pressure as well. They maintain margins despite consumer weakness. And we'll have to watch to see whether or not the services can get a boost here, because that's where the majority of the margins are now, Brendo, the Apple services.
Had such a strong day going back to Monday with that huge move out of the gate all the way to 212. Yesterday kind of sideways and choppy, but testing those highs once again from 2 days ago.
Yeah, I mean, well, hopefully we test those highs. That'd be a good sign. There's some dark pool wicks in there that kind of deceive the move. Like this one, not real, but you did get up to 211.5. So legitimately, it did break through yesterday's top in the pre-market. But this is where you want to get to, 212.5. If it gets through that price, I think you've got a bit of a breakout, but I don't think you necessarily want to wait. Since that big recovery, there was a big pullback, but then a higher low in the morning yesterday, and it was going into higher lows until a sell imbalance, which sometimes if you have that sell imbalance, I want to see like the next day, does it matter? No, we're kind of gapping up anyway, so I kind of feel like it was making higher lows and the dip buys are going in there. That 209, as long as you're above there, I'd be looking longs on Apple. You mentioned Google, and I feel as if Google got the short end of the stick yesterday, so I kind of want to, we didn't really acknowledge, it's weird, there was so many things moving around, and if you're looking in the afternoon, you kind of wanted to be short when we had those flushes at the end of the day. So it got lost that Alphabet was as strong as it was, and that was an absolute barn burner of a breakout at 181 into all-time highs for Google. It seems to be pulling back a little bit with the market down 0.1%. So if it does try to get back into that previous 52-week high, like that 181, looks like a good spot. Unlike Amazon, Amazon made a local break and got to its pre-market or got to its all-time high and then reversed. Google broke it clean yesterday, so a much stronger look. Look at that higher low, consolidation, bull flag, call it whatever you want to call it. That's a bullish stock to me. And if it comes back into that previous top, look for a bounce in Alphabet, which was the biggest and the baddest yesterday.
Yeah, we have biggest and the baddest. Oh, of those names? Yeah. So we have Apple right here, right there. We like the upgrade here at 209. We'll see. It looks like 210 is going to be the base there, but all the AI news, we really like it today. So I'm already bidding on Apple. I also have bidding on Rivian as well. But here it is right there. I don't know. I mean, it's up again. The market just fell and Apple didn't. So I think this is going to be real strong. Like, I wrote down 209 just because that's where we closed. We had a dip in yesterday into the close again. We actually had that short, so that was good. Remember, we looked at this. This was the good trade there. We had NVIDIA short, which was bad. Apple short at the end of the day was fantastic. So we had this whole play right there. So I think that if we could buy it again down at 209, that should be something for sure. So 210, 209 area for me on Apple is the go zone right there. So we'll wait for some Apple love, but the NASDAQ NASDAQ right now is down 0.12, and the ES now 0.18. I thought the NASDAQ was a little worse than the ES, but for right now, it's NASDAQ's day. And thank you, Mr. Randy, again for the reloaded coffee.
Thank you, Randy.
Let's go back to the desk.
All right, FedEx we mentioned earlier. We'll touch on that. 15% almost here to the upside at this point. 293 this morning, trying to hold. If you missed it after the close yesterday, not much in the way of negativity behind this. I mean, beat easily. They guide higher. $2.5 billion in a buyback. All seems well as far as shipping is concerned.
Oh, yeah. Beating on top and bottom line, as you mentioned, EPS and revenue both beat. Revenue did come in, a little bit lighter than last year. So a bit of a decrease in the revenue, but beating expectations. Cost-cutting measures, really the focus here. They were able to cut about $5.2 billion off their balance sheet. They want to cut another $4 by the end of next year. And they're also consolidating some services with their Express, trying to mix that in with some of the other ones. So trying to save some money here for the investors, Brendo.
Easily puts it back to positive on the month as well with this move to the tune of 11% or so. So wasn't really doing much otherwise, but yeah, almost 15% here.
On any other day, if not for Rivian, the talk, and obviously in the aftermarket show with Sean and Adara when you guys were going through, if not for that Rivian news, FedEx could have been the belle of the ball, probably would have been with that move. It's comical sometimes when you look at these things. Where's it going to go to when it breaks out here? I'm going to just write to $300. 300's the high. Well, why not just go to 300? The tricky thing about trading this, it's got 200,000 in volume, which is good. When I sat down, the spread was insanity. It was well over $1 when I was sitting down. It's actually tightening up now, so it looks a little bit better. But when you look at names like this, at the open, there's a distinct lack of normal liquidity. Like if you're used to trading a $300 stock that moves like a Microsoft or like a Meta or an Apple, like those types of names, this will be vastly different in terms of liquidity. There's going to be twice as much minimum slippage, probably three, four times as much slippage when you throw a stop order. So you really want these things to settle down at the open. It's so close to that high, it pretty much needs to break out 300 at this point. Otherwise, if you're looking long, you'd have to be thinking a dip buy. And the only level out there that kind of makes sense, that's close enough, would have been 290. So if it can hold 290 at the open, sometimes we'll see these on earnings kind of go sideways. Like if they're going to hold the gap, they might just go sideways, dip, and then bounce off like the 290 or 289. If it can do that throughout the morning, I think there could be like a recovery long. But that's the only play I would make in FedEx. A good quarter for them. As Sharif mentioned, it wasn't perfect, but they did a lot of cost cutting, effective cost cutting. That's the number it seems everybody liked. That capital expenditures was way down, so efficiency up for them, and that's why you get this push into some highs. But I doubt I trade this over NVIDIA. We'll see about Carvana, maybe not breaking after all for Carvana, and Rivian, much better in play because the volume's so good, the liquidity's so much better on those names.
Look, a great bellwether name here in FedEx. They're up huge because they finally get a positive quarter after past declines. They were positive growth in Q4, negative quarters 3 before that. So right back up in here into $300. So it looks like that turnaround has happened, man. Like what a great story this has been from the bottom as well. $140 to $300 on FedEx. What a great name. Continues to work. And I think this holds out well for all the shipping names. I think this holds out well for Amazon. We talked about this again on the recap show, and just like the stronger the shippers are, the more hopefully strength that there is in the retail side, which is the consumer. And we already heard from Canada that inflation was getting a little bit higher, but people aren't stopping spending money. Ground segment increase, freight segment increase. And there's also a talk of the buybacks as well, increased share repurchase plan. So, I like the name, and this is $300. I think a $300 break is imminent, and then I think you can get back to this $320. This is not a bad area to add some calls if you are trading with options. I think FedEx can go. So breaking through 300 seems pretty obvious here. The market's going to have to go. The market's down today, right? We already talked about that. So if the market's going to be red, then FedEx is going to have to lift itself a little higher here naturally, but we'll wait. If the market gets going, I definitely think a $300 break is there. So, all right, let's go find out what got upgraded and downgraded today with Adara.
Lots of heavy hitters on the upgrade side of things today, starting with Apple getting this upgrade from Rosenblatt, saying they had a customer survey. Lots of positive talks for Apple's AI moves. 260 price target for AAPL from Rosenblatt. We also have FedEx getting upgraded by JP Morgan Chase after their earnings beat last night. Robinhood getting an upgrade from Wolf Research over some positive earnings excitement for their upcoming report. And we also have Citigroup upgrading Caterpillar. On the downgrade side, Morgan Stanley downgrading Accenture down about 2.5%. Right now in the pre-market. They actually reported earnings last week. We have D-Local getting a downgrade from Goldman Sachs. Sarepta Therapeutics getting a downgrade from Citigroup. And last but not least, Viavi Solutions getting a downgrade from Rosenblatt, guys.
Obvious solution.
Yeah, you've got Robinhood is hungry like the wolf, and it's going back into the upside. You had that pullback in crypto. So a couple of days ago, the start of the week, everything was pretty red, that it was even adjacent to that space, and a lot of names were selling off just in a general sense. Well, Robinhood's reaction to that is over the 2-day period, V-shape, right back in. And now you get an upgrade. This looks pretty bullish to me, at least today. Holds on to 22.75 at open. I think you've got like a local breakout in here. So you have 22.75, 23. I think you got a local breakout. If it tries to fill in the gap, previous resistance turns into support at about 22.40 or so. I mean, that's the starting point. You got 22.25 as a bit of a range there. So it could go either way, but I am looking for longs. Like sometimes when you like a stock for a long, it gives you the dip buy back into previous resistance. Other times it just breaks the heck out. So Robinhood, I don't know if you get to that 52-week high today. That's still $1.50, which is a lot for Robinhood. But nice little local breakout here after that. I don't want to say dump on Monday. A lot of things pull back. This wasn't even the worst of them. But I like that V-shaped recovery and then break back out. That's always bullish.
Look, we have Robinhood written right here as one of the top ideas for the post-it note today, the sticky note. Right there, Robinhood 22.50 long. It's been holding 22. I like it. It's been upgraded. Again, good call there as reviewed by Adair and Neil. So Robinhood today is hopefully going to be another slapper. So we'll wait to see what happens with Robinhood. Bid's already in there, 22.50.
Note on DoorDash, or not DoorDash specifically, but some interest in Deliveroo being discussed this morning by several analysts from Deliveroo over in the UK. It's not really doing much this morning, but that would be a decent sized deal if they were able to put something together for that. This thing has done absolutely nothing going back to end of April, May. If you zoom out on the chart, stuck in this 114, 115 area, down to 110 for DoorDash. But I mean, worth a note. We'll see what happens at the open this morning. But Deliveroo is not small over in the UK.
No, it's interesting, Brendo, because we've seen Uber Eats do this when they go into markets that they don't have one or two, position one or two. They leave that market entirely. So I not specifically know how DoorDash was doing over there, but Deliveroo's takeover approach. This article goes on to say by Dow Jones. Basically, their financial strength may be able to take over DoorDash. I didn't really know too much about this, but we'll have to keep an eye on this one.
Yeah, I mean, this entire Uber is another one we can look at. This entire group, there was a note on Uber yesterday. This entire group has been pretty quiet going back the past couple of weeks, though. Coming off earnings, Uber had a decent move, but still kind of tight here as far as the range is concerned for all of these right now, guys.
Yeah, I would say Uber's chart has been the more interesting one recently, at least for trading opportunities. And don't get me wrong, if you, on some stocks, you'd look at this and say, look, that's a great opportunity to try to grab longs at 110 and then out at like 115. But DoorDash doesn't do the same kind of volume that you're going to want. And obviously, it's really, there is no other play. I mean, you could short like 114, 115, I suppose. But 110, if it's not trading down there, then everything else is probably a waste of time. You're not scalping in the middle. These kinds of charts are not great for day trading, but they can be interesting for swings when they break out of it. At least with Uber, when you pull this one up, if you're going to give me a distinct or a tight range or not a gigantic range, show me something which is starting to go. Like maybe it failed yesterday. Granted, it was breaking out, and early on you would have been happy with that break that happened in Uber, but it still managed to hold above 70, so technically still putting in a rounded bottom and higher lows, and then right back up again today. This at least is starting to go, whereas DoorDash just seems caught in the same range forever. So another higher low today would be a good sign. That's about 70.40. It's not on my list to trade, but I'd be looking more at Uber here as it's trying to break out, as opposed to just waiting forever for DoorDash to finally do something, which it just can't.
I know I missed investing down there in Uber, but you know what I wish I invested in the WNBA? Listen to this. So last year, you want to talk about how important Caitlin Clark is to basketball here? So last year at this time, all WNBA games, total viewership, 301,000. Okay? WNBA viewership season to date, just Caitlin Clark games, 1.2 million. Just for her games alone. Last year, all of last year, 300,000. So, I mean, to have gotten in on that TV deal, I can't even imagine what the revenues are looking like right now. Getting paid on that one. So, yeah, anyways, congratulations to that, as Toronto's getting their WNBA franchise as well. So that's happening pretty soon, hopefully.
Canada.
Yeah, I think 2026 maybe. But anyways, yeah, Uber down there. I just think psychological level there, $70. I mean, we already talked about this. FedEx is huge. Uber does have Uber Freight. I mean, I don't think that that's necessarily going to be anything there, but just something to think about. We'll wait to see if 70 can come into play here for Uber. I mean, it's definitely a missed opportunity down there. But, you know, we did talk about this. There was the pullback in. I was nervous about the robo-taxi and just where that was all going. Pretty stupid to do that. And I mean, the nervous hands got shaken out, and there was a great opportunity to buy it down there. So for me, $70 long will be what we're waiting for. Other than that, we'll just wait around. So yeah, that's sort of the call there for Uber down here in and around 70. That's what I would wait for.
Real quick, just not necessarily a trading opportunity, but interesting story anyways. Going back to June 3rd, there was that strange trading anomaly. I don't even know if they ever came out and actually said what happened, but there was a glitch on the NYSE and Burke B shares. There was people who were able to pick it up at like $60.
Can't believe this.
Going back to, again, June 3rd, all those trades were broken. No one actually ended up with those shares down there. But I was just reading a note on IBKR. IBKR is going to file a single day $48 million loss from having to break some of those trades.
Should I withdraw my money, Brendo? Like, what's going on? Should I be concerned here? No, that's tough because obviously those trades were not done with Equitable Site, obviously because, you know, that there was a problem with the system. So we'll have to see exactly how that all pans out, Brendo. But I remember that day, the New York prints weren't coming in straight.
Yeah, and it wasn't even just that simple, but
No.
that was the one that seemed to stand out with a lot of trading activity around it. Anyway, let's get into everything else we need to know here this morning. Sharif will lead it off with a look at the market.
55.36, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. Kind of a chop and churn week with 55.50 as that level of resistance. It's also the level of resistance we have overnight. So we'll use that as our kind of line in the sand to the high side. To the low side, let's use that 55.10. We've been bouncing off there multiple days now on the 24th and on the 25th as well.
All right, tons to get into here on the individual side of things. If you haven't done so, go to the website, tradertv.live. Wait for that pop up, enter your email address, and then you get that. Every single day, everything you need to know in the pre-market for free. 37% right now. A little bit of a pullback here, back to 1640, 1650 for Rivian. Just an absolute monster. Initially, after the close yesterday, we did get a little bit of a pullback this morning, as we said, on this tie-up with Volkswagen to the tune of about $5 billion. Huge.
Huge. So as you said, $5 billion. $1 billion is going to be in a convertible note. The remaining $4 billion is going to be spread out by 2026. It's part of a joint venture between the two companies. So here's what's going to basically be shared. They're going to share technology on the software to create these EVs, but they're not going to share battery technology, the propulsion systems, and other areas that they didn't mention as excluded. This is the first major investment by a large vehicle company or a manufacturing company since Ford pulled out last year, Brendo. So we'll have to see exactly if this one can continue to move higher. By the way, they had $9 billion in cash, and that's been a problem with some of these electric vehicle companies that are burning through it.
Yeah. I was just reading here, and I wonder how much this has to do with the Amazon deal, but there hasn't been an update in a long, long time. as far as deliveries to Amazon specifically. The last note I see is going back to the end of last year, and that was when Rivian surpassed 10,000 deliveries of the delivery vans to Amazon. Remember, they owe them 100,000, of the deal itself was 100,000. So you got to wonder how much Volkswagen is eyeing that as well. But what do we do here, guys? Where's the action today for Rivian?
The action is going to be everywhere. I'm going to get right to the chart, but the first thing I wanted to show is just so you know what the reaction is with Volkswagen to this news. It's down 3% over in Germany and breaking support level like as we speak. So, that kind of an outlay tells you what the market might think about it. Of course, it's risky, right? Like this could, Rivian might end up being nothing. They give them the $1 billion now. They got $4 billion, which could also be coming down the line. That's a decent chunk of change, obviously. Look, if you broke $17, that's big level on the daily chart. It gapped through it in the aftermarket, and briefly in the pre-market here, it was above that $17 as well. So that's still unbroken, can happen. But I like this 200 period moving average. It's right around that $15, just barely above the $15 level, and it was a big support before it got dumped through on earnings. So about 14.5 to 15. I think that's the dip buy zone. You just got to remember today that this is a stock that was 12 and has got as high as 18. So it's a $17, $16 stock that is not going to, you're not really thinking 20, 30 cent moves. Those are good moves. Like when CCL moved yesterday, you can take profit 20 cents, 40 cents, and then it goes eventually like $1. You get multiple entries. Rivian might make that kind of a move one shot off the open if it pulls back. So I think I want to be patient waiting for that 15 area. That's what I got marked off. If it decides to break out 17, we can always join a trend above that. But I'm expecting a dip buy here. I think there will be some selling at the open.
So yesterday we had Rivian marked down as an $11 dip buy. We had this. This is our trade yesterday, 11.11. We had that long. And then yesterday, Rivian, we actually wound up getting 90 cents on the last piece. So it was moved over 10% or about 7-8% for us yesterday to the upside, and we got out at 11. Remember, it was 11.94 right there. So yesterday we're long down here at 11.11, and we're out up here at 11.90. So yesterday we got $1 on an $11 name. So let's see what winds up happening today. And again, as we were saying, today you got to open up the pockets a little bit here. It's 35%. Let's see if it holds 16. I'm bidding 16 right now. I feel like 15 would be great. We'll get more down here if it goes. So right now, I want to be long the name. There is a short interest. I don't think this is just a venture to develop batteries and all this kind of stuff. I mean, it's not that big of a deal in my opinion, but it's definitely shooting the stock up. And with the short interest, we want to be involved with this name. So look, I like Rivian. We talked about this yesterday on the recap show. And look, I mean, it's already been up here. Brendan had mentioned, selling some of his there at 15 or all of it. And that was a great move. And right now you get the opportunity again. Everybody that's trapped up here now gets a chance to sell. So will they? That's the question before it comes right back in, right? So there's a lot of traders, as we mentioned, that are trapped here on Rivian. Not many people, I don't think, bought it down here. But if you did, you got 10, you got 11. And now, you're in the money 50% on a stock that loses $33,000 every vehicle they produce. So sell as many vehicles as you can, Rivian, because it's not adding to your EPS. But we'll, again, this is what happens. This is a brand new company. They have that Amazon deal. I'm long the name in talking like this, but it's just, I don't know what this deal means longer term. Let's just see if they can settle it out. Still got to sell lots of trucks. Still got to produce the trucks as well. So that's what we're interested in for the next quarter, is to see those numbers. We know they have the demand. It's can they meet the demand, and can they actually make money? They're losing a significant amount of money every vehicle they sell. So yeah, I think it's profit-taking zone.
So it's not just them. We were just saying there's, even in Toronto here, there's more and more FedEx trucks that are showing up or driving around that are completely electric as well. So a little bit of competition for Rivian on that side. Here's Apple on a pullback as well. It was Rosenblatt with the upgrade this morning, getting above that high from yesterday. If you zoom out a little bit, though, we had that huge move going back to Monday morning up through 212. Does this hold, first of all, and if so, where, I guess, this morning?
Yeah, I was kind of expecting this as a shareholder right now, that there was going to be a chop and churn in Apple until we actually see the product manifestation and not just these videos about what they're going to do. But if you're familiar with the Apple, you know that typically they do execute. Here's the reason for the Rosenblatt upgrade. They like the fact that they're focusing on AI privacy. You're not hearing a lot about that from other people. Good AI market opportunity. That's specifically talking about their super cycle with the upgrade either to the 15 Pro or the 16 coming out this year, and the resilience to cost pressure. Margins continue to stay good, and they're forecasting even higher margins for the services. So we'll have to see how they do.
Yeah. Back downside right now. There was a little note there on what was it? Self-diagnostics or diagnostics for self-service repair. Now available in 32 European countries. That's for Apple. Also, that's still Berkshire, but I'm just reading off screen here, guys. Again, Apple diagnostics for self-service repair. Now available in 32 European countries.
Yeah, they might want to do a diagnostic on the bid of NVIDIA right now. Because, yikes, NVIDIA pulling right back in, down 1%. Remember, NVIDIA was up a couple of points earlier this morning, and now all of a sudden you're really pulling back in there. Might see this 123 at the open. We'll get to Apple in a second. And obviously, NVIDIA has a meeting, but you got to look at what's going on in the market. AMD pulling back, but not nearly as harsh of a move for AMD. I want to triple check Micron in here. Yeah, Micron as well. Micron had gapped up. That was 2% to the upside, and that's now pulling right back into 142. They're going to report tonight. So all back into big levels. That 123 was significant on NVIDIA. We might actually have that off the open. For Apple, we sort of mentioned the last couple of days, there's been some selling going into the close, but then it's gapped up the next day and then put in a higher low. If we can do a similar thing, I think the 209 is a good spot for Apple. So watch out for that. Interestingly enough, as I pointed out, with a bunch of the chip names moving to the downside early and the NASDAQ pulling in, a very slight dip in Apple. So I think the relative strength, when the growthier AI names start to go down, Apple has held out a little bit better, which when the market's coming down like this is the thing you want to note. A little bit of relative strength here in Apple as the market pulls back.
Yeah, again, the sticky note name of Apple will still stay there, man. It's 209 long, so we've already written that down. We talked about that about 30 minutes ago. I like this level 209 for Apple. I think there's a super cycle is among us, right? So I just want to buy the dips. We talked about it being down to 201, 202. I don't know if we're going to get down there at all, but that's a great little level there, 209 and change here for Apple. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to be buying that. If we look at sort of a 20-minute chart, like I'm not in love with this area because if you take the 209 long, I don't even know if we're going to get in there. So I feel like I'll probably start the bidding like around 209.50. It looks like we may get that off the open with a little bit of a move in. I mean, you could have even just seen Apple does have the tendency to bring it down. And it's not like this is an upward trend by any stretch of the imagination. If anything, we're still in that pullback down now about 5 or 6% from its highs of 220, right? So, I mean, I still like the name. There's 209 is right here, so you still have some of this. So you got to watch out about how many shares we're taking because I don't think you want to get out until you at least get even a break of that wick, which is like 206.50. So, yesterday we wound up getting into too many shares shorting NVIDIA. I don't want to get into too many shares going long on Apple, but I feel a little bit better about the protection down here. And it's just a couple days. But until there's that negative catalyst for Apple, I don't really want to go short the name. So I looked yesterday, it was long yesterday, 206 to 208. I just showed you the bottom was 207. So yesterday we hit that completely, we nailed it. That was a great trade for us. As I just keep on looking at all of these, there's another one, that's long 173. That's a long time ago. Okay, so anyways, the idea here behind Apple would be a long today. I don't see a negative catalyst. And the fact that it's up 0.7 against the NASDAQ, that's down 0.3. I like the stock, I like the long, it's Apple. It's a no-brainer trade for me down there near 209.
There's a move there in the yen once again this morning. I was just seeing top currency diplomat making some comments this morning. We will take appropriate steps on the FX market as needed. Again, for the JPY USD. So big move down there for the yen, yen USD. Here's Chipotle back to 66, trying to hold here, basically where it was after the close yesterday. CMG, congratulations if you were a shareholder. You now have 49 more shares per each one that you did yesterday of CMG shares. I'm just reading in this note as well. They're going to take this opportunity for general managers and any staff as well to participate in that, if they didn't have shares, I guess, before, to participate in this split.
That's a good PR move right there. I like that. So as we know, the stock split doesn't change a company's valuations, but what it does is it makes the stock more accessible, specifically to retail investors, even though most brokerages now offer you partial shares. Chipotle's strength in the future, really, the reason this is at $3,000 or was at $3,000, strong brand recognition, guys, very limited menu items, so that helps maintain low overhead costs. They also expand quite aggressively. They're looking at getting to 7,000 locations in North America, and they have a track record for great margins. So keep your eye on this one now that it's more accessible.
Yeah, definitely going to get more attention than it has been. That's a 15-minute chart, but there's the move I was just talking about with the yen. Back higher there. If you flip that around, you'll see that 160 coming into play once again, trying to hold right now for the yen. But some comments being made, guys, from the Bank of Japan.
All right, we just got long down here. NVIDIA just went for a little bit of a dip here. And again, this is a big name for me today, hopefully. So we buy the 125 here on NVIDIA and see what happens. I mean, we like this dip play in for this name. So okay, the NVIDIA meeting's up next, so we'll talk about that. But this just went for a move, so we'll wait to see. It's been happening all morning. I mean, basically, this was $130 when you come in here at 8 o'clock when we started looking at this thing, and there's the drop down. We just bounced. I mean, we just bounced. It's not like I'm ignoring this 125, but it bounced up through. Now let's see if it can get down there. We'll buy some more if it does get into 124 again. But already a quick little 20-cent winner. I'm gonna hold out and see if it can get bumped back up. All right. So for Chipotle, we've never ever traded this name, but we will probably start trading it. I do not have the confidence, obviously, in trading this one as I did with NVIDIA post-split, because we're very comfortable trading the chip names and we have different things to look at. Again, without having an idea of where this is going to go, it's on here as a note. You want to make sure that you're looking at it in case it starts to go, maybe taking out this high of 66.50. I don't know. Splits are also headwinds once they're over with. So they're tailwinds heading into the split, and then in my opinion, headwinds after that. So we saw NVIDIA take a little bit of a minute there to break through that 118, bounced up to 120, back to 118, broke down below 117. So it hovered around that post-split area as well. So this is Chipotle's time. Basically, the post-split price in and around $65. So we'll bring that down now into that area. Maybe that's along, maybe it's not. But for right now, Chipotle's on my radar, but I don't know any levels. So we'll just wait to see. I think fills to VWAP, but that's where we are now. So I'm going to have to wait and see. Our charts, again, that's the one thing that we need to work on, is getting it reflecting the post-split price going backwards. So for right now, we'll hold off on Chipotle unless if there's any levels you looked at. I don't.
Not one that I think will come in, but I got up. Look, there are levels, obviously. Like if you look at the 50 period on the daily, like it's hugging that 50 period the entire way. And for us, it was just simply doing the math. Like I just looked at that level, the 50 period. If you bounce off it again today, that's $62.75. I said earlier, I just don't know if we're going to get a chance for a dip into that price. Maybe it will. Like, we've seen that before, where you get the news and everyone's excited about it, and then it goes for a jaunt to the downside. But the relative 50 SMA on the daily, where it's bounced every time for the last year or whatever it is, it's probably even longer than that. I could go back and look at the chart. Doesn't matter. It'll be about $62.75. So that's where I'd be looking for a long, and maybe we're waiting for another day for a level like that because you're trading at 66. Everything else, if we can find a trend later on, maybe. But outside of that 50 period, I don't have any key prices. You can maybe look at 65 because it's a round number. But if we're going for dip buys today, there seems like there's going to be plenty of them, including the next two on this list.
All right, everyone ask your selected smartphone brand. We won't say any names at this point, but to set an alarm for 12 o'clock today. NVIDIA meeting coming up at lunchtime today. I mean, who knows? There might be nothing come from this, but worth keeping in mind if any comments come through from Jensen or anyone else who's speaking in regards to what's happening. We could get some price action.
Yeah, Dara's already got the link for that. We're going to have that live for you guys on the midday How to Trade show. Catch that with us. With specifically today with NVIDIA, with that upgrade from Citi, price target boost, Brendo, from 126 to 150. You know, basically saying that AI is going to be the next big thing. Surprise, surprise there. They also talk about the potential for enterprise productivity. They believe AI agents can significantly boost business efficiency. That's obviously going to work in the margins. Good luck today with the upgrade.
Yeah, we'll hear more. We'll hear more at lunchtime. Now, red, as the guys were mentioning there, to the tune of a full % already.
The coffees, and I just see a very important conversation happening in our group chat here, and it's regarding chips. So Randy, if you were to have one chip, and we're talking about the edible kind right now, which would be your preference? Maybe one or two. Rob put in the chat Doritos Cool Ranch. It's been a minute for me with Doritos Cool Ranch. I feel like those aren't as popular anymore, but that would be a pick for me.
My most recent favorite, and I get them at, believe it or not, Rexall.
Okay.
They have a Nashville blue cheese.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Who's making that?
It's their house brand.
Oh,
and it's like
like a little bit of a spicy blue cheese.
It's not terribly spicy, but the flavor is just off the map. It's just, I don't know, good stuff.
Yeah, people don't have all dressed. What about yourself, Neil? What would you be looking?
Well, I mean, everyone knows ketchup chips have been and I haven't wavered from that. Like, I like all dressed, it's in there, but ketchup chips, if I'm going for it, that's always been my pick. Yeah, hands down.
I like ketchup chips, other than your hands just get so red. But yeah, that's
just gotta lick them off.
That's a good thing.
What's Rivian doing?
Probably going down. I mean, I think Rivian
it's holding out a bit here.
I think Rivian's a sell here, but I mean, I'm trying to buy. I'm not a sell here for the trade today. You know what? Actually, it's coming down like a hot minute right here. I'm actually going to replace the amount of shares what I'm buying here at 16. So yeah, Randy, it is coming to the downside right now. I've already said that I believe this to be. I should have put in a market order. Maybe I should just do it right now because we don't want to trade while we're on the show in our personal accounts as well. But right there, I feel like it's a sell. If we can get back up to 18, that's definitely for me a sell, and we'll take out, take our 60% or whatever that is. But yeah, Rivian right now, nice move. This doesn't really mean it. I mean, they're working on batteries and stuff like that. I mean,
this is a news play. This is what this is.
Yeah, right.
So,
this might mean
and a bit of a
absolutely
squeeze
nothing,
too,
with potential long-term implications on either side.
Yep.
But it's interesting play. Play the news, folks.
It's very short. 19% short's not nothing.
Yeah.
The shorts look for reasons to take profit. They've been grinding that stock to the downside for a while. Let's get to NVIDIA.
Yeah, sure.
Because I realize that we're supposed to have been talking about NVIDIA. So V-shaped recovery, the last couple of sessions. Let me zoom it out. So there you go. You can see yesterday. Yeah, yesterday was a pretty good breakout here. It wasn't, the break was 122.60. But I actually took 123 as a break, and then it dipped into 123 late in the afternoon before making highs. So I think the key levels are going to stand out, 27, 30, 31. This should be 31, not 30. That should be 31. I'll move that later. But 123 is where I'm looking for a dip buy on NVIDIA after that massive rally that a lot of names had, especially NVIDIA. And we always talk about these in tandem, it feels like, because AMD is never on the watch list or never on the rundown unless they have earnings. It's usually adjacent. AMD pulled back as well. Just remember, a lot of stocks had that big bounce higher. AMD is still in the same place that it's been in forever, which is hugging the 50-period moving average and in a downward channel. That means every single time it pops into a resistance level, when it's in that channel, I'm looking for a short. That's 163 today. So you had no chance to trade off of that level yesterday, just kind of dumped and then reversed. But today, there's some strength, at least there was when I sat down. If we get to 163, I'd be looking short on AMD. If it breaks that, we got to be able to get away from it and not fight it. But you had 3 days in a row where that was good resistance on AMD. Let's see if it can be a fourth.
All right, we just reloaded here on NVIDIA at 125. We got more shares, not reloaded. We just got more. We didn't empty the clip yet. So we'll wait. Again, it's going to be hopefully a big name again today for us. We shorted this, basically this exact move right here as it started to go in the afternoon. It just kept going and going and going, and then even started to go even in the aftermarket to the point where today we opened up around that 1:30. Obviously, the investor day is going to be at noon. Brendan just highlighted that for us, so we'll have to wait to see if there's anything special that comes from that. But honestly, it's not going to trade down in anticipation, and it probably shouldn't really trade up in anticipation. This is just the best name in the market. It was up 7 or 8% yesterday. They just basically said, hold my beer to anybody that did not dip buy. Like, was that the buy? That's it. That's the pullback on NVIDIA from 140 to 120. I mean, maybe that's it, right? Boom, right back up to the upside, hitting that 130 again. So look, if we can get a 125 long, which we have right now, and bring that back up into 130, that would be huge. So, I mean, $5 would be massive. I don't know if it has it in it, but it was just there an hour ago. So we could definitely get back, right? So we'll hold out to see what happens. First area to get a little bit out here would be up in and around this level of 126. I do have an offer at 125 because we just got more shares, but for now we wait for that, and we just got some Robinhood shares down here as well, so more for me to look at.
Robinhood, downside right now. We're just breaking actually pre-market support as we speak, so just be aware. But there was a very nice note from Wolf Research upgrading to stock or peer perform. I was going to say stock perform. Peer perform from outperform. So $29 they think it's worth. That's about $6 from where we are now.
Yeah, it's a 31% upside, Brendo. Not bad. Apparently, they met with the CFO of Robinhood. I'm not saying Wolf met them, separately, but analysts met with the CFO, and as a result of that meeting, they see great upside potential, specifically here, solid net deposits, consistent inflow from new users, significant operating leverage, which is interesting here because their ability to scale profits, but not necessarily scale revenue. So they're becoming more efficient, and strong free cash flow generation, Brendo, the ability to convert those profits into cash readily available for investment.
Another one trying to bounce off recent support as well, off that 21 that went back to the beginning of May, guys. So a nice look back higher today.
All right.
Yeah, and obviously we kind of went through this on the upgrade and downgrade list as well. At least I believe it was during upgrades and downgrades. But Robinhood, you pull up the 15-minute, you can sort of see where we're working with here. It could still make a breakout of 23, but once it's underneath that 22.8, looking at 22.4 down in here. So previous resistance turning into support is where I'm looking for it. If it goes red on the day, that's 22.15, and I think that's where I give up the dip buy. And then if it can always break down and lose that on a dip buy and try to get back in on the way up. I'm sitting 55s. I just moved gateway, but also in front of the 40 level. So we're going to get an early dip buy here in Robinhood. The daily chart looks very good. Higher lows all the way through. Maybe detached from the 15-200 period, but a nice little reversal. I don't care too much about crypto, but on the off chance that we do, if there was a flush through, like, say, 60,000 on Bitcoin or something, and it got pretty nasty, that might adjust the outlook on Robinhood. But you're firmly back above that 60,000. It bounced with everything else. I don't see much of a reason not to look long when it's breaking back out here in the hood.
All right, guys, we're already long. We've got a pretty decent sized position right now, probably one of the bigger ones for Robinhood today. And it's at our level, 22.50, so we just take that long. So we got long, we're long right now. We just took some out actually at 59 because we have a lot of shares there. So, but I still think it rips, obviously. So we're gonna wait for 60s, 68s, and then higher. But I like it. Nice upgrade there today. It's been working. We'll try it. I mean, we never like to get filled at 925. I mean, that seems a bit early for me, even earlier than that. But look what just happened right there. As we'll go, let's spin it a little bit here for NVIDIA, as we'll take 50 cents. There it is. Oh, we'll take 50 cents. Oh no, there goes NVIDIA. Nicely done to the upside right there as we make that cash here on NVDA. Obviously the imbalance is hitting a little bit here.
1.4.
Yeah, nice move up there. Let's go, man. Bang. That's why you got to believe in what the hell you're doing around here. We talk about having confidence, taking fills. There's Robinhood. Spin it right now. Oh man. Okay, well, there it is. If I just get out right now, right here, right now, out of all these positions that I have, it might just be one of those days if we just get out right now. But we're going to hold on to everything. There it goes. We just touched it, 126 right now. It's a Dollar Club member coming through on the day for NVIDIA. So glad we switched up into the longs right there, right now. Now let's see if we can give it all back today. Hopefully not. As there goes Robinhood. There goes NVIDIA. We're 2 for 2 on the sticky note already. A little bit of help from the imbalances, but here we go. Nice upside there. Thank you so much for the support in the chat. Means a lot as we got it today. It's Robinhood, baby. It's NVIDIA, and it's going to be a good day. So let's go back over to the desk.
Guys, we're talking about average true range all week. Today, we'll get a little bit more nuanced with it and say how you can use ATR to set up those profit targets and wet your beak. Catch that with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
One thing about ATR, keep in mind, like when you have big, massive moves, like earnings or something like that, like 30, 40-day average can get blown out of the water. Sometimes looking at the shorter range can matter, because when you see things like that, like FTX, it'll be completely different. Rivian, completely different today. You can't put it in the same bucket as whatever the ATR might say, because that's going over too big of a time frame. It ain't going to move that way after a catalyst. Just quickly, that imbalance that was 2 million that got that great move up. Good look there, Sean. It paired a little bit here, so it's down to 600,000. That's expected. There's nothing abnormal about an imbalance pairing off. It's still a buy imbalance.
Oh, wow.
There is still one for Chipotle as well, but that's only 200,000. DNA is a penny stock, so who cares about an imbalance on a penny stock? And worth noting, Lucid is a sell imbalance. One thing that I haven't said today, and I'm only going to say, I was kind of hoping that Lucid would be up a little bit more on this, because I felt as if Lucid was going to be an easy sympathy sell if Rivian gave anything back. That might have already happened. But if there's a big move up in Rivian and Lucid gets taken with it, then I would look for a reversal in this stock and not the other. The only one that we didn't talk about here that's on my list today is that Carvana 52-week high. Big short float. It broke 129 change for a 52-week high break late in the day yesterday. And bit of a failure there. I want this thing to break 130, but just because you want it to break out a 52-week high and squeeze the heck out of everybody doesn't mean it's going to happen. If it doesn't break this level, I just think it's like a 52-week high, all-time high, whatever break, fail. And if that's the case, it should be a short underneath that 129 level. But my first look is kind of hoping it makes the breakout. For now, we'll just have to wait. It's $3 away and change with only 2 minutes to go in here. So we got to be locked and loaded and ready. Apple, some strength over in there. NVIDIA's already going. I'm still going to stick with a 123 bid. I'm still on the bid there. And Hood, I'm pretty much in the same spot, about 12 to 15 cents away. And Rivian will be on the bid as well. But I'm not sitting at 16. I'm kind of looking for the 15 area in here. It could drop $1 like it's nothing. Rivian's not going to move the way it normally does. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, we like Rivian. All right, so, man, I mean, we just made $1.50 in the pre-market there on NVIDIA. And like I said, man, it's already one of those days, and it's 9:29 right now. So let's stay focused. Let's stay in the pocket. Yeah, we just did really well there off the open. So NVIDIA, Robinhood, Rivian, CMG, and Apple. Let's see as Apple goes right now. Yeah, but that NVIDIA long right here, I think we can even get longer. I mean, we put down 125 on the sticky note. We got it twice, came in right there. We talked about Cool Ranch and all these nice little chips, but really the only one that matters right here today is NVIDIA. And then there's our Robinhood play. Come on. I mean, that just fell right into the level that we wrote down, 22.50. So we're already out of a third of this name as it's right here, right now. So you might as well put that profit in our pocket and wait to see what happens. So looks like Apple's already gone, which is fine by me. Let's see how high NVIDIA can get here off the open with only 3 seconds to go. Adara, it's already a big one. Ring that bell. All right, so let's see if we get longer now on NVIDIA if it does come back in, because we're out right now of 65% of this long on NVIDIA, guys.
Yeah, here comes Rivian. It just broke that $16 level to the downside, so it looks like it wants to come in here. Just noting Meta, which was so strong yesterday, not plunging, but moving to the downside off of the open. So here comes Rivian. Right into $15.50 already starting to fall. Gonna have to be patient. We thought this might drop, not necessarily like a rock, but we're looking for a dip buy. So we gotta be patient with it. Chipotle will check back in, and Apple, as you kind of already mentioned. Apple, no 209. Apple's going hunting for the breakout. looks like it's one of those days for Apple already.
Oh yeah, this is an absolutely monster day for your boy over here already. We are now almost $2 in the money on Nvidia, off the level that everybody could have had with the sticky note, right? We talked about that, and there it goes right now. Huge move to the upside. Not only that, man, we just got filled there. Wow, at 127, Nvidia is an absolute rocket. And again, it just goes back to showing you guys about yesterday. You know, we told you we got hit on Nvidia, but you know what? We don't cry over spilled milk. You know, that's not what we do around here. We just come back and put up digits again. And that's what it is, right? Look at Robinhood right now. There it goes, man. That's a hot dog cannon right there, right? Robinhood is now 50 cents in the money to the upside, $2 for Nvidia. And now let's see what's happening with Rivian as we're long here at 1580 right there. Neil, you got anything over there? What's going on?
Just being patient. Like Rivian, I missed Rivian by about 15 cents. I wanted 15 to the downside. It just bounced at 15.35. So that's a $1.15 move to the downside on Rivian, and I think still trending. So I don't want to necessarily jump in way too early. I have 14.5 as the kill spot. So I think several opportunities in front of 15 and then 14.5 are going to be the play for me. We knew this was a possibility that this was going to do a bit of a flush, and that's what's happening on Rivian. If it puts in a higher low, I don't mind a 15.5. But I'm going to stick to what's been working for me, which did yesterday. So a little patience off the open never hurt.
Never heard. That's the best thing to do. But right now, it's digit time right now. So patience is great. And we had patience today for sure, man. We waited for Robinhood to come into that level, right? We could have been buying it earlier. But right now, it is an app. And look at Rivian now starting to go. We're going to go 3 for 3 right now. Put those numbers up. Let's see what happens with Rivian, though. Into the 80s, into the 90s. Let's go with Rivian. Hopefully some nice upside moves. Robinhood really kicking it off right now again here today. Oh, man. Oh man, what a big day it's been here today. We're cooking it up. Shout out to Chef Joe. Shout out to everybody here trading today. It's an active one. It's a doozy. It's a banger. There goes Rivian right now through 16. Come on, Rivian. Let's get going right now to the upside. Man, this is a big day. We battle back, man. That's what you got to do. Got to have that in you. Got to have that dog. Got to have that fight. This is day trading, man. If you don't got it, there's the door. What's up, Adara?
Lots of these small caps running around again this morning, including OPTT. This one, penny stock, just at day's highs, about $8 million market cap for this one. It does have a catalyst here, trading higher after signing an agreement to deliver some marine power systems to the U.S. government. So government contract here for OPTT, guys.
Opting into a government contract. So yeah, I don't think you want to be looking at that name today. Not when there's so much that's going to be moving. So Rivian just popped to 16. It's already back in that 15.75 range. We're looking for that lower high. We'll see if we're able to get it. We're also getting a bit of a dip here not AMD. I wanted to say NVIDIA, but that brings me to AMD, which I still like shorts. If it's not going to give a 163, pre-market high is going to be the level. That's 161. We said short pops on this until proven otherwise, and it looks like we're not going to get that 163, so we start looking for that pre-market high. That's just been the play every single time. Tesla, I'm on the bid. It broke out 188. We're not going to see 185 or 182, so if I'm looking for a dip and like the longs, the first step is it breaks out, go back into this pullback into previous highs. So Rivian just gave me 63s. It's looking to put in that higher low as we speak.
Oh, yuck, Rivian. Yeah, good job getting out there on up there near $16 for Rivian. I mean, come on. And then right now, Robinhood, I was just like, what? We just got huge prints there on Robinhood. Like, you want to talk about what we did yesterday on Rivian? I mean, this play on Robinhood was basically, I told you we had too many shares. We were trying to get out, but then it just blasted up. So good little play there. Wow, Rivian just really tanking in right now on that one. So yikes for Rivian coming in into $15. So yeah, we'll wait on this one. Good thing we got those outs up there near 16 as Rivian coming right in there into $15 right now. A nice little smokage happening right now on RIVN. to the downside as, you know, still up. Obviously, it's going to be a good day here, but yeah, Rivian making the most of this move back down into $15. Little bit of a profit take there. I mean, look, we are already saying that this is a definite sell spot for Rivian. So looks like people agreeing with that one early, and the shorts don't seem to be scared. It looks like they might be piling on more right now for Rivian. So, all right, that's that play. It's good to have been trading this morning for Hood and NVIDIA. Let's see if Rivian can find that base as well.
Yeah, it needs to find that base for sure. AMD's getting real close to the short. We're not in yet, but it's breaking this down. We like breakouts of lows, but I always want to see it push back up a little bit. So Rivian did not hold 15.5, and it comes into 15. I tried the 15.5 level, immediately out. We're going long in front of 15, and then I'll try 14.5 as well. Chipotle's on the New York. Chipotle is dipping. And remember we said it's not split adjusted, so I have to zoom in for you guys to see, unfortunately. I have it on another chart. But it's dipping in. There's that 63. This is essentially the 50-period SMA on the daily at $62.75. So that's where I was looking for a bounce. Chipotle, didn't really think we'd get a chance at this trade, but it's absolutely tanking. Looks like it wants to make a test of this 50-period on the daily Adara.
Keep an eye on AIEV. This company is Thunder Power. This is actually one that just had a business combination. So this was a special purpose acquisition corp. Started trading here on the NASDAQ as AIEV. Only 3 days ago. This is its third day. Nice EV look here, up about 90% for this EV company, guys, AIEV.
So we talked about the split being a headwind for Chipotle there when you guys threw it over to me. You know, I mean, that's exactly what it's been here today. We said it's a tailwind, pre-split, headwind, post-split, and we used NVIDIA as an example that it was having a struggling time to get, you know, anywhere after the split. Then it took a couple days and blasted right back up to the upside there. So CMG right now probably going to find a base, and it might have already done that down there at 63. So you could definitely watch out for that. But again, with the market kind of just, you know, flat-ish right now off the open, I could see Chipotle trying to find that base in and around here. But again, remember, huge move. And I can't show it here on the daily because it doesn't show it, but we did have a nice, well, I guess it does. We did have a nice move heading into this number, this split. We got a great earnings report, so a nice move back there for Chipotle. Yeah, Rivian down here at 1450. So again, possible long area one more time here. It's just too bad that I didn't sell everything I owned on this name, but there it comes right back into 1470, 1450 here for Rivian.
Yeah, so 15 broke, got out, it tried to bounce at 14.5. Looks like it got very, very close to it. I jumped back in above the 3/4 mark. What I can tell you about Chipotle is it might be cheaper, but the spread wasn't all that much better. Like, it bounced off this bottom. I was trying to get it on the way back up. The spread opened at 25 pennies on this stock, so we'll let this one calm down. That's just a little bit.
Oh, Robin Hood.
The whole point of a stock trading after a split is you want it to be a little bit more calmed down. So we take our out. We get back in. I said 1450 is the kill spot for me on Rivian, so we're long in front of that. When you're anticipating a dip buy and it comes down, I don't want to be wrong forever. I want to take my ins, take my outs. AMD's starting to come back up, so we might be able to grab that short in there. Going to make the adjustment if we cannot get a 123 on NVIDIA. It's already put in one higher low at 125, so I might just respect that level. And as far as Tesla goes, we are canceling our dip in Tesla to 188. 191 just got taken out on Tesla. First out on Rivian is going to be back at the 15 level as it's retesting it. Holy crap, Tesla.
Yeah, let's get going here with Rivian. Let's get going with NVIDIA as well. So yeah, we have an upsized position in Rivian. There is no doubt about that one. So if this goes up, let's see what winds up happening here with Rivian. Again, you know, trying to make something happen. You know, we got to try. So here we go for Rivian. We're long at 1520s right now with a shit ton of shares. So let's see what winds up happening here with Rivian, and hopefully it gets back up through that 1520 marker or so on that one. And Neil, yeah, you got a good idea there with 125 right there with that NVIDIA. And again, the mark that came through. Let's see if we can get that one more time for NVIDIA. We should have probably bought that dip, but we're already out at 127 for $2. We still would like to see a little bit of a bigger move on that one for sure for NVIDIA. I don't even have any offers out right now. Okay, Rivian.
There's 10.
Let's go, man. See if we can actually put something up here on Rivian. Nice move up. We're waiting for 19s. There it is, bang. All right, Rivian right now is an absolute moonshot here. We get excited because it's money being made here. Let's go 28s. If we can get this, we will be happy. Remember, our long was 22s, and we talked about having shares there and not afraid to say that. So there it goes, nice upside move here. And again, we'll talk about when we get taken out, right? We talked about that with NVIDIA, but we also have to talk about when we got these wins on board as well. So there it is, man. Nice trade on Rivian to be able to hold that and hopefully now get quite a big winner on board right here. We just got out of 40% of what we had though, because again, we held this too far against us. Now let's see if it wants to get back upside. Wow, we have 0 LFT right now, but we're going to go over to Adara right here.
Great look for Albemarle this morning. ALB on the NYSE. This one up 6.5% right now. Pretty strong volume candles off the open as well. Announcing that they're planning some more lithium auctions to increase market transparency in the lithium space. Worth noting as well, they do have a short float of about 13.6% ALB, guys.
All right.
Just saying, should have bought more Tesla when it was giving you those opportunities in that consolidation. We'll get there in a second. Chipotle's spread is trying to close up a little bit. So it held at 63. So it dipped down again, held 63. So I'm going to give it to that half. I just feel like it's a little different from what I was expecting. So less shares, bigger range. Instead of risking 30 cents, maybe risk 50 to 60 cents. I'm almost out of Rivian on that little push to the upside. It just took 15.30, and then you've got a bit of a wall forming here at the 30 level. VWAP's at 16. We get to 16. I'm just going to take it out there. Tesla, where can you even adjust to at this point on Tesla? You just patiently wait for maybe a VWAP retracement because this stock is going, and all kinds of gone. I'm not chasing it up here. It's 9.42. That's not the time. Apple starting to pull back in. If it loses 210, we're still waiting for 209. That is the level for Apple. Looks like we have a decent chance of picking that one up.
Oh, wow. What a day today. That was real fun on Rivian, was it not? I mean, now we're into the 40s. Oh, yeah. Good job there. And yeah, for those of you that have been watching the Market Recap show or listening to what I've been saying on that show over the last couple of days, we talked about this yesterday, even with, Adara will know this. We talked about this with Brian Shannon yesterday, and about how I was saying I really liked this base. And you guys, we talked about this even yesterday on this show, how this long is probably what's happening into 200, then up to 210, then up to 220. So yeah, man, great. Wow, Rivian right now, guys, will be, I don't know if it'll be P&L number one, but right now it is Rip City, and we are now at. See, this is how you battle back, right? Like right now today, we'll be pretty huge right here, and just stay confident, right? Some people were saying, you want to know how do you overcome the day after that loss, right? I mean, and it's just like we got hit on NVIDIA, and then we put up, right after we got hit on NVIDIA, we put $1 winner on JP Morgan. We put, I think it's 80 or 90 cents on JP Morgan, then $1 plus on Apple. And then we just come back today and just do ho-hum stuff like this. Have $1.20 in the money right now on NVIDIA. We have 50 cents plus on Robinhood. That's low. We had about 70 cents there on Robinhood. And right now, who would have thought this? We talked about this yesterday. We made Dollar Club members out of Rivian traders, and today we make Dollar Club members again right there off that bottom of 50. We're long right now at 1480. So, I mean, Rivian right here making money right now in for all traders today. Great job on Rivian. And you know what we have here on the sticky note, and we're going to go to Adara in 1 second. I just want to say today's going to be a big day, needless to say. Look at this. Rivian, NVIDIA, Robinhood. Right now, P&L 1, 2, 3 there, and shout out to some of the traders behind us that are putting damage on the board with Tesla. So right there, Hood, NVIDIA, Rivian, Tesla, 1, 2, 3. It's good to be long today on these names. It's also good to be Adara over at the desk.
Another EV name making some moves here, in addition to Rivian, is going to be Faraday Futures, FFIE. This one does have a pretty decent short float. I'm seeing a short float of just under 7% right now. They did announce on Monday that they're planning to regain NASDAQ compliance by having a stock split ratio of anywhere from 2-to-1 for a reverse split to 40-to-1, so a bit of a range there. They also announced yesterday a purchase plan with their global CEO, Matthias Eit. No news from today, but FFIE near high of days. Nice look here with strong volume, guys.
Faraday making its move. One of the reasons I'm be patient, look, I said VWAP $16, going to jump out. It looks like the sell could still come back in for Rivian. You always talk about what's going to be next. If it's a retest, two places could go long again, back in front of 14.5, which we call the Alamo, at least for myself. And then if it puts a higher low at 15, I still like that level as well. Didn't work the first time through at 15, didn't work at 15.5. So I'm looking for a higher low. That's the best case scenario. Even if it breaks VWAP, longs over 16 can be a play for us here. Apple, okay, Apple's starting to bid a little bit here, so we're not necessarily going to get that 209 just yet. Here comes Tesla trying to pull back in. I think you got to be real patient with Tesla. That's a big move to the upside for Tesla. The breakout, clearly the big one that you wanted to have. And Carvana, I paid for the locates. I wanted this thing to break 130. It doesn't matter what you want, it's what's happening. So we hit this bounce here. At some point, needs to start taking out these highs, or I got to start thinking about the possibility of a short. It's a 52-week high. I keep saying all-time high. It's a 52-week high potential failed break if Carvana cannot reclaim that 129 area. Still waiting for the offer on AMD. It's about the only thing that I knew I wanted to have short. Carvana was kind of an if-then statement if it failed to break out. Still going to get that short in AMD as long as it wants to give it to me off 161. But we got to be patient. The market's going up. When the market's going up, you let the short come to you.
Yeah, I'm just going to sit here and you know, just like we said, be patient for the longs, or be patient. Do you say beach towel? Yeah, I know. I mean, I wish. So, you know, like I said, man, today will be a monster day for us, and just congratulations for everybody. As Sharif just says, go to the beach, and he's right. But then, you know, I'm already doing that next week. So, right here, Rivian monster, man, up to $16. That's the kind of, like, you have to have confidence in your plays. And by the way, I got to give a big shout out to the guys behind us. Shout out to Max. Shout out to Wayne for putting up numbers there behind us. And we'll just keep on going. And shout out to Eric and some of the big guys behind us. Big dog Brankles in the back. And again, today's a big one, man. It's Obi Trice, not Thrice today. He's going to put up some numbers for you. Josh putting up digits. Yannick. Everybody putting up numbers there today. So it's been a good one, needless to say, as a lot of the ideas starting to work out. There goes the NASDAQ, and right now we'll props it up again. You got to have the good vibes, man. We got to talk about it when the trades are hitting. I mean, it's clear as day. You can see some of these ideas hitting through, and just like people write down sticky notes, right? All of us have our little notes, and why the heck would I not be long Rivian when I have it written down here as the number one idea? When Robinhood goes into the exact level that I write down of 2250, we hit that, bang, that's a big winner. And then we go over and we say, wait a second, who's the beast here? It's Nvidia. Yesterday we lost short. We flip our brain around. We write down 125 long. We hit it once and twice, and there it is. Now that's $2 in the money. The P&L keeps on rising here, and that's exactly what it wants to do. So we're going to let it go as Rivian right now breaking through $16. Oh boy. Shout out to the man, the myth, the legend himself in the back. It's Obi. We're going to get out another one right here for us. Obi, yeah, let's go on that one. Big day alert. Big day alert. I hope you guys can sense that. It's a huge one. And, you know, just keep up the good vibes. And, yeah, we'll keep on pushing it for you guys. It's only $9.50. Look at the energy. Look at the trades.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. And whether you have a lot, whether you have a few, whether you have many, it's all about finding the right ones. That's what we're all about here. That's why the sticky notes out there. That's why the boys do their meeting in the morning. I always hear Wayne on the I don't know what you call it, the head
yeah,
piece.
preparation, baby.
The guys sitting at their desk listening in, so I know Tesla was a bit of a focus for them. There was just a fail breakout on Rivian at 16. So it doesn't really hold that break. I jumped in and out of it. I still think it can be a dip buy. I'd rather it hold a bit above VWAP to try to work another long. Or if it just fails, we're going 15.50, 15 even. Still no short in AMD. But I can tell you, yesterday, this is about the same setup It's a similar setup. It's not the same setup. It's a similar setup and structure to what NVIDIA did. If I'm not going to get the dip buy I want, that happened yesterday as well, it eventually broke out a local range top. That was 122.60, and I took a 23 break because I wouldn't take a random price as a breakout trade. Now the opening range top is 127.20. So yesterday, I waited for it to get to a round number to go long. Today, I'm just going to take the break that's available. This was my only, well, it wasn't my only trade, but it was a good trade for me on NVIDIA. So we're going to go for that breakout here, 127.20 on NVIDIA.
Yeah, good one there. Wow. By the way, Rivian right now is $1.50 in the money for Rivian. You know, we talked about that on the pre-show there where we said yesterday we were able to take dollars on this name, and we thought that today for sure had the possibility for that sort of pedigree. So, yeah, we had to hold it. We had to have confidence in that one. Today it works out. It's Rivian, $1.50 in the money, NVIDIA, $2, Robinhood, 70 cents, and the beat goes on and on and on and on again. What's up, Adara?
Grinder pushing higher here. GRND here on the NYSE. This went up over 10%. Having its investor day today, issuing some guidance, seeing annual revenue growth of 20 to 25% through 2027 and raising its 2024 revenue growth view. So revenue growth upside ahead of its investor day for GRND.
All right, good one. Good look there.
There was some jokes about Grindr yesterday, but I won't go there. Micron is dumping a little bit here. So I'm always looking for relative strength and weakness. So Micron going into their earnings is still putting in higher lows. I'm still sticking with AMD because of the structure. But if this market fails at 20,000, I'm talking about the NASDAQ. If the NASDAQ curls at the $20,000 level and I don't get AMD, Micron at VWAP would be the backup in terms of looking for any kind of a short. So we're pretty close to it now. AMD doesn't seem to want to break VWAP, and I'm waiting for a 161 level here on it. Just no chance as of yet. And Tesla's still holding that high. No dip. We're about 30 cents away from that NVIDIA breaking out that top. It's a random price. It's 127.20. But if it breaks it, I'm still going to take it just like yesterday. If it worked yesterday at 122.60, then take the level that presents itself. And I do want this VWAP. Just have to wait for it to come back down in here on Tesla. One of the strongest names off of that open. If it can hold a dip, we do like a little bit of Tesla. So backup plan is going to be MU, but I'll be focused on AMD as we're about 20,000 right now on the NASDAQ.
So guys, just looking again at P&L wise and then just percentage of traders green today, I feel like this has been the best day in a hell of a long time for this office. So a big congratulations to everybody behind me for doing an awesome job here so far today. So again, a big shout out to all the boys and girls behind us that are trading away and hopefully putting up, well, I can see already having a fantastic day. So congrats to everybody. All right, so Palantir right here as we continue to move around. This was a big trade for us yesterday. We were able to buy 24s or change, wasn't it yesterday? 24 and change. Yeah, we had down here. This was, again, was a great trade yesterday for PLTR. Let's see if we can keep the good vibes going right now and try to break through this high of 24.70 right there on, what do you got over there, Fabian? Was that a little bit of a donut action there? What is that? Bring that over here. Let me see. Let's show everybody what you got over here. We're having a good day. Watch out, Silverback. Here we go. Here comes Fabian right now, coming through. Oh, you got a little lemon poppy seed there. And what is that? Some sort of a Danish, apple Danish right there. All right. Go make Ramin happy over there. And we've got to make someone else happy right now. It's Adara. She's over at the desk. I don't know if you could tell, but we're having a really good time today. And yeah, part of it is what's been happening here in the market. Let's go. What's up, A?
GitLab having a great time over here as well. Great day for GTLB, up right now about 8%. No news on this one today. Yesterday it achieved this federal designation here in progress from this federal risk assessment program, but lots of social media attention today on Twitter, especially in the last few minutes for GTLB as it pushes higher, guys.
GitLab, I feel like ever since that data breach, I don't like them. That's not good news for them, but it is what it is. I haven't looked at that chart in a while. 20,000 just tagged to the dime on the futures. Although the futures don't trade in dimes, it's just a euphemism. So I had to go to the backup play because we didn't have a short opportunity that I liked in AMD, but VWAP on Micron just came in here. So we're in it. I did add on the way down, like I had 55, and then we added at 40 change. So our average price is going to be 44. We'll stop it out if it cannot hold this 142.80 level on Micron. So if it breaks it out, then we'll understand that, hey, the futures are going, it's an up day, the stock is up, they got earnings tonight, but the trend is your friend till the end. It would have been AMD, but unfortunately, AMD just not setting up where I would like it. Kind of a messy day for AMD. I'm just going to cancel that offer. If we get it, we get it. Rivian's still looking for, to me, I want to see it hold above 16 even. It's attempting to do that now, so there's your wick under, there's your test, higher low at 1580. So if it holds this VWAP right now, going to look to jump back in it. I wanted buyers above 16 to get me back into this stock. So the only position we got the short on in Micron. I might still take AMD if it's setting up the same way, but for now it's going to be Micron.
Yeah, this NVIDIA, just because we're talking about the chips, we got some out there at 127 again. So we have 2 outs at 127. Those are $2, but it's not breaking through 127. So I'm kind of going to just leave this one alone. If we do get a pullback, I'm actually going to even cancel the pullback for right now and would rather wait for it. We are very light. We only have 10% left. Actually, maybe even less than that. I don't even know how many shares we had actually at the beginning of this whole trade. It was a little bit insane. The one thing that I am most, for me, proud of today, sometimes we have too many shares in one, not enough in the other. But today, net-wise, pretty much made the exact same amount on Robinhood that we made on NVIDIA, that we made on Rivian. And that's a $125 name, a $25 name in Robinhood, and a $15 name in Rivian. So today I feel like, although they're all 1, 2, 3 here on the trade ideas, we actually layered them and traded them hopefully appropriately. I mean, obviously we always wish we had more shares when we're right and less shares when we're wrong. But if we exit right here, right now, we're at the highest spot we've been at. Why? Because look where Rivian is. Rivian's at its highest spot. We got something out right there at 1620. 1620, it's still holding above VWAP. So yeah, I like the stock right there. NVIDIA still holding above VWAP. You gotta like it right now. I'm not gonna drop this last piece. I actually think we can take out this 127.50. So that would be another play, even to add to this spot there. And then Robinhood, I mean, my favorite story, I guess, of all time, maybe, based on what we're doing today. As there it goes right now. I don't think we're robbing from the rich and giving to the poor here, because anybody that's invested in Robinhood over the last little while has just made a crap ton of money over the last 2, 3, I can say 2, 3 months, but basically since January bottom of $11 up to 23. Man, this name is working. And you know what? Let's work it out for ourselves as well and take that 70 cents there for Robinhood. So I don't know, man. I mean, the market's just hovering. We just bounced off 20,000. We've sort of already talked about some of the successes here this morning. It's only 9:58. So let's keep those feelings going. I know that you had looked at CMG just for a minute. I'm going to have a quick look. Oh, man. Okay, so here's another missed opportunity. We said, oh, it looks like 63 is going to be the hold there. And it sure was, man. It went to 62.70. Yeah, so that was a great long there. Missed opportunity, but hey, we'll be back in that name, I promise you, at some point.
I want to buy that in my personal account at some point.
Yeah,
I just have no idea where I want it, to be honest with you.
Well, that's what I'm saying, but what a great long today in the trade, because we had looked at 63 and did not pull the trigger. So we'll keep that in mind. And we had mentioned even on here before we went live, or before the market turned on, was that we were waiting for a level. I think we found it there at 63. These bottoms, 62.80. So we'll wait for 63 again.
Yeah, I think look, Chipotle is obviously a good stock. Probably should have looked a little bit at Kava today, but I think, that's for a hot minute. Kava might, in sympathy, get unpopular when people can invest in Chipotle. That was my thesis, but I didn't want to look at Kava. There's so much to look at. Rivian, here's the hold of, it broke and then fail break at 16. Then there's the hold of VWAP for me. I'm trying to get some 19s out there. Robinhood just pulled back inside of a dip buy. Micron is working downside as we speak. So sometimes you have to make a bit of a pivot. I knew I wanted to short something at 20,000, and I knew I wanted to look at a weak chip name. My thought was AMD. But AMD didn't really set up all that well, so we went to the first thing that came to my mind, which was Micron. That put in a lower high. 141, I want to look out on Micron. The reason for this, when I zoom back out here, this is right at the previous close. So it held previous close on the way down. In a strong market, I want to go station to station if I'm against the grain. Remember, strong market, I'm anticipating that good stocks will catch bounces. I'm going to try and take this 141. Let's get to Adara. for happening now.
Just getting these new home sales numbers in here. New home sales for the month of May coming in at 619,000. So this is going to be lower than the previous number, 698,000 for the month of April. Also lower than the consensus of 640,000. We also have new home sales month over month change, negative 11.3%. So much lower than the previous number, positive 2%, and the forecast of 2.9% to the upside. So bit of an unexpected drop here. Not much of a reaction on the SPY. Still slightly down in the day here. Same with the NASDAQ. We had a bit of a fall in the NASDAQ and the SPY a few minutes ago here. Lots of stories to talk about, of course. We have NVIDIA's investor meeting coming up at 12 p.m. Lots of moves in the EV space as well. Tesla popping higher above 190 for the first time in quite some time. We also have Refrain with its partnership with Volkswagen. A couple other names to keep an eye on here include Apple. This went up over 1%, getting an upgrade to a buy rating from neutral from Rosenblatt here, raising its price target from 196 to 260. We also have Chipotle here on watch, of course, after it's won a 50-to-1 stock split. This one slightly down in the day here, but lots of traders keeping an eye on it. CMG, AAPL, and so many other names to watch out for, guys.
Apple giving back. Tesla starting to give back a little bit. Rivian does not hold on to that VWAP after all, but my style of trade, it's take it here, get it out right there. If we look for another opportunity, it's got to be 15, 1550, 1450. Those are the levels we like. We're patient waiting for that dip. If it wants to do it again, we'll go ahead and grab that. Still not really getting the love on that Micron 141. It could be putting in a higher low here. So I want to respect it. 141.5 is where it seems to be bouncing on MU. AMD still in the pocket. And then the last one here, Tesla. Tesla just bounced rapido off of VWAP. Sometimes it's real fast. That was real fast on Tesla. 190.150 was a blink of an eye, and it was back at 192. So I think Tesla, look, VWAP is going to be a thing, but it might have already been a thing, for lack of a better word. We'll see if we can't get back into it, but I was trying to catch it on the way back up. Sometimes you sit on the bid, you get it. Other times, it's the right play to be patient. In this case, you just wanted to sit on the bid blindly for that bounce off VWAP. It's just a line on a chart, but it's working for Tesla.
What's working right now for is Robinhood. Look at that out. We had just before we went to Adara, we took some out at 23.30 there for Robinhood. So let's just sound the sirens for that one. I mean, look, getting out is better. Like when you're getting in, like now I get out there. So when I'm getting back in there, it's like making 40 cents just by reloading the trade. And we're not going to do that at all right now. And the same thing true of Rivian. I mean, we just got out of this one at 16.20. It's at 15.50. So part of it is not just finding the winners, as Neil was mentioning there. It's about trying to get out and making sure that, you know, you're able to get out for those wins and or capture some profits, because it's no point in doing things like this if you don't actually put something in your pocket. So we did take that out there on Rivian, and we talked about how light we were on this one as well. Under 10% here on Rivian, under 10% on Robinhood, and under 10% now on NVIDIA. As we're just, honestly, I'm just waiting for something else to happen. The market's not doing a heck of a lot. We've already hit, like we're basically been up 3 times and went yard 3 times. So we're just going to sit here and wait for that big contract to come through. Hopefully we're a free agent. You get signing after a game like this, right? But we'll wait and see what happens now. There goes NVIDIA, by the way. You know, we can hit this for this one, man. This is now 230 in the money off of, again, our number one idea today with Rivian Hood and NVIDIA. There goes NVIDIA right back there to the upside and just absolutely tearing faces off right now. We were caught in this yesterday. Today, we flip it up and go the other way. It's NVIDIA, and it's a monster.
Also, apparently a monster. FFIE is going buck wild here. Gonna be too late. I'm gonna pay for locates very quickly. I don't know what the news is. We talked about these guys doing a reverse split. Will it happen? Will it not happen? All that good stuff. But if it gets anywhere near 80 cents, it's gonna be a fade. It'll be relatively cheap shorts, but we'll get there in a second. Yeah, it's already pulling back. The short at 60 is probably going to have to wait. NVIDIA just took a local high again, so we're looking breakout trades. Got to work right away. It just took this level here at 127.5 without getting the dip buy where we want it. I'm just looking for every single flat top break on NVDA until it doesn't work. Micron, even with this break, is still holding. It pulled back, but it's still about 20 cents in the money, so still looking pretty solid there. FFI, you just want to process it. see if I just want to see what the price is. It's probably going to be relatively cheap on FFIE. But Micron still holding underneath VWAP. If we fail 20,000 again, then I guess I just rinse and repeat it. But we haven't failed 20,000 yet on the futures. But Micron's still holding underneath VWAP, still a relatively weak name. We'll make sure we get it. You have to go all caps. Anyways, I'm just going to get on the offer of Micron. For some reason, when you input shorts, you have to put in all caps. I don't know why they do it that way, but that's the way that they do it. So I'm on the offer here, trying to jump right back into Micron. I didn't catch that, Fabian. You're going to have to let me know. No, it has nothing to do with that. It's just probably a formatting thing. Robinhood, we re-entered into Robinhood. Well, we entered at a new price into Robinhood. I was waiting for 22.40. It wants to make this bounce off of 22.75, which was also a key level. So I grabbed it at the 90s on the way back up. Going to scalp some because I should have it in the 80s. That would be the better price here on Robinhood.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic to get that price. I'm not even going to reload it for Robinhood. We're still long here at 22.55. It's under the 50 period for me, but still that 200 is looking real nice. So that could be a level there for sure. So good look on that one. We're just going to stay long the king with NVIDIA, now almost $3 in the money and breaking higher here as it continues to go. So just good vibes all around today. All right, Tesla, I mean, might as well. Let me just look at CFG one more time. Oh, that's going to be my missed opportunity for sure of the day there. And then, like I said, right now, Tesla leading the way back up. Wow, what an opportunity at 192 again there for Tesla. Could have we found something? I mean, it doesn't quite get back to VWAP, but on such a strong name, when there's a gap, you wait for VWAP, and right there, it does not come in, but close enough. If I was looking at that, VWAP was 50 cents away, maybe 60 cents away, definite take right there. So we'll see if that can happen again there for Tesla as it's up and away, man. I mean, the last time we bought this name was on earnings. I think it was in the 170s. So this has been a good little play. We didn't buy anything down here as we went into 140, 150. We're long, again, we've been investing in it for a long time, but that's why I keep saying our most recent buy was down into there. But I still think 200 is upcoming there for Tesla as that continues to work. And wow,
no doubt,
there goes NVIDIA. Yeah, shout out to Gwen Stefani. There goes NVIDIA right now. $1, $2, $3 now in the money for NVIDIA as yeah. Big alert today, big day alert. And again, just hope that everybody took some of the trades that we had mentioned because bangers all around here today. We're 3 for 3 and it's going exactly the way we thought it would today. To the long side, I mean, it was a downside, but we played the right names, and I think that we had the right catalyst. We had the Rivian catalyst there. Here goes FFIE continuously going higher. We had the Rivian catalyst. We had the Hood catalyst on the upgrade, and then we flipped up everything on NVIDIA and just said what we're even doing going short. So, and then we talked about CMG finding a level, which we had talked about verbally, but I didn't take it. So that was, you know, you can only get credit for things you take, I guess. And that's it right there. So, all right, let's just move off of that and go over. Did you get your FFIE process?
I have the shorts in FFIE. I don't know if the first time it failed at 60, I'm going to adhere to a rule. When it gets to an even dollar level and you're shorting it because it's an even dollar, if you don't get the first one, I'm not taking the second one because it's probably too bullish. It already pulled back from 59 to 52. Like, that's the move. If you don't get that move, why do you want to just stick your neck out in front of it when that's not even like a monster level on the daily chart or anything like that? So it's got to get to 80 cents, and that'll be the next spot. If it flushes from here, then I've failed. But it is what it is. I won it the first time. I wasn't quick enough to get the locates. I pulled the offer on Micron. Remember my condition? So there's 20,000. I was going to reload. I was sitting on the offer to reload underneath VWAP, but the second we broke out, I just pulled the offer, left my stop in, and then we stop out. Don't have to adjust the order. We have a key that'll allow you, regardless of what your position is, whether you've added or not, it just takes out the entire thing. NVIDIA took that local break of 127.5. It just got to 128 and pulling back. I think the 127 can now turn into a bit of a dip buy. And then Robinhood tagged 23, came back in. I'm trying to get some 80s. I want my price a little bit better to that 22.75 area on Robinhood. Oh, yuck, Tesla is still just going. VWAP's going to obviously adjust as we go throughout the day. but still an absolute monster. We're going to wait for the next available pullback. This could be it. Just tag 194. Bit of a dip happening now. You could see it come back into VWAP. Just want to be ready for it if it sets up, but it's always a big if.
All right, we can check out FDX. I mean, I'm actually really not doing anything. I was waiting for Apple to come through. We have crude inventories at 10:30, so that's a number. There's really nothing. We didn't have anything as far as Fed speak or anything like that written down. I also tweet out, of course, every single day, which I see Neil started as well, the economic calendar right here. So you can go find that right here. Today, just new home sales at 10. So, you know, yesterday we sort of rolled out, you can go find that at Trader TV, Sean. Yesterday we rolled out with bunch of Fed speak, right? And so today we just don't have that coming out. So we'll have to just be patient with it, see what happens now into the rest of the day. And we had talked about it over and over again that today was Investor Day for NVIDIA. So again, not to still talk about the same names, but we've done, you know, put up the numbers where we needed to today on the names that we needed to. So I'm going to try to find some more. Let's look at Palantir. Palantir was a big trade. Yesterday we had one red name, NVIDIA. Today it's P&L number one. You know, so it goes from horrible yesterday to my best stock today. Palantir is a red name, so this is starting to pull back. Generally speaking, we won't look for names that are red when the market is green. So I think we either have to wait for Palantir to really show us that it wants to get red today to the downside here in and around 24.25, I think, which is only 25 cents from now. So that could be a good trade opportunity there if we're lucky enough to get that. And that would be, of course, the long down there near 24. That good breakout there, I guess, for NVIDIA for you at 127.50. We are lucky enough just to have, as Neil said, done the research earlier and really wanted 125. So the way NVIDIA trades in the pre-market is very much like it's open, lots of liquidity, everything there. So we really traded that. We let it go down to the bottom there before making that buy of 125, giving ourselves a stop at least. So again, if you're going to stop out at 124.30 and now have $3, that's pretty good risk to reward. So we'll continue to hold on to that one and see where it goes. But I definitely like that NVIDIA trade. I know you were in and out there on Micron. So let's have a quick look at that one. Okay. Nothing really going on there for me. Again, maybe a move up here. I'd rather stay away from it heading into earnings. So we'll wait for Micron. And again, Robinhood still. Robinhood will actually be currently the P&L number one, just because I'm still in NVIDIA, but we still do have a piece of Robinhood here at 23.50. So again, great trading today. And for me, it was about confidence. Just taking the fills where they came in, based on past and prior research. So stay in the lane, stay what's been working, and there it is again today. It's Robinhood. Something getting a pop?
Yeah, no, I heard something. In our ear, they've been popping off about Faraday like every 2 seconds, and I just got into it, and I heard the guy. He's not talking about Faraday. The only news here is the reverse split from yesterday or earlier in the week. It doesn't really matter what day they announced it. I went for the dip buy. Obviously, we didn't get that short, so congratulations. When I just said I wasn't going to go into the short, the second time through that would have worked, but I'm playing 2 places to look for a dip. The first one's already happened, previous highs. If I'm looking at a breakout play and I'm buying that dip back in, it's the previous wick high at 48. So I'm long here at 50.8 or 50.9 as I got a couple of entries, one on the way back up here, so 50s, and then bought some 51 halves. So if it breaks 48, I have like a 47 change stop on this, and then I'll look at VWAP as another possible play. So now that you're in the pullback stage, buy the dip, play back into the high, hold through any kind of a breakout that may or may not happen on Faraday futures. So was able to get some VWAP there in Robinhood, so I want to be getting shares back at this 22.75. That's where it put in the bottom, and I think we should be patient, waiting for that level and that level alone. I just look back over at AMD, and it's getting pretty darn close to that top. The market is at 20,000 again, so there is a little bit of weakness coming back into the market. If it fails that, suddenly from Micron back to square one, AMD does not break the highs. At least not yet, but it could happen. This was the first name that I wanted short. I pivoted to Micron because it was setting up better, but I'm right back to AMD. 160.25 afternoon highs, current lower high, and 20,000 being tested as we speak. So I'm not in it yet. I'd like to see the futures start to come down, and then I want to join a curl in AMD, only if it happens. If it just keeps on going, I wait for 161.
Funny times here for us on the stock here. Look, I hope this is not ever going to be true, but there it is. For Profit says, New York, watch out. There's another Canadian wildfire, and its name is Katina. But no, hopefully we never get named after a wildfire. But yeah, we are pretty on fire here today, as we had mentioned. So we are looking for more opportunity. I know you're long there with NVIDIA, as you've mentioned. It's right here. I'm going to wait for VWAP again. I think 120. That's basically 127, just like in Tesla when you get pullbacks. Okay, now we're really coming in on that one for NVDA right now. What is your out on NVIDIA, by the way? Are
127.
127.
Well, remember, I've scalped out almost all of it. So usually the way it'll work for a breakout trade is first even dollar scalp 2, and then look for the dip buy. The dip to me is at 127. I can't think of anything else. VWAP's different on these. It doesn't really matter. VWAP's just under 127, but I'm looking for a bounce here. If it cannot bounce off the 127, forget about VWAP. AMD, I don't know what just happened, but AMD was just at the 60. I got the short at 99 on the way back through. It's heading down into the low. So my guess is that the chips, when we hit 20,000 in the futures, the chips went first to the downside, and then the market came back in through that 20,000. So here comes that 127. I kind of just went over to AMD, and here is NVIDIA trying to bounce off that 127. So if it can, great. If it can't, I'm going to jump out. Probably could have been in Micron for a potential short, but we went over to AMD just because it looked like it was setting up better. Still the same thing happening in Hood, and FFIE is still sitting in the pocket for me. Not much change over there in Faraday. It's sitting at about 50, 49.5 to 50. If it makes a break underneath 48, we'll get back to it.
Okay. All right, we just take a 20 fill rate here on NVIDIA. Let's see what winds up happening. It just goes to 40, and we didn't get anything out. Oh, no, did we? No, we did not there on NVIDIA. So let's put an order at 127.40. See if we could just quickly make 20 cents on, like, 15% or so of what we have, and then wait for a nice little pullback. Because if we do take VWAP, we don't necessarily need to be in this name anymore. We've already sort of got the price that we've needed, and you guys have seen me many times before be like, okay, we're going to take this, and then all of a sudden we wind up having too many shares, and then when it winds up breaking, we're like, uh-oh, now we're in trouble. So let's wait to figure this out here with NVIDIA. Watch out for that 126.50 area as it just takes out 127. But we'll give it a little bit of room here on NVIDIA. I don't need don't need to get out right away, but we're not going to be stubborn with it. As yesterday, we know what happened when we were short this name and it just railroaded us. But right now we're long, and as it makes this move back up, let's see if we can capture some more profit here on NVIDIA.
Yeah, and if it's going to move up, I'm going to take 159.50 has just held twice at least on an AMD. I thought you'd get a bit of a lower push, but we got to be able to take this bid here on AMD. If it's going to put in a higher low, the market's still trying to go to the upside. NVIDIA's holding on for dear life. I don't want to forget about Tesla, but I'm just looking over at FFIE. Like, I have the level 2 up. There's a ton of volume going off at 50 cents. Like, it is an epic battle here at 50 cents. If it does this dip, so see this dip into 48? If it does that again and holds 48, I want to add to this position. And only because, like, it's every time it gets underneath 49 cents, there's just a big battle happening. If it ends up getting won by the longs, it might be a bigger push into the 60 than I thought before. So I want to, if it dips one more time, bounce off 48, I'm going to add about 40% to it. Just want to take advantage of it if there's this much buying. All it has to do is get back into the high of the day, but I need to see that bounce first. Tesla, we might be missing the boat. Tesla, VWAP could be a thing of the past here for Tesla. The market's pulling back. You would think this would be our opportunity in Tesla. If it isn't, we're just going to have to play the patience game. And I was just thinking about, I'm in AMD, but Micron, I got wicked out. Could have jumped right back into it. If we failed 20,000, I think I'd go back to looking shorts on Micron as well. About the only two things I like short at this point, with the market ripping up. But I'm not in it. So, don't have to worry about it just yet. And AMD, if we're back above 20,000, no reload. Right? Like the same thing with Micron. I'm not reloading this position if the market is breaking out. That's going to be my rule for anything short. If the market's making a fresh high, then I don't need to reload in that moment. You can always reload later.
Look, first of all, NVIDIA, we just got some out there at 40s there on this reload. This has really been quite the day here. And it's, hopefully it gets better. I don't know. I like it to get better. We can always get better, right? Always can add to the net, which is what we're doing as we speak with Rivian Hood and NVIDIA. Let's see what happens now as we get back into 127 again. If that wasn't a banger out up there at 40, then I don't know. We'll wait to see what happens now. We told you we were sitting there at 40. That failed last time, right? So now we get some out. Let's see what happens moving forward. But first, over to Adara. It's 10:20. It's happening now, or sector watch, or small cap recap.
IWM pushing higher here, down on the day, but finding a little bit of a curl up from the lows, bit of a recovery here. Currently trying to bounce off that 199.50 area, so good look for the Russell 2000. As it's been a trend this week, lots of small cap runners today, including Faraday Future, FFIE. This one is a penny stock. This one pushing higher here, up about 80+%. Not seeing news on this one today, but lots of social media attention. Decent short float. I was seeing just under 7% as of right now. They also announced earlier this week, that they have plans to regain NASDAQ compliance by having a reverse stock split ratio anywhere from 2-to-1 to 40-to-1. So interesting look here for FFIE. Next up, we have Grindr, GRND. This one has about $1.8 billion market cap, so slightly larger here, but under $2.5 billion. They have their investor day raising their revenue growth targets, so GRND to the upside. Last but not least, WENA, a new medical. This one receiving this patent in Europe for its neurological and cognitive disease treatment. So nice look here for WENA, currently up over 100%, less than 10 million shares, guys.
And that matters. Volume is a big deal. Just to give you an idea in terms of volume, FFIE is going to do 1 billion shares today. When penny stock, you want it to do actual volume. Maybe it does 1 billion shares. I'm throwing that out there because it's already at 300 million and it's only 1022. So there is the dip. It does hold. It actually holds 49 and not 48. So it's bit above 50 many times in here. So the battle did get won, at least temporarily back above 50 by the longs, holding that 48 level. Not moving the stop or anything. But at this point, I said I would add to it if it does. AMD, going to come right back into this offer. NVIDIA starting to go. But Robinhood, when the market makes a fresh high, Robinhood's given up VWAP as the market's making a fresh high. So not always the best sign in terms of relative strength and weakness. I want to see it breaking out when the market's breaking out. So we'll back off of the Robinhood bid. I was bidding 2280.
Oh, baby.
I am no longer bidding that level on Robinhood.
Oh, baby is right, man. Look at NVIDIA again. We just took 50 cents again on that name, 127.50. Just another out rate there for NVIDIA. Yeah, man, big name there. Again, I'm only been in 3 names. You can ask Neil or I if we're green or red. I put that in the chat. People keep asking. Rivian, NVIDIA, Robinhood. I've only traded 3 names. We haven't traded many names today for sure. I know you've hopped into FF. Oh, you know what one that I don't think either one of us looked. Did you have to pay for shorts in ARM? I know that's a name that you
do have to pay for shorts in ARM.
So
I did not pay for shorts in ARM because I didn't think we'd. Look, I think it's way too strong. After yesterday, it was 150 to 160 or something on ARM yesterday. And I'm like, what levels are there up here outside of $180 or $175? So if there's nothing significant up there, look, if it goes another $10, I got some wicked trend lines drawn from yesterday. Those are irrelevant. I'll get rid of them. If it goes to $175, I'll pay for locates, straight up. But when I looked at the chart, I'm like, I don't know. Where would you want to sit there as a resistance level? And I couldn't find anything this morning that I liked. So it'll have to be $175 on ARM. Got to watch out for Faraday. It's pressing. It's now consolidating at this level. Well, it entered twice there. Consolidating at this level. But if it cannot hold on, it's not a whole price, but it is that initial wick to the upside and then the deep pullback at 48. If we lose 48, then I'm losing this stock. at least until VWAP, where I find another level to get in. So we picked our spot, we added to it, and it's continuing to, I don't know, just go sideways and chill out here. Team PJPC just said I forgot about Nikola. I didn't. Faraday's just doing 300 million shares, that's all. And Nikola's now, like, it's not a penny stock anymore. Like, Nikola's reverse split and trading very differently. I think Nikola, I said yesterday, if Nikola holds underneath $10, it's a short. So it's above $10, so I don't think it's a short. I'll leave it at that.
All right, we'll give some back there, but, you know, that's NVIDIA trading for you. So NVIDIA breaking lower, 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 lower. Right now, this is why you put the money in your pocket in the first place. So again, we will stay green on the name, but we did give some back. I mean, it broke through VWAP, and yeah, that's why you take it out. I mean, we are basically, we talk about this all the time. I am a scalper, and we'll wait for big moves, but we'll also make sure to take it out when it breaks. So there it goes, man, right down to 126. I don't know, like NVIDIA, I'm not sure unless you had that 125, I can review it. I'm not sure there's many other positive trades there on NVIDIA today because it was hard. Unless you got that one, I mean, right there was a great break as well, but that's right at the open of 125, 126. And then this dip buy was great, but everything else was pretty garbage right there for NVIDIA. Same thing, Robinhood continues to go lower, but again, and if you're just joining now and you're looking at the trades, I mean, we have less than 10% left on Robinhood, less than 10% left on Rivian. So these trades have been good, but just not absolutely fantastic. So lately, they were great early, but not great late. So Rivian still holding out fort for us a little bit here, and then we'll wait to buy some NVIDIA, as we wanted to wait for 125 anyways. That's where the big money was made, so you could pull back into that level again. Nice downside move as the market's not really giving anything back, but NVIDIA's giving it all back and turning red. So 125, this has been a resistance support level before. So when this moved down, if you want to take a shot, this isn't a horrible one right now on NVIDIA, but you might as well wait for 125 maybe at this point. So yeah, NVIDIA on watch
wait for this thing
right now. Yeah, I know it's been.
I just went over to Micron. At the end of the day, Rivian, I'll get to Rivian in a quick little second. Faraday broke support. We had to jump out of Faraday there. That's where our stop was. But there's a tight stop on NVIDIA. So 1, 2, 3. I had 4 trades in NVIDIA, and only one of them went pretty well as far as I'm concerned. That said, when I look at what an up day is on the stock, we'll be down less than what we made on it yesterday. That's where I want to try to keep things in the pocket. Like when you have a good day on a stock, and then you lose on it the next day, or it doesn't work out the way that you want, you just don't want it to be a multiple of that number. Try to keep things in the pocket, and then you'll have that overall consistency. So trade it at the key level, and if it breaks, wait for the next one. If it's 123, it's 123. You have a plan of action. I'm like, if it holds VWAP, great. If it doesn't hold VWAP, I'm just getting out. Not going to hold it $1 against me. Everyone's got to have their own style, whatever works for you. AMD's broken lower. I tried to quickly pivot back into Micron and did not get it. So you're still working down underneath VWAP on Micron as the futures have now failed that 20,000 level. I just want to answer this question from MON. The wash trade, as you know, wash sale does not impact us. We are trading at real trading. It is a prop floor. We're trading firm's capital. So we can be in and out multiple times in many stocks in and throughout the day. Like we're not subject to, hey, you can only make 3 trades a week. And it's different rules everywhere, but for us, because we are prop traders, we don't fall under that. That's why you will see these different trading styles. Like I will jump out of Micron, take a stop out, look to get back in. If you just want to be short it, you could always just short this, give it a wider stop and hold it all day if that's the style of action that works for you. It's a similar thing with NVIDIA. Like if you catch a good bid, hey, maybe you want to buy it at 123, so maybe you're holding this all the way to 123 and looking for move to 130. I'm not. I'm looking for another bid to come in, as this is now absolutely tanking. What is not going down is the first question I want to ask myself. Tesla, you got VWAP. VWAP is still holding on Tesla. Apple, got to check Apple. Let me just cancel the old bid on Apple because it is now doing what Tesla's doing. So I got to adjust on Apple. I wanted 09s. maybe like an 08 half would have been the stop, but we can throw that out the window. We got to look for VWAP in here. The next stop on AMD, which is the only thing I'm in, is a short. And if we get down to 157, I didn't think this would happen. I thought we'd be looking for some longs, and then we just play some relative weakness in the one name that was weak. I'm just going to trail this now. We didn't get a chance to add to it a VWAP because it's just absolutely flush. We didn't get a chance to jump back into Micron because what the heck is going on in the market? Adara, what's happening? Thanks, man. What the hell?
He's got these crude oil stock chain and gasoline stock chain numbers. So crude oil stock chains 3.591 million to the upside. Previous number negative 2.45 million. Gasoline stock change 2.654 million to the upside versus negative 2.280 million previously. So there's the crude oil and gasoline stock change numbers here. For crypto, we had an interesting story yesterday in the world of those ETH approvals. We have SEC Chair Gary Gensler speaking at the Bloomberg Invest Summit yesterday, saying that he thinks this approval process is going, quote, smoothly. They're currently working with the people who are looking to file these to have these S1 filings set for the SEC or the SEC approval of the spot ETH ETFs. He says that he doesn't have an exact date for this. Some traders are speculating around July, but interesting update. Apparently this process is going well so far. Bitcoin itself, after two very interesting days, big move downside on Monday, a little bit of a move upside yesterday, not doing too much. Bit of a doji candle here right now, just below that 62,000 level. Pretty subdued trading for the rest of these crypto-related names as well. For the most part, Ethereum slightly down in the day, just below that 3,400 level. Ripple down about 1%, Doge down about 1%, but most of these down less than 1%. A couple upside moves that are slightly larger. Tron and Avalanche both up over 1%, guys.
I mean, it happened again. NVIDIA goes down to 125 and we hit the long again and make back everything that we lost right there on that move. So again, Neil mentioned it earlier and it's 100% right. Just be patient. Why are we doing anything but being patient? We already wrote this down, 125. We already have two fills there. It was already my best trade of the day. So when the market comes down, we refilled the water. We saw shout out to Hydration Nation and everybody else that's out there. And you come back in, and then Neil goes to me, what's going on with the market? I'm like, I don't know, but NVIDIA's at 125. So I just punched straight in, and there's that bottom again. It's too bad that we had left to go grab that water. But at the same time, maybe you got stopped out if it broke through 125. But again, it does respect that very bottom again of, 124.50. So we're already out of 60% of this. So we're long at 125.25. We basically took 25 cents, 30 cents on the way up. Our best fill there is, our best fill is 77s. So that'll be good. We'll try to hold on. We understand that this could break again. I'm not going to reload at 125 again because we're out of 60%. I'm going to reload down here and see if we do get a drop back in here and see if we can put on something special down near the bottom. So let's wait to see if that does happen. And right now, we still got a good part on, but I want to play for the win. So we'll try to play at least for 120, into here, right? Like 126.50 would be good. That was kind of that drop zone. I wouldn't mind that little wick there as well. But I'm always going to take something out at the dollar. So if this can get up to 126, let's take, I guess, a quarter of what we have left, and then we'll get the rest out, hopefully, at a VWAP retracement, as it's still Investor Day, right? So that's still coming.
90 minutes to go, by the way, till in the Investor Day event. I don't know if the plan is, I know the last time on the midday they were able to do like a closed caption of one of these Investor Days, and you could literally, Sharif actually had the closed captioning going on in the bottom, so you could watch the show. Hopefully they're able to do that again. I thought that was pretty cool. So we'll see what Jensen and co. Are able to pull off there. I have no idea. I did say I was going to trail out of AMD. Look, I don't know what turned the market there. It's Wednesday, 10:30. It was kind of random. But when you bounced off 158, I said I would jump out of AMD. I'm going to go back over to, on the way back up, I think AMD short VWAP, although I'm showing a 15-minute chart just to give you an idea of where the next levels might be. But I'm going to go back over to Micron because I think I might get a chance at the same level at 143. So those are the two places I want to shorten a pop, as we are going to Adara with maybe some insight. Oh.
Just be aware here, more weakness here for the Japanese yen against the DXY, the USD here. Currently its lowest level in almost 40 years. It's going to be 38-year lows here for the yen. There were some comments here coming from the country's top currency diplomat, Masato Kanda, basically warning that intervention could be coming, but JPY pushing lower lows of days, lowest levels since the 1980s for the yen, guys.
All right. Maybe
quite
buy
the
some
wow.
Nintendo or something over there located in Japan. Get some good deals right there on some low price stocks due to the dollar. What is not getting any lower apparently is Nvidia. We're still long that name. Let's see if it wants to work. Yesterday we absolutely had a great trade on JP Morgan yesterday into the close. We were short. We were short up into here on this move in, right? And so we actually took it. We didn't have that fill. We had a fill, I think it was in and around here, 50s or 60s, before this really dropping into the close. So that was a short there on the bank. So although we can keep talking about, wow, come on, NVIDIA, man. The net is right now starting to go, guys. So good trading there with NVIDIA. But at the end of the day, we faded off 2 bills. So I wanted just to check back in JP Morgan to see some of the weakness because I was like, why right here is the ES down 0.2 and the NASDAQ up 0.1? And then we had sort of noted the strength there. I mean, although NVIDIA turned red, we had just bought that dip there, but now it's still red. Apple was holding the day a little bit, and we know that Apple is as well.
Tesla too.
Yeah, Tesla as well, but Apple 2%. I mean, obviously the weighting in the NASDAQ much more significant than that in the ES. So Apple just continues to go, man. We wrote down 209. It never got there. And in the pre-market, we're like, man, oh man, this name is strong, boy. Because the market was going down and this name just kept on going up. And Apple just continues to go. We did not sell anything of this name. And it was our trade idea of the week. We wrote down if it gets into 202, but the lowest it got was, I guess, yesterday, right off the open, was 207. So Apple just continues to work higher and higher and higher, man. Really like this stock, and I think 220 is just a matter of days away at this point.
Yeah, I actually, on my personal account, the day that it made the move into 220, sometime earlier that day, I'd put a sell order for, it's not a huge amount, it was like 5% of my overall position in the stock. And I was going to sell it like 220, 222. It's still good. So I think I left it good for like a month or something. So I'll have to check to see if we get back above 220. I might just adjust the order if we get close to that price. And it was just kind of funny. I thought we were going to blow through 220 that day, and I get a fill, and I could joke about how I did 220, 222. But NVIDIA, I had a scalp off 125. It got to 70s, and I took it out. I'm back on the bid at this 25 level. And then FFIE just bounced off of VWAP without me. So I joined right back pretty much where we had it before, but it's that halt price, not halt price, it's that opening range 48 level. So again, the battle happening at that level. It wicked out. I tried to get quickly back through 46, but I'm gonna play at 48, and then that 46 level will become the out. I still wanna be short AMD and Micron. AMD, no bounce. When NVIDIA bounces, AMD's not really bouncing anymore. So it might be an entry back at the same level that we took it out, which is fine. Sometimes you got to buy high, sell higher. Sometimes you got to sell low, buy back even lower. If we can't get a bounce here in AMD and I still want to be short, then right in here in front of 159 could just be the play. You can forget about things like VWAP if you're not going to bounce to it, although I haven't given up on Micron just yet. If we stay underneath 20,000, Micron VWAP is still a thing for me.
It's only 10:40 right now. We did talk a little bit about crypto, 61.6 and 33.7 for the two of those names coming through, of course, Ethereum and Bitcoin. You can see them at the bottom of my screen at all times. So we'll keep those there for you, 61.6 and 33.7, in case you're like, hey, where is the crypto? It's down there. All right, GameStop. I mean, look, we just got another piece out of NVIDIA. So we said we'd get something out at 126. We got it at 125.80. That just came in, again, not reloading it a lot lower. Trying to put on, so again, yesterday when it was ripping up, and no problem talking about the hit yesterday, we had wrote down 125 the same way. When it was not, we were above 50 period. It was going, and I just kept shorting it. And I was like, let's lose 126. And by the time it lost 126, we were already too short because we had liked it at 125. So we got to get out of these positions, especially when you're trading bigger shares. You got to get out when levels are breaking. I like to hold to give it a chance because often, you won't be able to pick the exact bottom of anything. So I like to use areas. So right now we'll reload that and then get out of now 70% of this on a big position. But for this now reload, we're not, too many times. I know we want to be long NVIDIA, and I don't have a problem being long NVIDIA. But the thing is here it comes right back in again. I'm not reloading this. This is the stop spot for me right here, 124.50 or so. Actually, that bottom right now that I'm seeing, this is 124.25. So maybe we just use that as the local bottom. So that's what we're doing. We're bidding down into here to see if it breaks. And if it breaks, then we'll get out, right? So 124.25, that's kind of a spot for me that we want to look at. We start our bidding on Tesla right now. We are now into that name. So we found our way into Tesla off that potential bottom. So TSLA right now. Oh, did I click on it right there for you? There it is, trying to work out. It's Tesla. Let's see what winds up happening. We're long at 191.75, TSLA.
Tesla's still,
I mean, right there, 50 cents we just took.
It's not as strong. When I said Apple, Tesla's also strong. Apple is breaking highs. Tesla isn't. I'm back into Micron off of VWAP. The market's trying to get back higher. I still don't mind AMD, but Micron's the one setting up at VWAP as we speak. So we're jumping over to that name. Those are the only two things, like I said, those two things I like short, so we're going from one into the other. I just want to quickly come back to Rivian. We haven't talked about Rivian in a hot minute. Rivian just bounced off of $15. So we said we're waiting for 15. Rivian just bounced off 15. So we're jumping in here. Local bottom is 15.05. That's close enough, holding at these teens. You had to be really patient for this one coming back in, but it's time for, at least for myself, to get back into the long in RIVN.
All right. So just real quick, guys. I mean, Tesla, we said that we were waiting for VWAP to come into play. So it came into play. So we get a little piece out on that. Let's get another piece out here at 192 if we can. Oh, it's just all dark pools. There it is. Nice fill again for us right there. Hey, look, it's a quarter. But we already took some out at 192.20, 192.15. Here it is. We just took another piece out at 192. Look, we already have the stop in, man. If this breaks 191.50, we're out. So this is already a 1-to-1. Now that I see that, let me put another offer right here and just take another piece out at O's. So, I mean, this is the kind of day, and we talk about this. When you're feeling it, you're feeling it. And right now we're feeling it. We're 4 for 4 today on big names. Tesla, the names you want. Tesla, Rivian, NVIDIA, Robinhood. Right? These are all big names. We don't have Tesla on here, but, whoops. No worries about that. We are definitely indicated to the stocks that we're moving. I want to thank everybody in the chat there. We just move over to it and trade it. We even said it. When there's a gap, wait for VWAP. So there it is right there. Nice move back in for Tesla, putting it on the board again there. So, and it's a big, it's not only is it 4 for 4, it's a big 4 for 4 because it's Robinhood maximum shares down there to the point where we got so nervous about how many we had, and it was pre-market, so maybe a little bit reckless. Rivian, I mean, come on. That hold there could have got absolutely destroyed, no doubt. But there's that 1450, 1475. Great opportunity there. NVIDIA, we've already sort of talked about that. That will be P&L number 1. And then Tesla, we're on that bid right now, and we just took it. Tesla, 50 cents in 3 minutes. So, I mean, this is trading. This is what we're doing. We're doing it all the time. I'm only doing it for one more day, though. And then it's Obi sitting here for the next 6, and then I'll be back in a week and a bit. So we'll shout out to Obi, who right now, it's going to be Max, Obi, and myself right here today. Neil's trading well. Patrick, Josh, everybody, Jag, Yannick, everybody, Brankles, Mark, everybody in the back, Wayne, Eric, everybody. Big shout out to everybody there in the back. And again, just hopefully you're enjoying the show, having a great time. It's about to go over to the midday show as well, where they're talking about average true range today. Something that I completely ignore, but maybe I shouldn't. But, oh, wow, there goes Tesla. No idea what the average true range is on this one, but we know what's happening right here. It's spinning that money around and around and around. 4 for 4 today, only getting better. We're getting better and better, I feel like, every single day. And in this business, that's honestly what matters, right? Because it doesn't matter what you did yesterday, it matters what you're doing today. And if you can grow as a trader, then,
Actually, on that note,
you're doing pretty well.
There's a clip in the podcast. You can watch the podcast in full, which I always suggest that everybody do. But there's a specific clip in the podcast which states it was more you guys just talking about like staying in your lane and staying focused, how not to waste time. How to stay in that lane, how to stay focused, how to have that laser sharp focus. And remember, do you. It's always easy to see like what's going on around you and all those distractions. Like you'll see me there. Like Rivian, I just got into Rivian. It just bounced off that 15 area. Got to watch. There was a big seller at 1535. Right where there was support, it turned into immediate resistance. So it's like, do we need to get more out there? Yes, scalp it out because it's downward trending. So stay in your pocket, focus on the decisions that you have to make in the moment. And in this moment, we need to go to Adara over at the big screen. I usually put...
Not a ton of names here that are notably strong. The only sector with a few more green names than red or gray ones is going to be transportation. We have FedEx nicely to the upside after its earnings, taking UPS up with it. Tesla also strong here in an otherwise a little bit more subdued consumer durable sector. Retail trade, we have Amazon and Walmart, bit of an upside here. And of course, electronic technology always needs to be mentioned. NVIDIA and a lot of these other chips to the downside, but Broadcom pretty strong here. Apple strong after that Rosenblatt upgrade. And MU positive and also on watch with Micron's earnings tonight. A little bit more kind of flat here for this communication services sector. Health technology, a little bit more mixed to flat, and lots of negativity in sectors like finance, producer manufacturing, consumer services, commercial services, energy, minerals, and utilities. So lots of red, not a lot of upside today, except for that transportation sector after that FedEx earnings report, guys.
We haven't even looked at FedEx. And like that's sometimes earnings plays are great. Other times it's a stock you might not be interested in. Amazon just tagged. I heard Sharif say it like 15 seconds ago that Amazon tagged an all-time high. It hadn't quite done it. It is now at an all-time high. Amazon just continues to work. It was a breakout that did one stage yesterday. It was my pick of the week. It did 2 days ago. It did one stage yesterday, then dipped. Now it's making the break. It was 88.5 in the 191. It's just pulled that 191 and continues to ride the caravan to the upside with the rest of the market. So back above that 20,000 level. You know the drill for me. When you're above 20,000, no reloads on anything short. So here's VWAP on Micron. If it takes it out, I get out. And it's just slightly above. I mean, VWAP to me is around, it's just a line in a chart. I'm usually going to give it to a local high underneath or the even. So that'll be that 50 level. And there you go. Like my hands are off the keyboard. Didn't have to get back into this one again. If I got immediately back in, would have been good. We could have gone 3 times into this, but I only took it twice. We went over to AMD because I liked AMD better in that moment. So yeah, I think it was right to get into AMD. Now I just got to play the patience game. This is another one which could still set up. It's a much weaker name. We'll pull back to 159 and just say that's going to be the level and stick with it. Rivian, it's still holding 15, but 15, 30, it's not a brick wall of size, but when it gets there, there's a lot of refreshing from 30 to 35. Orders just keep coming back in. All it has to do is crack that, then I think you see 50, and then you see VWAP on our IVN. 27% up, but remember, this thing was up 40-something%. So it has been selling off here for most of the day.
All right. I don't know. Looking for some more ideas. It's 10:47 right now. Is there anything that? Okay, so everyone keeps talking about Amazon. I mean, we just sort of looked at that a little bit. Now it's breaking. Now it's all-time highs for Amazon. So the past all-time high was it's not all-time highs yet. Is it?
I thought it was
191.70. So we're right here, right now. 191.70 is the all-time high for AMZN.
69 it
so
touched.
you can, So you can either fade that right now or just continue its upside push. Up 3%, as you know what? Like these, and I just selfishly just checked the account. Like, you know, these NASDAQ names here, like it's just one all-time high after another, after another, after another. And it's crazy because it's like, you know, yes, last week it was Apple. A couple days ago it was NVIDIA. Today, Microsoft again. Just absolute 450 for Microsoft. Like, are you kidding me? That name was down to 380 or something like that. Right there, 391 a month and a half ago. You know, straight up for Microsoft. All-time damn high today for Microsoft right there. Meta as well. I mean, what is Meta's high? 520 and change, I believe. So we're getting pretty close to Meta. 531 all-time high for Meta right there. Shooting distance, right? This is the next one. This one will be at all-time highs very, very soon, Meta. We saw Google yesterday, right? Again, all-time, this one took me by surprise. Honestly, I didn't even realize that this one was doing that well. I thought it was consolidating. We had talked about that. And then a couple weeks ago, you guys, we had Danielle Shea on, and I was like, you know what? I'm going to ask her about, there was like 4 or 5 different names, and I chose Google, and it was because I was thinking about this breakout. Missed it yesterday, definitely took me by surprise there. Yesterday. All right, and by the way, right there, we had just put this on. Guess what just made a dollar club play? Tesla. I mean, right there it is now $1.05 in the money. Buy the strong names. Buy the strong names. So right here, 4 for 4, all real big man. Dollar club in Tesla, dollar club in Rivian, $3 club in NVIDIA, and then bottom and top for Robinhood. That bottom is 22.50, that top is 23.30. So today, again, a decent day, hopefully getting a lot better, especially with the midday, and especially right now with money talks.
DXY continuing this upward trajectory after basing out a bit here in early June, pushing higher. We did get a little bit of economic data today, including new home sales for the month of May coming in for this revised number, negative 11.3% versus the prior print of positive 2%, so a bit lower here than that previous number. New home sales for May also coming in a bit lower than expected and lower than the prior number, 619,000 versus 636,000 estimated and 698,000 prior. Not a lot of economic data coming in through the rest of the day. Tomorrow we'll actually get that quarterly, final quarterly GDP number, so that will be something to watch tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Then on Friday we get the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. That's going to be the PCE, so certainly something to keep an eye on there. Also worth noting, I mentioned this a little bit earlier as well, but we do have the Japanese yen. This is the JPY to USD relationship. It's at a 38-year low, lowest level since the 1980s. We did have one of these top officials with regards to the banking saying that, Canada, saying that they are looking for some kind of intervention here, saying that not to push this lower. We do have these moves lower here, though, for the yen on the DXY here, 38-year lows, guys.
All right, the DXY.
But you know what? Today, has it mattered, like strength in the US dollar? Has it really mattered to the market? Not really. So like we talk about these relationships. I went on like a small rant about economics and how sometimes you have something that makes sense and other times it doesn't even matter. As a day trader, who cares? I think you just try to play the price action to the best of your ability. Rivian, it did make a break of that 30 to 35 area, got up to 45 and then ran into trouble again. So it couldn't break 50. I just took more out at 40 because that's what seemed prudent. It hasn't been trending up outside of that initial dip into 14.5, and I don't wonder if we're not headed back into 14.5. You're getting lower highs, and if you're short this one, you anticipate that it could be a dip buy. We talk about this. Oh, I like this stock for a dip buy. There are days where you think it might dip, and you like the stock, you like the story, so you're looking for an opportunity to go long. It works. I'm up on it, but sometimes the short is pretty good too. I feel like if this had been NEO making the same move, I probably would have been interested in the short. So your personal bias can get the best of you here. I think maybe it did for me on Rivian. Like why, if you think it's gonna pull back, you probably could have just had like a 16 break. If it doesn't work right away, so be it. And then you wait for that 15 area. So that's what we did. Let's see if it can now start to get to the upside. And maybe there's gonna be a 123 on NVIDIA. I say maybe because it's double bottoming as we speak. 123 was the level I kind of like the most, and if we see it, we're going to take our shot at it. So we're just in Faraday, Rivian, Carvana. While everything else was going, Carvana was real sneaky here. It's now at the 129. It's almost a 52-week high for Carvana. It put it in yesterday, so forget about this 129 even. It's like 129.40 something or 50 that it has to break. I'm looking for this sucker to take 130. I didn't pay for locates if it fails a breakout of this high. Like it breaks the high yesterday and doesn't get to 130. I consider that like a fail break and I would short it. But for now, I am looking for that long in Carvana, which is lulling us to sleep and suddenly waking up a little bit here.
I'm just flat out embarrassed because I was at 124.20. You know that went to 124.21? I wasn't even paying attention. NVIDIA came right into that level. That's so stupid. I missed it by 1 penny. So we'll play some FOMO and buy some now at 80. But wow. Wow, that was a good position that we were trying to put on there too. Oh, that's embarrassing because we probably could have doubled our net if we just got that fill and we were 1 penny away. Oh man, that sucks. Oh well, wasn't paying attention. I actually got details about the London trip, so I was reading over that. We're off to London at the beginning of August, so the wife and I. So we just.
I'm interested what's in the package for that. Like.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. So we'll be enjoying that. And I'll be seeing hopefully some of you guys around
Big
there.
Ben.
Yeah, we're only going for. It's supposed to be 7 days, but we're only going for 5 because I have baseball commitments. So we have that, and yeah, so we're only going for 5, but it should be a lot of fun. Right now, we'll spend some of our Tesla money over there as well as this one having a nice move up. Now that's $1 in the money there. Wow, I'm really. That just came in. Oh, wow. That was a big miss there on NVIDIA. Ah, well, nice move back in, though. We're still long down here. Let's just take something out. That's embarrassing. I don't even have it up. I was looking at Robinhood there and Rivian, which we got out, and I was trying to look at Amazon as well as. Remember, we called that move on Amazon at that high, right? It faded right off of its all-time high to the penny, pretty much. Oh man, I'm mad about that. I'm not happy. I'm not mad, but I'm not happy that we'd missed that NVIDIA trade there by 1 penny. I still have it. I canceled it and now put it down there as well.
When
Hopefully
you said that
got
price, I was like, no, I thought you were talking about Carvana because Carvana has literally the same low, 124.20 something.
Yeah.
So I just finished talking about Carvana. I'm like, oh, that would have been a redonkulous dip buy in Carvana. No, I was waiting for 23, so I was never on that bid.
Good job, Brad.
Unfortunately. But so 130, it's here right now on Vana. We have about 3 minutes to go. FFIEs, if it gets to 50, I'm taking a little bit more out. But if Carvana breaks 130, this either works right away or it could absolutely dump it. I'm not saying it's going to halt if it fails down, but if it breaks 130 and fails this break, I think you see $128. So any dip buy would be a separate trade. It would be a fail break. I'll get out, run underneath like the quarters or so, and then look for something. If everyone gets rinsed, just look for something back at $128 or VWAP if we want to join it. So Carvana making some power moves. It looks like it's the newest one. The NASDAQ seems to want that 20,000 again. Not that it matters for Carvana, but we are right here, right now. 52-week high for Carvana. If I accidentally say all-time highs, it's because I forget how ridiculous the stock has been in the past.
Oh, Carvana, yeah. All right. Look, we've already sort of talked about some of the trades that we're going to be in. What was there? Okay, so Tesla already, I mean, that's booming, man. That's $1.25 in the money. Let's just look at PLTR just real quick. So it does fade off that same high again. A pretty dead stock, but a name that we always look at. So nothing happening today for Palantir. We'll go puff, pass on that one. And then just wait to see if there's anything happening for the high. I would rather go long, especially on a NAT. Well, what is the NASDAQ? Up 0.2? Flat. Okay, so I don't know. We still want to go long at 24, so that would be a level there for us. Not going to look at the SMH. We've already sort of dug our bed a little bit here with NVIDIA, so we'll make our bed with that one. We don't want to dig a hole. DKNG, this has been on my radar for a minute. Was hoping that it would start to pop up at some point. We've been wanting to really fade this name. I mean, it's amazing that we've been looking short for DraftKings for so long. There was that one day that we were in it, and then it got that Penn news and popped against us a minute. But this stock over the last 4 or 5 days, which we've talked about over and over and over again, I really like this name. I like it especially back into here. So this is a dip buy that I'm pretty sure we want to do with DKNG. Let me just check it out. What time is it? 10:58. Let me just check out when DraftKings earnings are because I never want to get a stock, like I was saying about Micron. I think Micron's going to be huge tonight, by the way, but it's just a matter of like, that's just what I think. To take a shot uneducated there, I don't know. August 1st, so DraftKings is still quite the ways away. And So NVIDIA's pulling back now. That's fine. Hopefully we get that long now. But here comes Micron. So again, nice move heading into earnings. Got that bump above 150. We like that 150 trade. We had that 150 that one day when it broke up. We actually got on the pull back in and then it back up. And right now we've looked at, was it 134, right? Yeah, so right there. We're not going to forget about that level tonight. 134 for Micron. We'll see. The expected move is probably 6 or 7%. So, you know, you move there $14, you're going to move $7 at least. So yeah, that brings it back into 134.
I'd take the over if it's 7. I'd take the over.
I think it's probably something like that.
Well, you know what?
I don't know.
It's the only
NVIDIA's
one in
tanking
town.
it.
We don't really care too much about BlackBerry. Yep. I'll probably make it, when we do the market recap show, I'll probably make a joke or two about BlackBerry. So I'll save them for those moments. And then Levi's is the other one out there.
They're reporting to BlackBerry? Okay.
I mean...
did NVIDIA just break
the only reason anyone cares, because every now and then BlackBerry goes at the same time that the meme stocks go, but it's not even a meme stock anymore. Clover, I just heard.
They're reporting?
They report. I'll double check. I didn't think, that was Fabian in my ear just saying Clover, and I don't know why.
No, he didn't say that. He said you're over.
Oh, we're over, rollover. I thought you were talking about another meme stock when I'm talking about the meme. So yeah, it's 11 o'clock. There goes Vana. We're in and out. Looks like it wants to try to go again, so we'll get back into the 130. But it's 11 o'clock. Let's talk a little bit more about ATR with Adara and Sharif. Go get them.
What is up, beautiful people? He didn't say Clover. He said you're over. Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as that midday show. That right there, Fabian, is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif, and we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream.
Or come on Clover.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, slow clap. Well, fast clap. Ponzi, Fonzie, Jack, C, Dub. We got Lou Parent, Mateus Lane, Brandon Townsend. We got yo to you as well. We got Ronaldo 1320 Wolf, Mahash Mahat. We got Scott H. What's up, Scott H, my man? Shout out to you. Benson, Jonathan Stewart, TH, Julia, hola to you as well. Like and subscribe today. Simon TG, it's not an option. NVIDIA, buy the pop, question mark. We'll get to that in a second. We got Fiddlebeck, we got Aaron and Joanna Brewster, Day Trader Cut, Fat Figure. What's up, my man? Solo Crystal and Cairo, Courtney Blake, and why not? A whole lot of other people. I hope I didn't miss too many. Good morning, Adair.
Good morning. How are you this fine Wednesday?
Okay. I like how you set that up. I am well, keeping my eye on these markets. Apple, obviously, doing major things. We'll get to all that in a second, but you did have a trade that I know you are proud of, and another one that you're in right now. I like it.
Thank you. Yeah, I have been scalping our pal NVIDIA. Here, basically what I've been doing is this 120...
Okay, I'll take over for a sec while Adair fixes her mic. Let's look at the small cap gappers du jour, because there's not as many as yesterday, but there are still a few holdovers. GRDI. This one is like the family member who just won't leave and ends up staying at your house a long time. No, in a good way, seriously though. This one, multi-day runner, really got going last week. Another new local high today for GRDI. It's at a critical point. I would submit to you right now, the volume weighted average price. In addition, there are these key areas of technical support just a smidge below where we are at that 260 level. That was the pre-market high at 8 a.m. there. So I'm keeping my eye on GRDI, obviously off those 329 touch, but dancing with the volume weighted average price right now. We'll keep an eye on this one. This one closed sub 2 yesterday, about $1.98. So couldn't really make it to $2. OPTX though, big boy winner on the day, up 200% at the highs more. It danced with 900 right at around 645. You know, this one is a bit of a bamboozler because, you know, one of my rules about these small cap gappers is to not take them long unless they break the pre-market high. So this one's gonna have to weasel its way up to $8.90 or so, about $9 before I get involved. WENA, another triple digit winner today, 144%. just got itself back above the volume-weighted average price, but I would submit to you that this is not a VWAP play. This is a support and a resistance style play. That 350 level looked awfully good. That was the pre-market high, dipped into there not that long ago at around 945, held that level, and then it's making highs again. Keep an eye on that 450. It's a bit of an elusive target, topping tail candle there, and couldn't break it initially on the first attempt. Rivian goes without saying why I've got that monster on there. It's a bit of a sell the news kind of event, but we'll see what kind of day it gets in or move it has in the coming days. LTBR, not a big boy winner like some of the other ones I talked about. 25% in the green right now, having trouble holding above 4 right at that volume weighted average price area. This one is playable, tradable currently. We'll see if it can stay above VWAP. Last but certainly not least, DAKT. Another good one here. Volume a little bit on this one, so be careful, but the chart pattern looks awfully good. Having trouble with 14 right now. Keep your eye on that, Adair.
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank, sorry about that, guys. My microphone had a moment. Thank you so much to Ramin and Fabian for taking care of that and helping me out with that. NVIDIA. I am pleased as punch. Thank you for giving me the intro for that. So this 125, I was saying this to Sharif earlier today too. I was watching what we did at this 125 on the book just as I was getting my chart set up this morning. And I said to myself, if we break below 125, I would, if I was trading this, I only trade during the midday, right? Obviously, this is also in the pre-market. I said, this would be my area to go short if we broke below 125. Then we bounced up. I think Sean had a dollar club within seconds there, right? So I said, obviously, that wasn't the play. But one thing that Neil has said in his lesson of the day that I've really stuck with, I've really tried to keep in mind is even if you don't trade a stock, think about how would you trade it? How would you take the trade? So that was really helpful for me. Then I come and I sit down and I see this 125 hit. And I say to myself, Adair, if we break below 125, you have to take the short. I wanted to get involved right at 125, risk into 125.30. It was like, Adair, that might be a little bit too overzealous. Wait, I ended up being able to get 122.85, or sorry, 124.85, so just chase a little bit. It's all good. Scalped out for about 25 pennies. I was pleased as punch. Sharif saw I was like pushing back my chair and having a moment. Then I got back in the short because I wanted to see what we did at 124. We bounced and then exactly the same level as 125. The second we get below 124 and we can't get back up, taking it short. Took 50 pennies exactly with half this position, took the rest out here around 70, so took about 25 and then 50 pennies, pleased as punch. Yeah, now we're seeing lower highs on the book and NVIDIA. I think some scalps may be in order.
Bang.
Thank you.
Nice trades, Adair. Yes, get that. All right, let's start the lesson of the day. We're talking about average true range all week. I misspoke today. I said we were going to look at profit taking for ATR, but my brain's a little... right? And we did that yesterday. So today, we're talking about stop loss placement using ATR. So traders, let's face it, stop loss orders can feel like the enemy sometimes, getting us out of good positions. But what if you could transform them into a helpful buddy? Today, we'll see how average true range, ATR for short, can be your stop loss buddy. And I use those air quotes purposefully because that term comes up in the lesson. Placing informed exits and managing risk effectively. So let's get right to it. So the stop loss struggle, I'll tell you, I've been afflicted by this struggle many a times. Placing a stop loss order is crucial for risk management. We all know that as day traders, but how close or how far should it be? Too tight and you get shaken out by normal price fluctuations, and too loose and you risk bigger losses, the dichotomies. All right, so the ATR to the rescue to fix this problem. The ATR, your intraday volatility meter, comes to the rescue. Here's how to use it for smarter stop loss placement. First and foremost, you have to understand the ATR. Remember, ATR reflects the market's typical, or the instrument's typical daily price movement. A higher ATR suggests a volatile instrument. A lower ATR indicates a calmer one, okay? So first of all, you gotta know where does my instrument fall? I'm trading NVIDIA. Everybody knows NVIDIA is gonna have a higher ATR. I'm trading Tesla. Everybody knows Tesla's gonna have a higher ATR. If you traded Apple a few months ago, it would have had a lower ATR. Hence the term the dead one, right? So you have to understand, first and foremost, the instrument that you're trading, its characteristics. That's step number one. Step number two, the stop loss buddy formula. Here's how it is. Very much a derivative of yesterday's formula that we use for profit taking. You're gonna multiply your average true range by a factor, a multiplier, whatever you want to call it, okay? And the multiplier is the trick here. It's going to have to do, number one, with the market conditions in which you're currently trading, and two, your own trading style. Do you like to hold for the bigger moves, or are you okay taking smaller scalps? The multiplier has a lot to do with that. So you're going to multiply the average true range by a factor, 1, 2, half, whatever it is, based on your risk tolerance, and add or subtract your entry price, a set of stop loss. Very simple formula for that. So your long position is going to be your entry price minus the ATR multiplied by the factor. We know we do BEDMAS first. We do brackets before we do addition and subtraction. So you're going to multiply your average true range by your factor, and then you're going to subtract that, the product of that, from the price. Same thing with the short, but in the opposite, okay? Your entry price plus the ATR multiplied by your factor. Super simple formula, and you can probably just, get really automatic with it. It is, right? So an example, here it is. So imagine you buy a stock at 20 bucks, all right? The ATR for that stock is $2. That's what you see on the chart. It's $2 ATR. So you choose a factor of 1 for a moderate stop loss, right? You're not going to get too aggressive. You don't want to be too conservative. So you use a factor of 1. So your long position is essentially going to be $20 minus, right, the ATR, which is $2, multiplied by a factor of 1, which we know is 2. So it's 20 minus 2, which is 18. Super simple. So you should be wetting your beak, or you're putting your stop at that $18 area. All right, this is your stop loss price. If the price falls to 18 bucks, your order automatically sells to limit your loss. And volatility always matters in these cases, right? So now let's say you buy another stock at 40 bucks this time, but the ATR is only 1. Remember, you bought last time for 20, the ATR was 2. In this case, you're buying for 40 bucks, but the ATR is 1. So we do the exact same thing here. 1 ATR multiplied by a factor of 1 for moderate risk, that gives you 39. So your stop has to go $1 below where your entry is. So 40 bucks is your entry, your stop is going in at 39. Very simple formula to implement, a lot more difficult to actually do in real life. Sorry, an easy formula to articulate, harder to implement. That's what I meant. So the benefits of average true range as a guide for your stop. Number one, it sets a realistic buffer. The stop loss considers normal market fluctuations within the expected daily range, preventing you from getting shaken out by temporary price movements. And it's also adaptable. The protection here of your stop is quite adaptable. The stop loss adjusts to different market volatility levels, offering tighter protection in volatile markets and looser stops in calmer markets. And it offers you peace of mind as well, knowing that you have a well-defined exit strategy. You're not, making decisions last minute once the price drops down into your entry or a little bit below. Your strategy is based on data, which can help reduce some anxiety and help you stick to your trading plan. And remember, guys, as we mentioned yesterday, ATR is a historical measure, not a guarantee. It is a lagging indicator, not leading. And you should also consider other factors like support and resistance and try to use ATR with fundamental analysis and technical analysis for a more wholesome picture there.
Yeah, so there's just a move down in the market here. I think I was just asking if you're seeing anything on this. I'm not seeing anything on that, unfortunately, with regards to this move down. It is worth noting we do have the 5-year note auction coming up at 1 p.m. Not yet. The NVIDIA shareholder meeting, that's going to be coming up at 12. So I'm going to be able to see if we can get into that. They will not let anyone in until 15 minutes. It looks like you might need a control number. I'm going to try to get it regardless. Try to take some more scalps in NVIDIA. Fortunately, now I'm red on the name, but that does not mean it has to be permanent. We're going to keep going, and I stand by both these trades. This first one was actually really frustrating. So I took the short, 123.50, realized it might be, we might have a change in the tides here, as Sharif would say. So I tried to scalp it out, 44s. We bounced right back up. We got above 70s, which is going to be my area, so I had to get out. Then this second short, I got involved. Again, I kept seeing lower highs in the book. I said, we'll take 70s. Once I realized we might not be able to get more than 60s, I was ready to get out. And then NVIDIA did not fill me. Ended up losing more than I wanted to a little bit there, unfortunately, with the speed at which that one moved. But you know what? Just got to keep going, got to keep pushing. I did have a successful short here on its cousin, AMD. Thank you very much, appreciate that. When it got the low of daybreak, the plan was to keep adding, but AMD would not let me add. Did not put that, the A in AMD does not stand for add. Let me put it that way. So I was ready to add and subtract. Didn't end up doing that. Got out at like 20s. We broke the low of day. I said, I'm pleased as punch. I'm going to keep my eye on NVIDIA for some scalp plays. Tesla, I haven't really looked at much today, but we do have a very enticing level here. It's actually going to be in confluence with VWAP. That level is 192. This could be a long scalp for me here. Let's see what ends up shaking out on Tesla.
All right, as quickly as I sent it to you, as quickly as I took 30 pennies on Apple, right there, it dipped into the 10 exponential on the 5. And I had someone mention to me yesterday that they had no idea what I was talking about. And so I promise you, you will, because we're going to have these like little definitions that fly in on the bottom of the screen. Anytime I say, you know, these technical words, you're going to be able to get a full picture of what I mean. But for now, what I say exponential on the 5, I'm talking about the exponential moving average. There are different types of moving averages, simple moving averages, exponential moving averages. Now you know that they are. You can Google search them and kind of get a bit of a better idea. And when I say the 5, I'm talking about the 5-minute chart. The moving averages have different levels depending on what time frame you're looking at. So I hope that helps. And you know, I'll probably have to repeat that again, but that's no problem. So when I say 10 exponential, I'm talking about this green line here. And when I'm talking about the 5-minute chart, you can always look at the top left-hand corner of my charts to see what time frame I'm on. I'm sorry, it doesn't show them in the back. It should be better, but it's not. Anyway, so Apple has had an absolute love affair with the 10 exponential on the 5 since 9:55 a.m. There has not been, Fabian, any print lower, closing or otherwise, below the 10 exponential, save and except for this one right here at 11:10. That's why I punched in right there at that time. It was the first time it gotten a little bit deep. And as you can see, it holds up there with a bottoming tail candle on its way possibly back into that 213.5. So we'll continue to basically take these trades that are, I don't want to call them reliable setups, but a little bit less risque than some of the other ones that you may be getting off different levels. So I'm going to keep my eye on Apple, obviously very strong, but so is the entire Mag 7, save and except for 2 goggles, which printed a new high of day yesterday, or did it print a new one today? In the aftermarket, yes, so at 4 o'clock, it printed a higher. So it went to 140, 184.80. That is an all-time high. We didn't quite get there today in the pre or after the bell, 184.50 all-time high, or sorry, high on the day. So goggles taking a bit of a day off, and so is the monster NVIDIA, about 2% in negatory land. I took a quick trade on this one. I'm going to show it to you. Adair took it short. I took it long. I think we both made money on this one. Here's why I got in. It was the same reason the Katina man was upset, because he liked that level. He was looking at that level. It was a triple bottom at that 124.50. It came in there, and I scalped about like 20 or 30 pennies. Nothing really to write home about, but I'm happy that I had eyes on the level. So we'll keep an eye out there. We'll now look at it personally. I'm going to be looking at 124.50 as a level of resistance. It's moving up, Katina Man, and I love it for you, 124, but I've got my eye on that 124.50. And as you can see by that animation right there, the Katina Man is in that dollar club. So shout out to him, Adair.
Yeah, I'm just studying NVIDIA 124. 124 was a nice little resistance level. I was able to take that short earlier on this, so I want to see, we haven't gotten to 124 yet. I want to see a 124 rejection. Right now, we're kind of getting to this 123.95, and then we're running away like a scared deer. Now, NVIDIA, I could short you 123.95, but I'm really not as comfortable with that. I was doing a lot of soul searching last night, as I often do. I think about the markets quite frequently, and I was like, why were the first 2 weeks of June very good and the last 2 weeks very meh for my trading? And I couldn't really come up with an answer, but I think I was just, you know, just living my best life a little bit those first 2 weeks, trying everything, and I was definitely more with the scalping. I was more, you know, with the confidence, the confidence. So I'm just trying to get back into that, seeing stuff I love, taking it with the viciousness. Like I said, I am actually red in NVIDIA right now, but my mindset's never red. We're always green. We're ready to keep going. I had some good trades in this. The trades that didn't work out, I was just not fast enough. And you know what the thing is? You cannot trade, unfortunately, as fast as your brain thinks. Sometimes your fingers are slower.
So
the computers are slower.
So true.
That's the issue. If you're like 2 seconds away from a fill, which I was in both these cases, you cannot cry. You just got to keep going, keep finding new opportunities. NVIDIA cannot get that 124. I am not punching short yet, because I know if it breaks above 124, will not be a good time for me. But let's see what happens here. I'm really curious to see what we get. Tesla, I just put NVIDIA and Tesla. Unfortunately, NVDA TSLA is not a ticker. Let's just put Tesla here. Tesla, I took that long off of VWAP. Please just punch with this. Scalped out half at 30s, which was, I'm going to be honest, a little bit of an arbitrary area. It was right below the 90 EMA. Then as we pushed higher towards the 90 EMA, got the rest out at 45. So really happy with that. I was going to risk into 80. So risking about, I think, 20 pennies, made up to 45. So please just punch with that trade. I see, though, lower highs, and I see topping tail candles. I am okay with shorting this into VWAP if I see a lot of confidence for that. If we keep feeling 192.70s, that would be an area I would like, just scalping that 90 EMA failure. Much like some of those NVIDIA trades and the AMD trade, I was willing to add as I scalped in and out, but I just never had the opportunity in Tesla. It was off like a little rocket, or off like the Roadster, 0 to 100, real quick. Shout out to Drake. Also CMG. CMG, Chipotle. I said earlier today, Chipotle could be a spicy one on the day. And in fact, it sort of is. Volume, of course, not bad at all. This is its first post-split day, 14.6 million shares. We are below VWAP right now. I do not want to hop into a trade on this. The spread is 8 pennies, which is not for my liking. I need to get a better sense of how the tape moves. I do have the book here on my side chart, so that's something I definitely want to see. But I mean, CMG, if you give me the opportunity to take that short off the VWAP projection, I'll have some of that guacamole.
You know what else is moving here? Another one from yesterday, another holdover, NXL. Wow, this one really started pamping here through that 2 3/4. I would have submitted to you. That was a nice flat top bull flag continuation. There you get the nice pop at 9:30, a bit of a zig, a bit of a zag, an obvious top created at 2 3/4, and an obvious breakout of that top. There it goes, 303 HOD. This one still within Monday's high, 314 HOD on Monday. We put that in later in the day, I believe, at around, what time was that? Yeah, okay, so that was later, around 3:30 or so. Look, this one's been a multi-day runner. It hasn't been, one of those, I'm around for a good time, not a long time. This bad boy has been gracing us with its presence since the 13th of June when it got off that 62 penny, 70 penny tip, and then got back into that $1 tradable world, I guess. And since that time, it's been putting in higher highs, higher lows. A bit of an off day yesterday, very consolidated was NXL. It did next to nothing, a little bit, I definitely would have said it was definitely an inside day yesterday because we were ensconced by the highs and the lows of the previous day. Anyway, we're breaking out through yesterday's top, but we're still within Monday's top. We have about 9 more pennies till we break that top. So keep your eye on NXL, 28% in the clear. Let me give you the deets. This one now is larger. I think when I mentioned this to one of you guys originally, it was like single-digit market cap. Now it's 21 to almost $22 million market cap. Shares on the day, 3 million, decent, not great for a $2, $3 name. The float on the name is 5.7 million shares. And let's find out what the short float is. Shout out to Trade Ideas and the NOS boss over there. About 1% of that 5.7 million shares is shorted. So negligible, really, nothing really that I would put too much emphasis on. Let's keep an eye on NXL as it does its $3 dance right now, a little bit above, a little bit below. This is not where it closed out. We need to readjust that. It closed out at 225 yesterday, so about 75 pennies ahead of that level at the moment. Let's flip back into the large cap world. It looks like Apple's still holding that 10 exponential, but most notably here, a lack of higher highs. Okay, so a bit of a breather, so to speak. Now, when we start seeing these lack of higher highs and a holding of the 10 exponential, I start suspecting that we're going to get a bit of a deeper retracement. And what I mean is I'm looking for something maybe into the 20 exponential on the 5. And the 20 exponential is hanging out at 212.75. So if we give way to that 10 exponential, I'm going to be obviously looking first at the whole dollar to see if 213 itself holds up. And then I'll be looking for a dip trade at 212.75 or wherever the 20 period is hanging out. I'm very cognizant of this top over here at 212.5, maybe 212.25, depending if you use the closing prints or the wicks, because that is kind of the IB high there. So if we come down to it, it'd be a lot better if VWAP was, say, at 212 and a third, 212 and a half, and the IB high right there. You get the double whammy, the IB high and the volume weighted average price, but you don't get to choose what you get. You just take what the market gives you. So we'll see if this one comes down there. Amazon printed all-time highs, well, an equaling all-time highs, 190, 170. That was last month's all-time high as well, equaling that level, holding up at the 10 exponential as well, 190.50. A bit of a bull flag here and a range being established, 190, 150 to the high side, 190.50 to the south side. That's been going on for the better part of 45 minutes. That started around 10:45. It's almost 11:30. So let's see if we can play this range here on the Zon, 190.50 to the south side, 191.50 to the high side of there.
Yeah, good times over here. Odyssey fights. There's no Fed speak that I am seeing at 12 p.m., but we do have the auction at 1. Thing we do have at 12 p.m., though, is Jensen and his pals over at NVDA and their shareholder meeting. So definitely be aware of that. We will be bringing that to you guys. I did have an NVIDIA trade I'll talk about in a second, but I got involved in AMD here. Why did I get involved in AMD here? I took that low of day short. This is something I really liked this look earlier, or previous low of day, sorry, because we made a new low of day since. And the reason I got involved is because I saw we were below that 157.20. That was an area I liked. That's also an area that we've had a couple topping tail candles at now. So I thought this could be worthy for a short. Now, because I looked at the book earlier too, I know what levels I like for my stop. If we break above that 157.40 with any kind of vigor, bye. I don't know what that was, but that's where I'll be leaving. I am going to be getting out of 60% of the position at 157.02s. AMD, oh, there we go. I was going to say AMD is being finicky about that, but we did get that print here. I would love to see, I don't want to say like a new low of day. That might not be possible, but if we can break into 75s, no, that is the low of day. If we can break into like 80s here, I'd be pleased as punch. I'm willing to add, if we come back slightly above 157 with no vigor, I will add to the position. I liked having these planned additions more as opportunities, depending on what I see in the book, because like I said, I've really been leaning into the book scalping and I've had lots of fun with that lifestyle. But let's see what we do here with this AM Dizzle. Trying to push above 157, not with any vigor right now. We're going to let that one do its thing, 21. NVIDIA, I took this short here. I saw what we did at 124, and I was like 124.25, because that was basically where the 90 MA was, but it was also that previous support here. If you go back to 915, so I thought that was an interesting look. I was willing to take a long if we bounced off 124.25. We didn't. I took it short here. 124.05s. Took about 20 pennies with half the position, 10 pennies with the rest. Again, just scalp plays. But let's see what we do here. We did get that break lower at AMD. And you know what? AMD, I am done here. I'll take my scalp. And AMD is like, well, yeah, maybe not. So I don't know if AMD is going to give me those 80s again. Let's see what we do here. If we stay below 157, I'm staying in this trade. Let's see us get lower. You know what? I don't really like what I'm seeing here. We're going to have 96s. Please as punch. You get what you get. You don't get upset. And you thank Jonathan Cook for the $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Much appreciated there. Maxon, 50% short. Ready for a squeeze? Let's take a look at MAXN. Not a name. I think I've heard of this, but it's not what I'm super familiar with here. MAXN, 1.7 million shares traded so far. That's 1.7 million volume. We are at 108. This could be maybe a little bit interesting. We had a bit of chop and churn here earlier. It was previously VWAP. We're below VWAP right now, though, on MAXN. And the volume since 950 has dwindled quite considerably. I'm going to find out the deets on this guy. Maxion Solar. Oh, it's a solar name. Sure says solar can be a little bit more news sensitive, and it has been a little bit weaker as of late. Insider owned 46%, so those are always interesting here for names like MAXN. 51% short float from what I'm seeing. Jonathan Cook totally right about that short float. Total float here of 30 million shares, so a bit of a smaller float for sure. Let's take a look here at MAXN daily chart. I mean, to be fair, I always want to clarify with things that are short squeezes, it's a little bit harder to look at it from a technical standpoint because, things are going to move how they move. We're definitely seeing something of a base here on this $1 level, which of course is great confluence. It's where it is in the base, and it's also $1. We love those $1 levels. But yeah, I mean, unless I think like something, kind of distinctly different. Shout out to Obi if we see a push above this 120 area here, push above the 90 MA. Right now, I'm seeing a few topping tail candles around support and what's generally been a pretty weak chart. Thank you very much for the super chat there, Jonathan Cook. Let's see if there's any other. Yeah, there's only super chat. I just want to make sure everyone has been seen there. But thank you very much, Jonathan Cook. Hopefully something's cooking here for Maxon and your sake. I think we're going to have to wait and see on that.
Yeah, I tried to get filled there on NXL. I took that 275. I actually front ran it. I put 277 for that flat top defend. And it came in there. It came into 278. I'm like, come on. So right back up into 305. Keep your eye on NXL, guys. Very good defend at that 275 area. It touched exactly the 10 exponential on the 5 and then rocketed right back up. I'm going to cancel this order because I don't want to take it the second time around. I feel like we'll see if it comes back into that level. But right now, leaving that one behind. The other trade that I want to set up on is the range trade that I was talking about on Amazon. So I'm going to sit at that 191.50-ish area for a short, and I'll look to basically play the long as well, 190.50 for a long. So I'm going to go ahead and sit short on Amazon right now at 191, and we'll put 45s or something just to front run the size if it should make its way up there. I'm cognizant that it may not make that. It may not make the same high, right? Sometimes when it's playing a range, it drops a little bit as sellers become more exuberant and buyers become a bit more impatient, taking profits earlier. We'll see if we get there. Keeping an eye on that. Odyssey Flights was asking me about Tesla, which I love. I love today. Tesla looks fantastic. Great bull flag. And then a consolidation above VWAP. He was asking about 193, and I said I like the 192 long, multiple dips into the volume weighted average price, but I would submit to you it's not really VWAP because around over here, 955 and 10, we were bouncing off that 192, and VWAP was much lower at that time at 191 and a fifth. But the point is, we're getting dips off VWAP or that 192 level. We're selling, though, into 193. It does break 193, and it has multiple times. It goes into the mid to high 193s. So you're going to have to be careful if you want to short off 193. I would think, the better entry is a long at 192. Seems to be holding up a bit more strictly, whereas the top side of the range, a little zig, a little zag, as you can see there by a 194.20 break. So I'm going to look to go long Tesla 192 in the way that I'll look to go short on Amazon 191.50 or long at 190.50. Those are the two range plays that are setting up for me, looking good. I'm also interested at high a day on MSFT. The reason is because it printed all-time highs. So, we'll see if it can break through it as easily as that. But if we move up into 453.50, again, near that high, I'll watch to see if sellers step in there. I won't have a resting order or anything like that at that level. Finally, Apple breaking down below the 10 exponential on the 5. And this is what we were talking about. We wanted that deeper retracement. I'm going to first and foremost, I'll be looking at that 20 exponential, which on my chart right now is 212.85. If that doesn't hold, definitely going to be looking for that IB high VWAP touch. We'll have to see if they both conflate at the time. Right now, VWAP a skosh lower than the top of the IB high. So AAPL breaking down for the first time right now below the 10 exponential on the 5. Nothing else for me. I'm watching NVIDIA reject, and I'm kind of pleased about it because it needs a bit of a healthy pullback here. And that's it, really. Not trading Meta on the day. Goggles is dead weight. Up 0.12. It's going to be between the ones I've mentioned and some of the small cap gappers. Wow, NXL, you punk. Look at this thing. Absolutely flies 75 pennies above where I want to get in. We're going to get in 277. Just printed 344 high of day. NXL is really going here, guys. 50% in the clear, and the volume is starting to pick up. Look at these two candles over here on the volume bar, both with more than 700,000 shares each. The volume really coming in here hot and heavy on NXL. Keep your eye on that one if you're into small cap gappers. Last but not least, before we send it back to Adara, DAKT, I mentioned this one is a nice one earlier. It is doing that that rounded top. So if it starts breaking down and it really gives up the ghost at the volume weighted average price, I'm going to see, number one, can we short this for free? Number two, if I can't, maybe the Katina Man or the Neil can hook me up with some shorts here. We'll have to see how much that one's going to cost me, though, Adara.
Yeah, I have some thoughts on Tesla. I really appreciate everything you said about Tesla. I don't want, I'm going to pontificate in Tesla in a little bit, but I want to space out the Tesla talk, so we're going to wait for a second. Also, yeah, poor NXL is a punk for not letting you involved. That is unfortunate. But hopefully NXL will NX lets you come back in at some point.
It's okay. It's no hard feelings.
That's good. That's good to know that there's no beef there. But yeah, so many small caps on the move for sure. This Apple, though, I was waiting to see a nice 213.20 rejection. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait and see if we reject 30s, because basically, I want to shout out Adam DeLuce saying that Apple turning, and the second I saw that, I thought Apple turned over. But Apple is, in fact, turning over. Apple getting a little bit crisp here. But here's my thing. We could still have a bit of a range. We do have these lower highs, but we get to this 213.20, which has been a decent base recently, especially with this bottoming wick candle. That's why I'm not rushing into a short, though I do think Apple, at least for my scalpier purposes, could be a short at this 90 MA. This is not a name I trade frequently, but if there's something there, especially with it no longer being as much of a dead one as it's been in recent, I was going to say recent years, but recent months, I guess, then I think AAPL could get interesting. It's not one that I want to short for at least my purposes right away. Shout out to Freedom and Wealth. Check out that podcast. One thing that was said there is that, Sean and Brendan were talking about it on I think the third podcast episode, saying that people often perform the best when they've got their backs against the wall, nothing to lose. I've said this before. I think that's when I trade the best, is when I have that hunger, that fire, that, within me. So happy that today has been going very well with that, getting that mindset right there. Oh, sorry, it wasn't Adam DeLuce saying it wasn't him that said Apple is turning, but he agrees that Apple is turning. So I apologize for putting words in your mouth there, Adam DeLuce. There's a lot of stuff happening in the chat. Now I will pontificate in Tesla. I think enough time has passed that we can talk about Tesla again. So as we were talking about Tesla, I was staring at Tesla 193. I was going to take a 193 scalp long. The reason I didn't was it did not let me in where I wanted to. And then I was like, you know what, I'm actually happy I wasn't let in there, because the highest we were getting on the book at that time was 193.16. Now we're 193.18, so we're pushing a little bit higher here. But basically, we were struggling a little bit. Then we had this wick all the way down into 192.50s before bouncing. So yeah, I think now it could be a long, but I think it's certainly, with Tesla, you always want to be patient. Do not click pass go, do not click $200, and do not charge your Cybertruck till you have all the signs, basically, is the thing with Tesla. I think Tesla, we call it stressful for a reason, right? So right now, you think we're pushing higher, but I think that breakdown here from that 193, I think we got to 192.80s that I saw in the book. Looks like we booked lower when I wasn't looking at it, but interesting look here. TSLA now trying to push higher. Ashraf said 194.20, 194.19 technically. So not quite 420 for Tesla. Was the high of day previously. We're about 75 pennies away from that now. That could be an interesting look. NVIDIA bouncing beautifully here at this 122.70. Almost gets there. Weekdays is more like 123. I'm always looking at NVIDIA. We're getting a little bit wedgy right now, so this is not something I will be taking on a chart basis. If I trade this, it will be I see something I like on the book, and as Ariana Grande says, I see it, I like it, I want it, I got it. Let's see what NVIDIA does, 123.50. We are looking like we're having a bit of a struggle. AMD pushing lower. What a fun day in these markets.
Yeah, not bad a day at all, especially if you are a holder of these Mag 7s, well, except for NVIDIA, of course, which is having a bit of a tougher day, but I think a healthy pullback nonetheless. I don't really have any setups right now. I put a bit of a dip trade on Meta for that VWAP defend. It's making lower highs and lower lows. Decent day for Meta at the highs, but looking almost flat. I thought about going long at 510.60, right at the bottom of this, because this white line right here, this is yesterday's closing print. But I'm like, I don't know. I'll just put it at VWAP, the volume weighted average price. That's where we kind of had some topping till candles earlier into that 510 area. It's that nice round number. So I have a 510.25 long setup on Meta. Nothing really for me at the moment. Keeping the same look on both Amazon and on both Tesla. If they both come into my levels, I'll do exactly what I said before, but I'm waiting for those levels to come in, neither of which is in at the moment. So just packing my patience. Let's look at some of the small cap gappers. Looks like GRDI kept yapping about how this one was absolutely killing it on the day, breaking down now below the volume weighted average price and on its way down to 250. This is where the pre-market high took us, right into that 250 area. It's also the 50 exponential on the 5. So if we hold up here, I'll take a range trade between here and VWAP, but I won't take a breakout trade. So you'll have to, I'll size down a little bit for that trade. Keeping an eye on that. Obviously, keeping an eye on NXL. Neil was nice enough to check out how much those bad boys were going to cost me. Too much for my blood, so I'm going to pass on it. DAKT doing exactly what we thought it would do. That rounded top, it did break down below the volume weighted average price, but there was a seller right near that IB high at $13 in front. They front ran it by a little bit, by about 10 pennies, because as low as it could get was 13.10, right back into 13 1/3 right now. I'm going to put DAKT on the side chart here, replace MOGL from yesterday, because I want to be able to see when this one either breaks or takes that VWAP level. Right now, a little bit above, a little bit below. WENA, this one's another triple-digit winner. This broke down as well. Lo and behold, it breaks down to that 3 1/3, and this is a mistake by me. I should have been more alive to that level. That was a pre-market high. It was also defended here between 9:45 to around 10. It just bounced off 3 1/3 right into 3.5. That could have been a nice little quick scalp trade. I didn't have eyes on that on WENA. Great day for this name, though. Really had the best move, though, for this name in the pre-market. It was a sell after the bell. Oh, I like that. It rhymes. A sell after the bell. But this one ain't selling, baby. NXL breaking through 405 HOD. That breaks all the levels that we've talked about, whether it was a level on the 24th or the 21st. It's well through all those highs. That was a 313 line in the sand. We'll look at that, $1 in the rear view, because we're now up 405. Now, where is the real resistance level? Wow, we are at all-time highs on NXL. Never been this high before. Yeah, well, it hasn't existed for that long, quite frankly. Yeah, September 16th was the first day this one started trading. We are at all-time highs, though, after spending the majority of its life south of $1 in penny stock world. Nice week, month, year, NXL, yeah, because this one moved in March as well. So good for this one. We'll keep eyes on it. Let's flip back to some of the large caps, see if any of my levels came in. Whoa, Tesla. Okay, here we go. Right back into those highs. Got to keep my eye on that one, Adair.
I like how proud I was of NXL. I was like, oh, well, yeah, no, but yeah, shout out to NXL. Shout out to anyone trading the small caps. Also, yeah, shout out to Joanna Brewster. So she was the one who said Apple is turning. Yeah, Dev, I think I still see what you're saying. Like I said, you have these lower highs here. I think right now we're seeing that 213.20 is a base. But yeah, shout out to you, Joanna Brewster. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Darwin says the chat needs the name, like the Playmakers or something. That's kind of fun. I kind of like that.
Hey, sorry, I missed that.
Darwin was saying the chat needs a name, like the Playmakers or something. I kind of like that, yeah. Right now, though, I do kind of like this Apple lower highs. But like I said, this could even be a bull flag. I do not want to take a bite out of that apple until I have properly made sure, is it the type of apple I like to eat? Is it like a Macintosh? Because I don't want to have a Red Delicious or anything, right? So, we're going to have to wait. Is it a Granny Smith? Like, I just want to wait and see on this Apple trade. Weird analogies aside. NVIDIA. I need to get back in this short.
Get it.
So, NVIDIA, here we go. So I got involved in NVIDIA this short. I took, I think, like 10 pennies. This was a planned scalp because I was aware that if the second we did anything that I didn't like on the book, I was going to be getting out. I was really cognizant of that 123.30 level, especially we couldn't break below it while I was in the short. I said, Adair, take 33s and 37s, and because I took half out in different places, and then just get out and be happy with that. Now, NVIDIA still could bounce, but we are having a bit of a struggle here with the 90 MA, and specifically with that 123.70s. I would love to see that 23.50 form is a little bit more resistance. We're kind of seeing a resistance support flip-flop, which always makes me nervous. So I want to say flip-flop, I don't mean we're flipping from support to resistance. I mean we're flipping from support to resistance in like 2 minutes. And it's on, pretty small levels. But I do like these topping tail candles. I do not want to see us break above this 123.70s. That is absolutely going to be a level I'm watching. No plans to add into this trade, mind you. If we break below 30s, that is going to be a please as punch time for me. At this point, I will take out 123.34s. I'm good with that. I'm aware that this trade is definitely going to be here for a good time, and not a long time. Maybe not even a good time. But the point I'm trying to make is if you have confidence, if you like something, you owe it to yourself to take it. Like I said, I was having a great day in NVIDIA, and then I actually ended up red on the name right now. I think I'm slightly green on the name. But the point is, I liked the trades, so you had to take the trades you liked. I'm out of NVIDIA right now. Please just punch. Like I said, that 123.30, this is an area I'd watch in the book because for whatever reason, right now we just kind of broke it a little bit, but here we are right back up again. The support at 123.30 is bizarre. If you are a book or tape type person, be aware of that. Your Cybertruck is driving into the sunset. Yeah. So also, Why Brothers United saying, if you short NVIDIA, I will go long just for fun, LOL. I mean, I don't know. It's up to you. You do what you want to do. You do your thing, 21.
All right, bro.
I am pleased I took my little pennies there on NVDA, and I am still watching that 123.30 because there's something in the water there. And I'm like a shark. I want to smell it. I don't know what that was. How are you doing?
Pam Panda was letting me know about Pan Dub right back into that high, that local high we were talking about. Let's talk about Pan. Look, I'm not going to trade this because it's too expensive, but this is my second largest holding in my personal account. Go Pan Dub. 327.38. I'm not going to say where I'm long. This is what I was talking about, guys. This defend of this level over here, you have a bit of, 327 to 320. It's a $300 name, so you're going to have to give this a little bit of room, but this is an obvious level of resistance. It goes back to that earnings dump and the recovery from that earnings dump back in February. It comes back to that earnings miss that we had in late May and the attempt to break through there again, and we're right back at those levels again. Most notably, guys, though, we have higher lows. So this one, we'll have to wait and see how it does, obviously, but I think this one is primed for a top break. Again, not one that I typically trade on an intraday basis, but this is my second largest holding in the personal account. So I'm looking for a move into all-time highs, or at least a squeeze somewhere between that, let's call it a 330 top. Let's just give it that. 330 top to maybe 350, 360, in and around that area. Pan W, though, intraday, up nicely here near high day 327.38. Retracing a little bit off that though, so be careful. What else we got over here? Let's flip back into some of the other positions that we have. We have set up, we're not positions, but dip trades. So I've got that meta dip trade still set up at 510.25 for that VWAP defend. That hasn't come in. Let's look at AMZN. I'm still waiting at the top side of Amazon on that range. That hasn't come in either. So we'll keep eyes on that. Apple is back 15 pennies from high day, so I guess I missed that dip into 213 and the 20 exponential. It didn't touch the 20 exponential though. What I was definitely wrong on though was Tesla. So I have to shout out Adara. She had a better read on Tesla than I did because this one absolutely broke 193 with a vengeance. For 193, what 193? 194 with a vengeance, and this one is on its way to 195. 194.75 HOD just got printed on TSLA, and it looks like it's really squeezing here. So sorry to Obi that this wasn't a few weeks ago. Maybe this one would have hit 200 before Apple did. But yeah, Tesla, great day today. Good bull flag continuation. Keep your eye out on this one. I don't know, man. I would say, we could see 200 today, and I don't think I'd be out of line saying that because Tesla definitely can squeeze. I just don't know if we have the catalyst for it today. That's the thing. What the hell is the catalyst for Tesla? Is it Rivian? Is it just a Rivian hype? You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what I feel. Big day for Tesla at day's high right now.
Yeah, I mean, big day for Tesla. NVIDIA, I want to clarify, so this short, this was like not the short of anyone's life, but I stood by it because like I said, if that 123.30 broke, I wanted every last bit of smoke, every last little wisp, every last little piece of ash or firewood. I wanted all that smoke. So I decided this might not have been the play. Take it short at 123.30 because we kept kind of having those dances below it. And I said, Dare, if this thing breaks, it's going to break. It did not break. We had a little bit of a move below it. We got above 123.50s. I risked 20 pennies. I got out. Please just punch with how I managed it. Also, someone was saying, we got to find some other phrases. I'm looking for some other phrases, but, sometimes a phrase just summarizes how you feel. But also, if you were long Chipotle off VWAP, you were as happy as as a person eating guacamole. Did not work. But look at this bounce here off the 64.40s. Great look. I was looking at this. I didn't take it because I said the spread was not the best, and I would have, I'm a little bit more short biased. I prefer taking these short trades. So it's all good there. If we don't make a higher high here, that could be an interesting look. But Apple, actually, I was saying Apple looked like it was kind of getting a little bit burnt to a crisp here, burnt to an Apple crisp. Apple was like, yeah, Dare, I do not know what you're talking about. I did not make another lower high. I am pushing higher. So I said, you know what, Apple, I respect that. This one's still Tim cooking here. Nice little look there for A to the H, the P to the L. Now actually bouncing off a wick basis. Let's see if this red candle does anything, or if this is going to be continue to be a Granny Smith apple for Apple, or if it's going to be a little bit more of a red delicious look for Apple. Also, 13 minutes till the NVIDIA shareholder meeting. I'm going to see if I am able to get involved. Very happy to go to that short when I did. NVIDIA coming back to 124s. Higher lows here. Like I said, if I take a trade, also because, I just want to clarify for anyone new here, I basically scalp pretty much exclusively. So if I'm involved in something, the goal is generally to be there for as short of a time as possible. So that being said, if there's still something I like at NVIDIA as a short, I will take it. But I think we could be flipping long. Like I said, the area I'm really interested in NVIDIA for long and ended up rejecting. That's why I took this short. That is going to be 124.25. Let's see what we get when we get it, and we will not get upset. Yeah, Pitchbull's saying it's time to short NVIDIA again. I mean, if we stay below the 90 MA, I'm pleased as punch. I have a lot of very specific penny levels I'm looking for, but right now, I'm looking to see if NVIDIA will let me into its shareholder meeting. I'm going to see if I'm going to check on that right now.
Let her in, man, because we need to know all the deets.
We do.
So come on, Jensen, exercise some influence.
Influence. Or the confluence.
Rob EV asking about this one, Fabian. Oh, it's Ram now. Hey, Ram.
Ramin's laugh there was just...
I forgot to tell you guys to vote. Ram, you got to remind me, guys, make sure to vote every day from 2 to 2:30. We do the afternoon rundown, and it's your chance to vote for the stocks or have the stocks that are most important to you, talked about by the big kahunas, Neil and Sean. They will be looking at those names for you. So go into the chat right now, ! Join. And then space and the $sign and enter the ticker of your choice there, guys. So make sure to vote every day. All right, Rob EV. Yes, interesting look here on Rivian. No, I'm kidding. $15 base looks like on Rivian here. But Rob, my concern is I love the $15 hold, and I like the fact that it put in a bit of higher low on every successive trough. But in the same way that every successive trough is a little bit higher than its predecessor, every successive crest is lower than its predecessor. So it's compressing, and it's compressing in down. The trend preceding the compression is a downtrend. So, I'm not likely to want to take any breakout trade. I think you may have something, though, with a range trade on this if you're able to weasel your way near the low and then, until it breaks out. But right now, it's declining volume, tighter ranges with the compression pattern. Compression by definition means tighter ranges. So we're also below VWAP. I got to tell you, I don't want to rain on anybody's parade. And I know there's guys long this stock here, and I'm going to be careful what I say. But this is what I did yesterday. When I saw the news, I looked at Rivian on the daily chart. And here's what I see. Every time it breaks the exponential, the 200 exponential on the 5, it retraces. So what I did was, I'm like, all right, here's the first break back in mid-2023 of the 20 exponential, and how much did it move percentage-wise from the breakout of the 20 exponential to the top of the crest, and then before it retraced. That's 27% on that one. And then over here, when we broke the 20 exponential again, how high did we get? This time we got a cool 17, 18% at the highest, all right? So now we've broken the 20 exponential again on the daily. How high did we get yesterday? Well, basically the same thing kind of as the first one, 28 some odd %, and then you see a red candle coming in. So I had a feeling this was going to be kind of like a sell the news type thing, but I didn't take the trade. So this is what I was seeing on the daily, and that's what kind of led me to that thinking there with Rivian. So intraday, I think it's great. Anything off 15 if you can get it, but otherwise I'm just staying clear. All right, let's go back into LTBR here. I put a dip trade at 417. This one's not going to get filled. The liquidity on this one is poop. So I'm going to cancel this trade here because I'm not getting filled despite the fact that it crossed. Let's look at some other ones. Meta is not coming in for my 5, 10 and a quarter dip, so I'm going to have to pack my patience there. Nor is my short on AMZN. So I'll have to, yeah, you guessed it, pack my patience there. But as I see that, I see a new high of day on the dead one Apple, and it is 214.01. This one, looks like I really screwed this one up with my 213 and 15 entry. Should have held on to that one, Adair. Good move up for Apple.
Yeah, the NVIDIA meeting, I am involved, as I put in the chat. I actually put a link in the chat as well. NVIDIA, they're just playing some funky music. I have to say the music is much better than GME's music before its meeting started. I've ranted about this quite a lot, but it was just a lot of repetitive kind of easy, I was going to say easily listening rock. I almost said funky, but it was not funky. This NVIDIA music is funky. This is some funky NVIDIA music. I'm listening to it right now. I took an NVIDIA long. I was watching when we did the 9 EMA. We bounced off the 9 EMA. I said if we break below, I got involved with 89s. I said if we break below 73s, because that was the area that I thought was a sticking point, I'll get out. Took out some, a cool 6 pennies in the money right before that 124. Then I saved a piece for the dream. The dream was 124.09s, got out there. Like I said, 124.25s. That was the area from which we fell from grace quite beautifully earlier, so I'm going to absolutely be watching that level. I will be keeping you guys posted with that NVIDIA meeting, but right now, it's just some nice funky jazz. They're just, drumming right now. I'm really enjoying this jazz music, I have to say. I felt like I was involved in a heist movie taking this NVIDIA long, so good times over here. Let's see, although I've noticed I am more productive with music. I talk about this a lot. I swear I get the watch list done the fastest when we're playing music in the mornings. Let's see how this NVDA goes. I said I wanted to see 25s. We did not even get to 25s. We got to 19s and rejected. So we're gonna have to wait and see here. We are generally having higher highs though, or higher lows, sorry, on this NVDA chart. So I want to be incredibly cautious. I was shouted to Vic Novak saying, well, Jensen could be dropping guidance during this meeting. So shorts, definitely be careful. I agree. The way I trade, I'm always gonna be scalping, right? So I'm always gonna be very cognizant of that. We got to 124s, bounced beautifully. So this 124 level could maybe be here for not just a good time, but a good time and a long time. Trying to switch it up here. Y Brothers United took the long, apparently, when I went short. So shout out to you. I mean, I was in and out of that trade. So yeah, great long for you. Congrats, Y Brothers United. CMG red to green, says Tampanda. Yeah, from the color of a red pepper to the color of a guacamole. Good look there for CMG. I was saying earlier today, I was like to Ramina, I said we'd be making CMG puns all day. And she was like, oh, yay. So I don't know if that was sarcasm or not, but shout out to Ramin, shout out to Fabian, shout out to everyone here. That CMG VWAP bounce was just beautiful. Chipotle Mexican Grill, grilled up a win for the longs there. Nice. Yeah, I don't have words. Good luck here for CMG. These topping tail candles are very deceptive, and if you had that long at VWAP, that was a fantastic look for CMG. NVIDIA, again, I have to applaud you for having multiple songs in your pre-meeting playlist, GME. How are you doing?
Good. Keeping an eye on the futures. You all right there?
I was very upset by the GME music. I said this multiple times.
The futures absolutely pumping to the high side, whether you're the ES September contract or the NQ. What a move up there, breaking through the high a day on the NQ in both the ES. 20,025 on the NQ, 55, I believe, 41 on the ES September contract. This is the small cap gappers just looking at the future over here. Well, that's not really surprising, quite frankly. Now we're short the Zon because of the move up. So now we got to deal with this position. So let's now look at that entry. All right, so we're short right at that $0.50 level. So where's my line in the sand? It's going to be the break of the 2/3 of a dollar. So we'll go 191, we'll go 69s, and then we'll look to cover 191, 69s, and then we'll look to cover everything in 275. So playing the range on AMZN. I know it's kind of counter trend here as we move down a little bit. So I'm going to set up my beak wetter in the mid 30s, see if we get something in and around that level. I'm also keeping an eye on Softy as well, right? Great 20 period exponential dip trade off the soft one. 452. I mean, I didn't have eyes on that either. I feel a little bit silly because it showed you its absolute respect for the 20 period on the 5 at around 11:10 and 11:15. And then it got right back into high days and then finds a little bit of selling, really unsurprising there. So packing my patience with this AMZN short at the top. I've already put my out in my stop in, keeping definitely an eye on Apple as it really is I think one of the reasons the future is at day's high right now because Apple just printed its own day high at 214.38. Also, the Cybertruck awfully strong on the day, right into that 195.50. Having, retracing a little bit, but definitely still very much to the uptrend, breaking through 194 with viciousness. This was kind of the reason I was looking for a range trade on Tesla, because it had been ranging essentially from 940 to this candle over here, 1135, breakout, great trade for whoever took that long on TSLA. I'm not take that one though. Goggles, double bottom off the volume weighted average price at 183.50. It's been very rangy on the day as well, and it's right back into 184. Could it find some resistance here? I mean, it broke it obviously earlier, but it did have trouble with 184 at 1120. Came right into that level and rejected off that 184.01, which is yesterday's closing print. So we'll have to see if both these bad boys here can continue to head to the upside. Yeah, Zed, or whatever your name is, this is a show, and so we can't just stay silent on the show, so we're going to continue to talk. If you don't like it, you can mute us. All right, so what's next on your list there?
Oh, okay, guys, an update on the music for the NVDA shareholder meeting, and I swear it is relevant. So we switched from that fun, high-quality jazz to a tinnier classical music. The fact that this music is tinnier makes me think it's coming from the meeting itself, which makes me think the meeting is starting soon. We are 2 minutes away from takeoff time. We're playing opera music. Also, if you're looking at the NVDA chart, I really should have taken this short, but we rejected off that 125.60. Now, why I drew all these lines here, or sorry, 124.60. So I drew these lines because that 124.25, that was our first rejection on this NVDA, right? That was that previous wick basis. Then we get to where that candle closed, where we had that support. That was 124.60. Look where, I mean, it's gone now, but that was where we rejected. So I was like, okay, interesting look there. Now, the next area of rejection for me is going to be where we had that move here, 124.90. So this could be an interesting look. We are bouncing off 124s. I am cognizant of that. Like I feel like I'm more comfortable trading shorts, but I'll take longs as well. I'll take whatever's available. But like I said, that 124.25 has also been a bit of an area here for NVIDIA. If it bounced off 124.25, I have no qualms going long until those other resistance areas that have been notified. Killer Cam saying, what of the music you're listening to is AI generated? I have no idea. It's in the only thing that I even mentioned it is because the quality when we started hearing the opera was different from the quality of the jazz. The jazz was definitely played for our ears. It sounds like we're listening to other people's music. I feel like this is music they're playing in the meeting. So we'll see if the meeting starts. We have 1 minute till lift off time there for that NVIDIA meeting. Lots of these little red candles here. Apple getting a big old, not a big old red candle, but a red candle. NVIDIA getting a red candle, and Tesla's like, what is the color red? I know nothing about red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes of six candles of upside. 30 minutes here for Tesla just running up that 90 MA. 195.45. Great look. Over $1 above its previous high of day, around that 194.19. So great look for TSLA. How was the Amazon short? I see Express delivered some profit.
Yeah, we took some scalps there. What's up? On $4 in the money on TSLA. Shout out. Can you guess who? Katina, man. Shout out to him, man. Great trade there.
Sorry.
Oh?
It started. Yeah.
Okay. Great trade there, Sean, on that. Where'd you get long? Yes. Well, it's 195, so I'm assuming 191. Hey. 191.75 long for the Katina man on TSLA. Tesla's having itself a great day. I mean, have we been up here? When's the last time we were up here, guys? Let's have a look at the 4-hour over here. Excuse me for 1 second. Yeah, we haven't been up here in a hot minute. Last time we were up here was March. Oh, no. We got up here. What am I saying? We got up here late April. Okay. So interesting levels here on Tesla. We know definitely 200 is a level owing to this double top that we put in on April 29th. So we'll have to see if that 200 level comes in again, because I think that would be a spicy short there. So we'll see. Still holding my AMZN short. I still like this level. We're 10 pennies in the money, nothing to write home about, but we're not making any newer highs. So I think that kind of helps with my position a little bit here as we come down into the 30s. So packing my patience, keeping my eye on the future. We are above 20,000 on the future right now, but I don't really want to look at this as a breakout or breakdown trade because that 20,000 and 25 on the future, we almost like triple topped in and around there, depending on what you're looking at. This candle over here, that candle, and a couple of candles right there. So yeah, it looks like, I don't know, possibly a range. Don't really have a great read on the future today, but we're going to take this AMZN short, and we're doing decent on it right now. Let's see what we get. Adara?
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. I was just listening to
All
this
good.
man explaining the rules of the NVIDIA meeting. I apologize there. So Jensen is going to be the chairman of the meeting. He is not talking right now. It's another dude. This dude is basically saying that people can vote right now through the online portal. They're reminding you of the rules of conduct. Nothing exciting has happened yet in NVIDIA. NVIDIA, the stock, keeps bouncing around, bouncing off that 124 area, higher lows on the book. Like a little bit of an issue still with that 124.25, 124.30, but we are moving in a range of about 25 to 40 pennies here on this NVDA, worth noting. Stock-wise, other than I've really been trying to focus on this NVIDIA meeting, I'm like, got him in my ear. But AAPL also was interesting to me here. We had that move up to 14.40. Then we had a bit of a Macintosh candle. There started to Ramin. It was saying Fabian apparently was telling her I should have been saying Macintosh like iMac, right? So that makes sense when I was listening to all those apples. Let's see what we do here on Apple, the stock. We had that nice little bullish candle here bouncing into 214s. I think this could go either way right now. We're going to have to wait and see here on AAPL. High of day currently, 214.44. NVIDIA is probably something I'll be keeping my eye on throughout the meeting just because we had that. Also, I forgot to mention this. I tried to take a trade in AMD, tried to go long AMD. At the time, we were bouncing off the 157.40. That was an area I liked as resistance earlier, took it short. And we also had, in retrospect, this was a doji, but part of me was like, oh, well, it was a bottoming tail candle. I liked it. I took it. The second I saw stuff I didn't like in the books, we broke below 157.30. I got out, so risked like 15 pennies. All good in the hood there. Shout out to Robinhood as well. Shout out to Sean. I said hood, so I thought of Robinhood. Cheese is what I'll say there. Lots of cheese brie, Parmesan, whatever cheese there. It's funny because I know you didn't used to say cheese, but now you say cheese because people
I
thought
actually
you were saying
don't.
cheese.
I say cheese, and if it sounds like it though, but it's always a man because of Captain Protein over there, and he earned that. He earned that title. He earned the title. We showed everything
shot?
last week.
Yeah.
Chugging those raw eggs. Just down the 6 right there, Rocky Balboa style. Shout out to Captain Protein, doing the most in a good way every day, guys. All right, let's have a look here. Nothing really, we're at day's high on a lot of names, mostly here, so keeping an eye on this. We just got another 20-period rejection on NVIDIA, and I was looking at that. I was very cognizant of that 20 doji that showed up there. I just don't want to take anything on NVIDIA right now because we have the meeting starting, and I don't know exactly what's going to happen. Also, I want to make the point that, sometimes it looks like it's a 20-period rejection, but in my humble opinion, it's really a defend or a rejection of that, earlier trough that we put in. So it crests there. So that 124.75 looks like it was a great level earlier on to take a long. Now it's a good level to take a short. It looks like as it drops right back into 124. Great look there for whoever's shorting NVDA. We saw Adair with multiple shorts on that bad boy as well as long. So we'll see what this one gives us as the meeting shortly it's already underway here. So we'll see what we get from that meeting. All right, come on, Amazon. Let's go. We've been waiting here in the 30s. Amazon really taking its sweet time to break down, if it's going to break down. And then Anurag asked me if I'm going to take the long if I get stopped out. That's a great question, Anurag. I didn't think about that, but I do like that 190, 170 flat top because you've got triple top in and around there. Like, basically, look, the amount of times we've rejected off here, they're not all going to be at the same level. The initial one was at 60. This one dipped a little bit below, mid-50s. This is the same thing over here and kind of, showing its propensity to range. We're right at 20,000 right now. We dipped below it just momentarily on the NQ September contract. Right up we go. Tesla also finding a bit of a bid here at the 10 exponential, so maybe we should load up the Cybertruck and remove this meta long that we had as a dip trade over here. Let's see what we have on said Cybertruck. Oops. Yeah, that 194.65 area, interesting. It was 194.40 general area. That's where the 10 exponential was on TSLA. It's coming right back into that area again. So let's see what we get here on Tesla. It's interesting. Couple of candles here. I'm not really sure how to play this. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at NVIDIA. Some guy named John Chavetta has 3 minutes to present his proposal. He has a very subdued speaking voice.
Oh.
I wish he'd speak a little bit louder, but it's all good. John is talking right now. I tried to short NVIDIA off that 124 rejection, not once, but twice. And both times NVIDIA said, Adair, you're too busy listening to John right now. We're not going to make you take that trade, too. I said, well, NVIDIA, that's not really your decision, okay? That's my decision. But my debate with NVIDIA aside, I am not involved in the stock. We are, though, seeing lower highs on the book, but we're also seeing higher lows on the book. This could go either way. If we keep projecting 124, I will keep attempting, an emphasis on attempt because it does not let me successfully do this. By successfully, I mean it won't let me in the trade. But if we break below that 124, or if we stay below the 124, I will have no qualms with taking this short. I'm aware we have these bottoming tail candles. That is something I am cognizant of. But that 124.25 is a huge line in the sand for me. It's a big old line in the sand. Also, that reminds me, I don't know why that reminded me, but someone earlier said that GME needs to be poked with a stick. I would have a stick, but I'll take a look at GME and see if we can wake it up for you. I spent, I was a little bit upset about GME's music at the shareholder meeting, so maybe that was did not look like that was poking anything with GME here. Bit of a, I don't want to say head and shoulders, but because it's not really head and shoulders, but we had one move up here, two lower, not as high pushes up here, and then a bit of a, currently slumping below the 90 MA. But you know what is never slumping, what is always fun, is Neil's lesson of the day. That was a transition. Shout out.
Welcome to the lesson of the day here, and I feel like it'll be a poignant one because in a bull market, you're going to find lots of all-time highs and 52-week highs that break out, and some follow through, some don't. So I want to talk about like a 52-week high or an all-time high failed breakout, and what you can do, like what you can look for. Obviously, it's pretty bullish when any stock is making a fresh high. There's no question about that, and you want to join trends as a general rule, so we like trend trading. But every now and then, there's a situation where what happens at that 52-week or all-time high can give you an opportunity in the other direction, and then you just have to be patient for that inevitable push. So there's a couple of names I want to get to, and if you're wondering the reason why I'm talking about this one, it's just because Carvana, I love the break and it didn't work, right? So usually I'm going to give you something where it was like a learning experience. Amazon was a good one, so we'll get to Amazon after, but I always want to start with like what didn't work and why this was the lesson of the day here on Carvana. So look at the daily chart, kind of easy to see here. Carvana, there is your ridiculous trend to the upside. Everything you want to see is good. Goes right into a 52-week high break just at the close. So there was a tick above it here at the close. Not a true breakout per se the first time today, but it kind of pulled back and gave you a secondary run at it here in this session. So the first things first, if you like a breakout, Carvana's a squeeze name. So if it's taking 130, I'm going to take multiple shots. If I can risk 25, 50 cents here, like that kind of thing, I'll take 2 or 3 swings at it, knowing that the one time it goes, you could be at 135. 140. All those things are possible at Carvana. So I know I'm going to like that long. But if in the back of your mind you are thinking there could be a fail break, and I'll get to what that might look like for a couple of days on something like an Amazon, I think you want to go for a relatively tight stop. Because when you are at an all-time high, there's a lot of people, I know it gets said, don't sell at all-time highs. But you got a name like Carvana that's a squeeze name that fundamentally almost nobody thinks should be up here. I think you want to have a relatively tight stop. So the first couple times, super tight. Then when it holds a consolidation above, I'm opening it up, but never more than the previous high on the day before. There's nothing wrong with taking a hit in a trade. But what happens is, if I'm taking 130.20 or something like that, and I'm holding it all the way into VWAP. Now, just say VWAP doesn't hold, so in this situation, maybe you're able to hold at 270 against you. Slippage gives you $3. That would work out. But in the day that it doesn't work out, you could be losing $3 on that trade. Now, if I'm thinking 135 in that situation, 33, 34, 35 on the way up, my average out might be $3.50. Then you hold some for the dream. That's not a good risk to reward. And when you think about all-time high breaks, especially on a squeeze name, I don't know that I want to need to be 70, 80% right on those trades. I'd rather be able to take 3 swings at it, have one of them go, and then have a great day on the stock, as opposed to needing everything to be absolutely perfect, hold it way against me, too tempting to average in. So be careful with those all-time high breaks. It can be a place where if the initial day trade failure doesn't work, you might want to jump out of it. Now that would free you up. If you like the VWAP dip, you could then be in the VWAP dip. If you want to see if it can hold higher lows and break it out a second time, which is where I'm elected to go, then I can just look for that trade later on. Maybe we get a 1 o'clock breakout here at a 130, at 130.50. And as an example of that, I always try to show you one that didn't work and then one that did. Amazon, very similar story. Now, it's obviously not a squeeze name, but you had a high break to start the week, so you had a local high break, went right into its 52-week high on Monday and could not break. I mean, almost like a wick to it, and look at the big rejection. Again, this is what I'm getting at. Now, what did we do with Amazon the next couple of days? We shorted the weakness. If it's going to reject that, we look for a short. It's an all-time high break. We ended up shorting it a couple times yesterday. There was a big sell imbalance we took advantage of at the close. But what I want to get to for today on Amazon, I don't have it, distracted by other names. I won't complain about that. But when you're able to see that rejection of the high, have a note at where that low is going to be. Right? Like the day that it rejects that all-time high, remember it's a trending stock. That's important. It's a strong stock. It's a trending stock. It holds 185, which just so happens to be the Friday low as well. So there's a big hold, there's a big hold, there's another hold, even on that dump yesterday. Hold at 185. What does it do today? Several days of that hold, puts in the higher low. At that point, things have calmed down a bit. It showed the sell, but it could not push through even on weakness through that first level of support. At that point, sometimes you should start thinking about that long break again. Now, I'm admittedly, like I said, I didn't. That's why it's the lesson of the day here. We got the short going into 185, but coming back out, suddenly that secondary play is looking pretty darn good for Amazon. See that big upward trend? You've rinsed out a lot of short-term weak hands on that initial failed break, but you put in a higher low, and now you're clean for the breakout. If the stock closes above 191.5 here or 192 in that range, I think you just start looking for longs again because you have a sustained breakout play. Not every stock is going to give you a clean move the first time it attempts that high. You've got to be willing to look for that higher low, be willing to get out of that trade, look for another spot to get in. Maybe you got to wait a couple of days. Certainly, if it puts in a higher low 2-3 days in a row and it's a strong trending stock, you should favor that long. We always say this, have a plan for your trade. If I got into that Carvana and had told myself, this thing, come on, if it breaks out this time, we're going squeezing. I'm just going to sit in it. I love that trade. I'm going to hold it forever because I like it and I'm confident in it. Then my day, week, month could be ruined because you don't have yourself an out. Obviously, there remains to be seen if it holds these higher lows. Maybe we get a second crack at this and it breaks out the top again. If we don't, then we don't get a chance to make our money back. I don't mind having Carvana be my worst stock today. I don't mind it. But I do mind if I lose 5 or 6 times as much as I needed to, because that's unnecessary. You know the risk when you're taking a breakout trade. Don't take it into oblivion, but do not give up on it just because it does not go day one. You saw that lesson with Amazon. It remains to be seen here with Carvana. And when you have a bull market, you're going to see a lot of 52-week highs and all-time highs. So don't give up on it just because it doesn't go that first time through. Have an out. Be willing to take it the second time. If you love it and it puts in a higher low, the trend is still going to be with you when it breaks out the second time. And you should only need one if you're managing risk. That's your lesson of the day. We're going to get these high breaks. You might as well take advantage of them while they're here.
Thank you very much, Neil. Dropping hotlines every day on Neil's lesson of the day. Catch that with him around noon every day, guys. All right, so let's have a look. I'm long at the soft one over here, looking for a 20 period hold. I'm going to be a bit more aggressive with where I want to take some out, so I'm putting it a little bit higher than I typically would. We'll see what we get there. 20 period dip trade on MSFT. I'm also keeping an eye on Tesla. I was looking for a possible long here on it, but it's breaking down below the 10 exponential on the 5, so I'm going to wait here to see if I can weasel my way into the Cybertruck at some point. I'll be looking for maybe a 194 hold, still a couple of pennies above that level. There was this new small cap gapper. Well, I don't want to say new. CMAX started showing up on my chart as, or not my chart, my, what's it called? My scanner. I'll get it right, guys. On my scanner, and it was a big one. CMAX, CMAX. This one, though, look, The issue with this one is the volume. 1.25 million shares is a $3 name. It's got to do a lot more than that. The chart looks really good, though. A lot of respect for the 20 exponential. But as you can see, just by the nature and the view of these candles, very sparsely traded. So I'm a little hesitant to do anything with this one today.
Yeah, Tesla hanging out around 194. I was also looking for a trade here. I don't see anything right now, but I'm keeping an eye on it. And you know what? Right now, the NVIDIA shareholders meeting, they're just talking about some different proposals. They'll do some voting, but you know who else can do some voting? You guys in the chat. You go in the chat. I'm not going to lie. I was thinking about this during the break. You can go in there right now, and you can type whatever ticker you want, ! join, space, $, whatever ticker you like. So that's right. Shift 1, join, space, shift 4, $, and then whatever ticker you fancy, whatever tickers you fancy. You guys know.
Sorry, I wasn't concentrating.
No, it's okay. You go in the chat. I'm just showing it to Sharif's, keyboard hands, and then Sharif will be up on there talking about those stocks on the green screen, moving around there, having a chat about the stocks, then you'll see the big kahunas and how they played or would have played those stocks. I'm listening to the shareholder meeting. Mohammed Reza is saying, why are we talking about Rivian? There was a lot of Rivian chat on the big screen shows. Definitely check that out. You can also vote for the RIVN ticker, but I'll look at Rivian right now because I know Sharif had a lot of really cool points there on Rivian earlier today. Rivian at low of days. And this is actually a flat bottom break. I would say shout out to Sharif. It had a big quadum here at that $15 level, formed a support a couple times, and then it fell to the downside. RJ Scaringe, we have some buyers feeling a little scaringed away here, pushing to low of day. So yeah, bit of a move there. Still listening to the shareholder meeting. This guy is yapping. We have NVIDIA. I took 2 little scalps here in NVDA, took about 6 pennies on each. Again, I'm really just doing these tape scalpings. The second I see anything that makes me leave, I leave. But I also do have stop losses set in my head as well. For me, if we stay below that 124.25 and there's opportunities for quick profit taking, it's going to be fair game for me. Gaurav Sanchez saying Dell is down on big volume. DELL. Did you see any stories on Dell today?
I think it's with weakness with the chips, but
that
I'll
would
look.
make sense, yeah.
Unusual options activity coming in under. No, I'm not seeing anything, Adara.
Yeah, thank you.
Nothing
I was just
major,
wondering,
yeah.
I will say, Gaurav, it could be a technical break because look at this 138.40. This was huge support earlier on a wick basis. We get this right at the open. Gorgeous look. We push higher. Then we form it again. We have a lower high at the 9 EMA, and then we reject. I don't want to say it's just technical. We do have more volume here. But as of right now, we're not seeing anything. So we will let you know. But thank you for letting us know about that. Gaurav, let's take a look at the daily chart. We know Dell fell on earnings a little bit there. But yeah, I don't know if we're at the gates of Dell yet. Shout out to Darwin for making that pun earlier. Yeah, time will tell what happens with this. We're below the 9 EMA, though, on the daily. What a topping tail candle. To me, this is an interesting area at 150. We're going to top and turn at 150. We pop up higher. We gap down. Then we come up 150. Little bit of a resistance area, so I think 150 could be spicy for DELL. NVIDIA popping well above 124.25. We'll have to see. Like I have no issues taking it long. Apple getting a bit of a topping tail candle. Apple, Tesla, NVIDIA, watching all of them. AMD could be interesting here as well.
All right, doing well on this Tesla trade. I wet my beak with 20 pennies. I'm waiting a little bit more here nicely. Now 30 pennies in the money. Let's see if we can get that 194 continuation. 20 period exponential. If this breaks 50, I only have one out left. If this breaks 50, 193.50, I'm out. So it's gonna have to continue here for me to stay in. I'm also back in softy. I got stopped out initially, but I do like the level at this 452 and a half and a third in this general area. A break of 20 is gonna get me stopped out. So if we get stopped out here, we'll go 0 for 2 on the soft one. But I'm seeing these doji candles, which usually means some indecision. So I don't want to get shaken out of this. But the real trade here is Tesla, nicely in the money here at the 194, but I am expecting a little bit of resistance here at this 194. We'll see if we get it. We're showing 194.05 now. Bless you, Ram, on that one. We'll see if we're definitely getting a little bit of resistance here at 194. We're a decent price. We got 69s, so we've got a nice 40 penny buffer over here, but I definitely want a little bit more, especially with that 195.50 high up day. So I've moved up my stop into break even, so hopefully I'll get bottom wick and I won't get stopped out. All right, back to softy over here. Nicely back up here. Now I'm waiting at 69s. Can we get 69 or 66s actually? I'm waiting at, it's showing 67s on the ask, and there we go. We get the out on softy. Nice move up here on the soft one. Nice 30 pennies in the money on this one. Let's see if we can get a little bit more here. I was waiting on softy for a long time, you know, and it does end up bouncing, but we got shaken out of it initially. So Ram. So we'll keep looking there. So I'm going to keep my eye on Tesla, keep my eye on Microsoft. Those are the two trades I have at the moment. Nothing really that special, though, Adara. Anything new coming vis-a-vis our friend, the leather jacketed one, Jensen Huang?
The leather jacketed one is not speaking. Oh. It's a lot of men that sound like the same man, but I know they're not the same man because they're saying different things. These guys are coming in right now. They're talking about their different proposals. A lot of it's technology-based. One guy kept talking about a ship that started with the G, this thing. Yeah, lots of technology being mentioned here. NVIDIA, I'm going to shock everyone. I will actually go long NVIDIA if it holds 124.25. I have no qualms. I am qualmless. I've been talking about that area for so long. So we're going to take that, and NVIDIA's like, yeah, so too bad, Adara, because I'm not going to give it to you. I was like, well, how rude of you, NVIDIA. So let's see here if the leather, how rude. I sound like that girl in Full House. How rude. But let's see what we do here. Stephanie, yeah.
Judy Sweet. Oh, I was going to call her Jody Sweeting. Yeah.
Shout out to her. Shout out as well to NVIDIA because it did let me get filled. I really would like to see that pop. And as we get involved, now NVIDIA's like, yeah, Adara, I'm still resisting here. I was like, well, okay, let's see. I'm comfortable with my area of entry. I'm flattening it right now. I would love to see us push here into 50s. I know it's like 20 pennies. I'll take it. As long as we keep bouncing here off the 90 MA, I am pleased as punch. I will stay in this trade, but I am a scalper at heart, so I would like to be able to scalp as much as possible. You know what? We're going to take out half here at 32s. I'm aware, 7 pennies in the money. You got to take what you can get. You don't get upset. And if you're going to scalp, that's got to be the game plan. I have to say, with these scalps, with these going for smaller moves, this has been my best day in a very long time. I am pleased as punch, and not just P&L-wise, because I really haven't been looking much at the P&L. I mean, mentally. I just feel like I am in a new place trading. I'm trying to believe in myself, as I have in my little note to myself that I look at every day. It's my form of a trading journal. You know, conviction is not just a Law and Order show. It is a way of life when it comes to trading. And if you believe in yourself and your trades, you will trade to the best of your abilities. Because really, as I was saying yesterday, if you don't believe in yourself and believe in your trades, no one's going to do that for you. Right? So I think that's really important there. I'm happy I got out on video where I did, because if that 124.25 is a protection area again, I will short it. Thank you, Pablo Husey. Welcome to Trader TV Live. And you guys, make sure you vote for your tickers. As the NVIDIA shareholders be voting on these men's proposals, you go in the chat right now, !join, space, $, whatever tickers you're fancy, MSFT, TSLA, NVIDIA, AAPL, QQQ, SPY. I'm just looking at my side charts, but seriously, guys, whatever. Well, I'm going to look at Sharif's now. Meta, Amazon, NXL. Yeah, guys, just you know what tickers you like.
Yes.
Please vote for them.
Yeah, have your say every day, guys, right? The big kahunas, they're locked, they're loaded, they're going to be locked and loaded. They're locked and loaded right now because Sean's back from his walk. But seriously, a lot of people always ask us, what's Sean doing with this? What's Neil doing with that? Well, here's your chance. If you don't ask, you don't get. The only way you ask is by voting. It is a democratic system around here, Darren, not authoritarian. So yeah, have your say every day, guys, by voting in said chat at the moment. So the two trades I've got on now, I've got on Softy, I've got on Tesla. I've moved up my stop on both of them into my entry. I'm a little suspicious of this market as we dance at 20,000. Nothing really doing to the high side or the downside, so I am a little bit suspicious. I did get stopped out of Softy there for the last remaining amount for break even, which I'm absolutely fine with because it's a bit of a range trade that's making lower highs and lower lows. So if it wants to go up, it's going to have to break up, and then I'll get back involved in it.
So they're doing Q&A with Jensen right now. It hasn't started yet, but they're asking him questions. How does NVIDIA maintain its competitive edge? I will be keeping an eye for the longs and the shorts here.
Assassinate Lisa and everybody else, right? That's the only way to do it. No, seriously though, guys, a lot of people talking about how it's kind of like Google with their market share with search. It's just so good, it can only go down from here. So I'm not necessarily one of those people that believes that. We'll have to see how they do it. Maybe they can increase margins. Maybe they can do something else to maintain the balance sheet. So I'll keep an eye on that. But I'm looking also at Tesla, waiting for possibly an exit here, Ram, as the level comes back into my entry at 69s. We're showing 76s. I've moved up my stop into my entry price because I literally have bottom wick. So it'll be literally placing the stop below the low of the trough. So If it breaks up above 194, fantastic. It's been holding the 20 exponential for the last 15 minutes, but it's also had 194 as a flat top. It can't break above 194, at least not yet. We'll have to see how it resolves. Time will tell, I guess. So keep that in mind there. Okay, we're above 20,000 here. All right, Tesla right back above 194. Oh, soft one. No, you don't. Come on.
No soft one.
No. Yeah. It's just, that's the way it is. I'm to blame here. I moved up my stop into my entry. If I hadn't moved up my stop, I wouldn't have got stopped out. Lesson in context, guys. There you go. Don't be a schmuck like me and do that. But there you go. At least we're profitable.
Yeah.
Keeping my eye on Tesla. That got into 194.20. Go, Tesla, go. All right, so Tesla's still below the 10 exponential, though. I think I'm going to just hold on to this one and see what happens. If it continues up, it continues up. Great. Not gonna sell this one. Gorev, you did ask me about Amazon and what I would do if it did break that top. So I want to mention, because that's a great question right there from Gorev. Was earlier. Where the hell is my Amazon? Dang it. Oh, there it is. Okay. Well, there it is, Gorev. Actually, this entry over here was accidental. That was an unclean stop, but we got into it, and I said, you know, what always resonates in my mind is what Neil says. If you get into something accidentally, just get out, right? And there he is. He's talking. Gorev, shout out to you. I didn't even see your message. Amazon continuing higher was a break and retest. Now moving higher again. You're absolutely right, brother. And that was a great flat top break through that 193 and change level. So we'll keep eyes on that, man. But look at Tesla. Wow, we're $1 in the money now on the Cybertruck there. Very happy with this one. That's the end of the trade, Adara.
So some clapping there, but I'm very happy for you. I'm pleased as punch for you.
Thank
so
you.
I'm a little bit upset that MSFT is killing you softy with its chart.
Yeah.
But you made profit on it. Shout out to Tesla there. I really want to shout out to Sharif.
Thank you, Adara.
And I had to pun
I
because
appreciate
it's
you.
what I do. Yeah, Jensen answering questions. He is just pleased as punch. He is cool, calm, and collected. And I had an NVIDIA long that I let go of because I can't take these types of moves. I lost 10 pennies on it. I'm not even going to sit here and be all upset and cry over spilt milk. I said I wanted to see us hold 25s. We couldn't hold 25s. I had to leave. You know, you got to do what you got to do. But NVIDIA, I said, what are those levels of resistance I was watching for? 124.95. Guess what we just hit? 194.25. Guess what we just rejected? 194.25. If we come to 124.70, that was the other previous resistance level. If we can't hold that, I am taking NVIDIA short again. And I have no qualms. I am qualmless because I have confidence. I have confidence. I have whatever the Adara version of that is. It's just you just have to believe in yourself because that's how you have progress and that's how you make trades. Even if you lose, you still win because you believed in yourself and you took the trade you needed to trade instead of standing there all waffly. I would love to see NVIDIA brush up, you know, try to kiss 124.70 on the cheek again and then reject it. I don't know if I'm going to get that, but if I keep seeing these lower highs in the book, I am qualmless about going short. You know what? Actually, I will take this short here. If we break above 70s, I'm out. I realize that is a really tight stop here, but that's how if you're going to be scalping, if you're going to be trying to make very little profit, you have to be willing to risk very little with that in mind. So let's see here. Don't think I'm going to get this fill, but I want to watch and see what we do. I think NVIDIA is breaking down a little bit here. Jensen answering some questions about quantum computing. What makes NVIDIA different? He said they have some of the cheaper systems there, so affordability certainly worth noting. Now I think NVIDIA might actually flat top break this 124.50, and I say that because we have higher lows here. I'm not in the short. If we bounce off 124.25, you guys know how I feel about that level. I will take it long again. But we have to really wait and see what we do. I have to say one of the fun things about scalping is you can change your mind about 40 times in a minute.
Oh, yeah.
And it can be okay.
Adara,
Yeah.
intraday trading, you should be as flexible as possible.
Right, it's so fun. Like I will take longs. I know people joke I'm a bear, but because I think my brain works more that way. But I'll take longs as well if I see fit. So
Clearly,
as long as thank you, I appreciate it. As long as the levels come in, that is where I will be involved here. So let's see, NVIDIA, you want to keep bouncing off 124.30. I am qualmless about taking you long. I'll risk you into 15s last time because if I had, I would have had that trade. But you know what else is happening right now? Learning.
Yes.
Average to range.
Lesson of the day. We're talking about ATR all week. We'll be talking about it tomorrow and Friday as well. Today we're talking about how to use average true range for your stop placement. Just 1 second here. I just want to mute the NVIDIA event so that I can concentrate a little bit on the lesson.
I'll scream if there's anything big.
Thank you. Yeah. And please interrupt me.
Oh, yeah.
So traders, let's face it. Stop loss orders can sometimes feel like the enemy, shaking you out a little bit too early. but what if you could transform them into a helpful buddy? Today, we'll see how average true range ATR for short can be your stop loss buddy, placing informed exits and managing risk effectively. Let's get right down to business. So everyone who's traded and used stops knows that the stop loss struggle is absolutely real. Placing a stop loss order is absolutely crucial for risk management if you're going to intraday trade, but how close should it be? Too tight and you get shaken out by normal price fluctuations, and too loose, you risk bigger losses. So ATR, average true range, to the rescue. So the ATR is your intraday kind of volatility meter as we introduced it on Monday. It comes to the rescue in this case here. Here's how to use it for smarter stop loss placement. First things first, you got to understand ATR. Remember, ATR reflects the instrument or the market's typical daily price movement. A high ATR is suggesting to you a volatile market, while a low ATR is indicating to you a calmer one. So keep that in mind, because you have to know, number one, what market am I trading in? Are we in a high volatile market, or are we in a calmer period? What instrument am I trading? Am I trading a Tesla or an NVIDIA that probably has a higher ATR? Or am I trading something like Apple a few months ago, which has a lower ATR a few months ago, I said, right? So you need to know that. And then in addition to that, you need to know yourself. What do you like? Do you like volatile markets? Do you like calmer markets? So you need to understand all of those before you move on to the next step, all right? The next step is, though, the stop loss formula itself. So let's get right to that. Essentially, all you're really doing is it's a derivative off yesterday. You're going to multiply the average true range by a factor, a multiplier. This multiplier will be, again, reflective of the current market conditions, the instrument that you're trading, and your overall disposition as a trader. It needs to reflect all three of those. And it doesn't have to be static. It can absolutely be dynamic, because the market is dynamic, right? And the instrument you trade is dynamic. Apple was the dead one a few months ago, not so much anymore. So the multiplier has to be influenced by those three factors: the instrument you're trading, the market conditions in which you trade, and your overall disposition as a trader, okay? And so your multiplier here is going to give you either a wider stop or a lighter stop. So the smaller multiplier gives you a tighter stop. The higher multiplier gives you a wider stop. So that's just kind of what you need to know there. All right? So
Meeting over. Just letting you know the meeting's
It's all over?
Yeah.
Is the price moving? Is it doing anything?
It's still, you guys know what levels. We haven't gotten above that 124.95. We made a slightly lower high here at 85s. Now we're dropping here. Not much happening.
Sounds good. All right, keep me updated if anything happens.
Yeah, so I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, of course. So that's the formula. So let's talk about how the formula would look if you were taking a long. So if I get into a long, it's going to be your entry price minus your average true range multiplied by your factor. Obviously, you're going to do the ATR and the multiplier first, and then you're going to subtract that from the price. The exact opposite is the formula for the short. It's going to be your entry price plus the ATR multiplied by the factor. So what does this look like IRL? So here's an example in action. Imagine you buy a stock at 20 bucks, right? The ATR, the average true range on that $20 stock, is $2. You choose a multiplier of 1 to kind of keep things at moderate, not 2 for extreme, not 0.5 for overly conservative. You choose a moderate multiplier of 1. So here's how it would look. So your long would be $20 minus 2 times 1, which is 2, obviously. So you're going to deduct 2 from 20. That gets you 18, right? So that is where your stop goes. You're going to place your stop loss. And again, you know, stop placement critical here. I would never put it at the whole dollar. I always put it a couple of shekels south of that whole dollar to give myself a buffer. You can do however you want. So that is how your long position would be. The short would be the exact opposite, using the addition rather than the subtraction, okay, of that. And volatility matters in these scenarios, right? Now, let's say you buy another stock at 40 bucks, but this one doesn't have an ATR of 2, it has an ATR of $1. You use the same multiplier, that $1 moderate multiplier, not conservative, not overly aggressive, so you get now a $39 stop out. So you get in at 40, you're gonna have to put your stop at 39 based upon, number 1, the average true range for the instrument, and number 2, your chosen multiplier, which should again reflect your own disposition as a trader and your own or in the market conditions, okay? So that is the look there. So what are the benefits of average true range? Well, number one, they set a realistic buffer. The stop loss considers normal market fluctuations within the expected daily range. That helps prevent you from getting shaken out by temporary price movements. But it's also quite good for adaptable protection. The stop loss, by definition, adjusts to different volatility level vis-a-vis the multiplier, right? And the true range. Offering tighter protection in volatile markets, but also offering you looser stops in the calmer periods. And it also offers you peace of mind, right? Knowing that you have a well-defined exit strategy, not one that's based on, willy-nilly decisions. That can help reduce your anxiety and help you stick to your overall trading plan, Fabian. That's a pretty good one right there, eh? Shout out to the Chilean nightmare. Remember, guys, ATR, definitely not a crystal ball. It is a lagging indicator as opposed to a leading one, so you need to take that in context and consider other tools to help you with your analysis using average true range, such as support and resistance, and whatever other technical levels you may want to use there, Darren.
Yeah, shout out to ATR. I think it's really cool because I was saying this yesterday as well, what's cool about the formulas, they really allow you to figure out, personality is a huge part of trading. So if you are someone who wants a little bit more volatility, whatever you like, I'm sure you've always do that. I was going to say that there. It really does let you have, as TI might say, whatever you like. In terms of your trading style, I know I love TI. There we go. Let's go to some out in NVIDIA, because like I said, it's important to know here what type of trader you are, what type of style you have, and I think that's what's neat is if you are someone who wants those larger moves, if you're someone who wants a smaller move, it really helps you have those. I want to talk about NVIDIA for a moment, if I may.
Go.
So NVIDIA, there's not always, I'll talk about my levels I like a lot, and these levels aren't always going to come into play. Man, did they ever come into play in NVIDIA. And I started trusting them more because the first one held up beautifully. It was that 124.25. I had that because we had there was that wick basis that we had a little bit of support. I said, if we reject that, I'm taking it short. We did, I did, worked out. I said, let's see what other levels might come into play here, right? First one, or the next one was going to be 124.70. That did come into play. We just broke that, and I used that as the impetus for a couple longs and short opportunities. Then last but not least here, that 124.95. That also held as a rejection area. Now, why am I yapping about this? Because I think, obviously I like to look at the book as well. These are just times that I'll take a look at what the stock's doing on the chart, but I will always use the book in terms of, do I feel comfortable staying in the stock or leaving? And I think you have to trust yourself. I think you have to have the confidence and belief in yourself, because it's really easy to get swayed. I was going to try to go long that 124.25 because of, it was holding on the book for a while. That was a level I liked, and I knew the meeting had just ended. Maybe we'll have a pop up, but I didn't feel as good about that. I said, Adara, it's an unpopular opinion, but take the short, risk 10 pennies, risk into 70s, and get out. Why was in it? We didn't even get to 70. So I was pleased as punch. Obviously, I did leave a little bit early. I really wanted to see us break below 50s. We did. I got out. If we keep projecting 124, I think you guys know what I will do. And it will involve some purple triangles.
Yeah, man, there's a bunch of topping tail candles there, Dara, until 125. That's awfully bearish.
It's a very, and I mean, look, it was previous support as well, which is why I liked it. And that 125, like I said, that was an area I was watching on the book earlier. We held it really beautifully in the pre, and we gave it up so swiftly, which is where I took that initial short that I think you have to trust yourself, and I think that's huge. And the only way to trust yourself is to take these, first, as Neil always says in his lesson of the day, take a look and say, hey, if I was in this trade, what would I do? Once you have a sense of that, once you have a better sense of that, then you can really trust yourself and trust your opportunities as a trader. I think both of those things are huge. If we break above this 25s here, I'll get out, but I did get back on the short because I liked what I saw. I don't love how quickly we hopped right above that 124, but I believe in the trade, so I'm going to try to take it. Also, thank you to Fabian, the Chilean nightmare, as Sharif calls him, for sending us this clip here. We do have a new clip of the podcast. Here, so I'm going to try to find a way to do this without doxing myself, as I am sometimes, told. So let's zoom in. Here we go. They're talking. Here they are. They're chatting. Look at all of the new podcast setup there. Shout out to Fabian for sending us this. I think NVIDIA is popping above my level, so I'm going to be out video of that. But thank you to Fabian for sending us that lovely thing. Check out the Freedom and Wealth podcast, guys. Great podcast. Lots of cool insights and opportunities. NVIDIA back in here. We're going to have to wait and see. I don't have to leave yet. How are you doing?
Don't stop. Believe. Yes,
in-
get it, Eddie R. Come on, baby. Let's go. Yeah, I love how he shouted that out.
I love
because we were singing up a storm 80s style today.
We were?
Ram. Are you going to be around after your weekend engagements next week?
What is going on?
You know exactly what's going on.
I don't. The weekend engagement. Oh, I know what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, you know exactly what
I
I'm
do.
talking about. Ram, are you going to be here next week? Okay, Ram, we want an 80s playback Friday next week, though, Ram. All right, so see, here's what happens, guys. You'll be there Friday? Amazing. Ram's going to be here next Friday. The reason is Ramin and Fabian alternate coming in early, right? One of them comes in a little bit earlier to make sure everything's set up, so they alternate weeks. When Ram comes in early on Fridays, we play music.
We do.
I'm requesting some 80s music. I think Neil will be okay with that too, no? You're going to be okay with some 80s? Oh, I'll message you after. I don't know if we're supposed to say. So, yeah.
It sounds so sketchy.
It's not sketchy. It's her information
No, I know.
that I can't. I don't know if I can
It's a good
disclose
time,
it, right? Right. Good times on the floor over here, guys. Let's look at some of these small cap gappers. Seriously though, because I was joking about this one showing up earlier. CMAX, get him, Neil. Where is Neil going? He found out what's going on. Yes. Shout out to Eddie R. Go 80s. Maybe we'll go live or something early, and you guys can see us all jamming to 80s music. No, that's not gonna happen. No, seriously though, guys. CMAX, 97% here, and it did reject 4. Look, the range per candle is wild on this. I personally would like a dip trade to get in. I wouldn't be punching in at highs or even these midpoints over here. I would like something off the volume weighted average price or the 10 exponential. It's had a good, healthy amount of respect for the 20 exponential, the yellow line on my chart there. As you can see, all the prints, basically, after the bell, all of which held the 20 exponential. The only issue with this one is it was absolutely light on volume, as I noted earlier. But look at the volume candles really pick up. Higher, higher, higher. Each successive volume candle higher than its predecessor. So I'm going to be looking for something here. I want to say 340 to 330. We have that area top at 11 o'clock there, so that we could use that as possible support. We also have VWAP hanging out there. So let's load up CMAX on a trade screen over here. Let me just, I'm going to take off the dead one Apple over here, and we're going to put CMAX on there. By the way, let me give you the deets on this because I didn't give it to you. $13.75 million market cap. The volume on the day about 4.25 to 4 1/3. The float 2.7 million share float, and the short float, if any. Let's load up that 9.4%. So almost 10% of that 2.7 milli. Is shorted. So that's a decent amount there. Definitely not negligible. I'm going to go set up said entry at 340 and come what may. What are you looking at?
Yeah, C-Max. Shout out. Get max profits there on C-Max. Definitely, don't we have a mean nickname it for it like a certain C-pop yesterday that Sharif had a name for. But if there's any tickers that, either Sharif has a nickname for or not, go in the chat right now. If you want to see Sharif be vocal at the green screen.
Yeah, there you go.
And if you want to see Sean and Neil chat about those tickers, go in the chat right now. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you like. GME, AMD, AMC, NVDA, CMAX, CPOOP. I don't know, whatever tickers you like. You go in the chat right now. You hit them up. Also, I think sometimes there's something to be said for losing in a trade and letting it motivate you. I lost on my NVDL short, or not at, why NVDL? I've not been trading NVDL since a split.
No.
NVDA short. At first, it had me say NVD because I wanted to risk into that 124.25. I said if we get any kind of move there, I did not like the viciousness at which we bounced, so I got out. But then we couldn't break above it. So I said, Adara, now that you've lost on that trade, now that you watched how the book moves, and you have that breakdown again, you have more confidence now. Adara, get back on the saddle, get back right involved. So I did, and I took more shares, and I printed, and I'm pleased as punch. I was able to use that L to motivate me to take a larger share size now that I was more confident in how it would move. Thank you for the bang button there. I appreciate that. Like I said, I think sometimes I'm the type of person where if my back's against the wall, I tend to fight very, very hard, and I felt like that. Like I said, I literally was sitting on my bed staring at the ceiling being like, what's wrong with my trading lately? And having that moment allowed me to come back today, push harder, have my best day, both mentally and also P&L-wise that I've had in quite some time. Thank you, I appreciate the bang button there, but I'm just trying to be honest, and I really think what's cool about the show, and I really appreciate what Sean always says there about honesty, Shaunesty? I don't know, but shout out there. Also, yeah, okay, I deserve the fail.
Why? What's wrong with that, Katina, man? Shaunesty, it's okay.
Yeah.
Seanfidence.
I like confidence better. Yeah, I can't make puns with every word that sounds like Sean.
Really? You can't?
Okay, I will, but that's not the point is, should I? But anyways, here we are though. Sean is having a good time, much like Tesla, that one who was hanging out around 420 earlier, 194.20 more like. So interesting look there for Tesla previously. Sean with that little meme there. I have 15 pennies in the money on my most recent Nvidia short. I will be shorting every single pop. If we get above 124 with any kind of viciousness, I will be saying goodbye. I would like a lower low here in NVDA on a book basis. What would that be for me? I would like to see us break into 60s. That's the goal. Hey! Okay. Sorry, I'm very excited here. I'm really proud of the trading we've been doing. Just got a scalp with it.
Nice, Adair,
winter,
nice.
Spring, summer, or fall, or scalp. That's my favorite season. Apologize for the yelling, and thank you. I appreciate that, Sharif. How are you doing?
I'm shorting the dead one right now. I broke below the 20 exponential on the 5, and you just wet my beak right there. So let's see, the dead one on the way down, the future below 20,000. Now the future in negatory land. The future is now down 0.05%. Wow, where are we going to set up the next beak wetter? Okay, it might not be long over here, and there it is. We take it super quick there on the dead one, Apple. It's not dead today, guys. The ATR is rising on this one. It's still 2% on the day. What really got me into this, Apple has been very respectful of the moving averages on the 5 today, and today was the first time it talked back to those moving averages, right?
I like that.
Yeah, and now the moving averages, both are pointing down. Whether you're looking at the 20 or the 10 exponential, they're both looking down. We got to break decidedly of that 20 EMA, and that's why I said, go short. All right, now I'm long CMAX over here on a dip trade, so we got to focus on that. And we're already in the money on this one, so I'm going to wet my beak here at 50 pennies if we can get it. We're showing already 48s. On the ask, it's going to have to obviously cross on the bid for me to get said beak wet. So we're going to look at this one. Now, let's talk about the CMAX trade because it was doing things. And you probably want to know why I got in here. Well, there's a couple of reasons. The volume-weighted average price is right there, and this one was clearing VWAP by some distance. In addition to VWAP being there, look at this area high. This is not an IB high, guys. This is an 11 a.m. print that for whatever reason got into 3 1/3, then rejected. We clear it. On the second attempt over here at 11:55, we end up clearing that, what is that? I say 3 1/3. And then we got all the way to 412. So I said, look, this is a good looker here. Let's get in. We already wet our beak on some profits. We're already 10 pennies in the money on this one. Let's let this one run. CMAX 84 3/4%. It is the #1 gapper since the bell has rung. Since the bell has rung, not from 4 a.m. So nice move up here. We're already 15 pennies in the money. Let's let this name run. This is a small cap gapper du jour, baby. Decent look here for said name Adair.
Yeah, trying to short the Cybertruck. No, I'm not trying. I'm in the short. But I say trying because Tesla is trying my patience. Okay, all jokes aside, I stand by the short. Like I'm basically, I'm ranging from flat to 8 pennies out of the money. Like it's not, too crazy of a trade. I'll feel much better about this if and when, yes, Tesla, I said when we break below 194, and then Tesla said, Adair, I'm going to bounce off 194. I was like, Tesla, why'd you do that? The point is, I have no reason to leave. I have a stop, and I say stop because you guys know if I see anything I don't like in the book, I will run earlier. Yep. If we keep bouncing off 194, I'll just get out and take my losses there. My technical stop is 194.30 because that would be, a higher high, but I would rather just leave if we keep bouncing off 194. Let's see, it looks like I will be proven wrong here, but if we get back to another area and reject, I'd rather just get out of this clean slate and then get back in when I have other levels I like. That being said, I haven't left yet because I'm, like I said, basically flat on this. I just want, if we get like above 194.10 with the viciousness, that's where I think I will have to change my area. I think like I said, usually what I'll do is I'll have some kind of stop and then I'll have an area at which I will run for the hills. And if I see anything in the book I don't like, it's gotta go say bye, bye, bye. We're not gonna be in sync anymore. Also, I have to say we have our auction in 9 minutes. And for a second, we had that big move down in the market. I was like, did I miss the auction? We have not. It's in 9 minutes. And yeah, I don't know what this Hawk Twa thing is, but shout out to you, Ostentatious Production. What a market. I keep seeing things about that. I don't even know what that is. But interesting look here on Tesla. I think Tesla is probably going to leave me a little bit depressed here. Like I said, I want to watch this a little bit more at this 194.10 because I think we could be having a bit of a rejection. No plans to add here. Absolutely none. Zero. I just want to wait and see what we do because I don't. Yeah, okay, there we go. Did not like that bounce, and I'm out. So there we go. On that, I'm going to cancel my order because I want to appreciate because Sharif is always shouting this out, and I think it's a good thing to remember. If you don't cancel the orders, then they can fill without you.
Yes.
And I did not want to add to Tesla at that level, so I was like, make sure this gets out. I knew this was kind of a risky trade. We bounced a little bit off view up. Happy I tried it and ready to get back in if we get back below that 9 exponential moving average.
Oh, whoa. Was that a wick shimmy?
Oh, it was?
I'm going to have to charge you a licensing fee.
How much is the licensing?
Well, we're going to have to discuss it.
Okay. Can I pay it in advance or do I have to pay each time I do it?
You can do it installments.
I like
This
installments.
can be in a firm type thing, buy now, pay never. You know what I mean? Like, all right, guys, I want to talk about CMAX over here. Maybe I wasn't clear enough when I said that there's a 4 a.m. since 4 a.m. print and a since 9:30 a.m. print. Ram, I want to show them what I'm talking about over here. This column over here, change percentage. This populates from 4 a.m. onwards, okay? This column over here, change percentage since open, this populates from 9:30 onwards. So there are two different percentages. Now, CMAX, the biggest gapper on the day since the bell rang. I hope I made that very clear for that individual in there in the chat that didn't understand. This column is more important to me because it's more recent and it's showing me what the bigger volume has thought about this, not that 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. volume. I know the small cap gappers move during that time, but this is more relevant for my purposes. So change and change since open, two different things. Now, let's talk about the CMAX trade. Got long at 340, as you saw there. Went my beak at 360. The last out at 360. Alas, though, I did not hold the entire thing, and this one's going to 375. So great entry there for me on CMAX. Not enough size to really benefit from the entire move, but it's still going. Again, reason I got in here, super simple. Volume weighted average price dip, conflating with the IB high, not IB high, 11 a.m. high for whatever reason we got into that level. I said, great, there's a whole lot of resistance at this level. I just wonder if that resistance would flip to support. Last it did, and that's why we got those red triangles there on the board. So we'll see what we get with this one. NXL, we were really singing the praise of NXL earlier today. Oh, it's a multi-day runner. It's been doing this, that, and the other. Wow, that's a Christmas tree retracement right there. Shout out to Randy. 405 HOD double top there. Broke down below VWAP like it didn't even matter. It didn't even catch its breath at the VWAP. It didn't do anything really other than just tank. And it continued to do that subsequent to the break of VWAP at around noon. It is now breaking below this area consolidation top. Look at this area over here. Since the bell rung to when we broke out on volume at 11:15, this 275 was a decent area of support. Now, resistance. Now, it held it for a little bit over here, so that flipped back into support, but it was not good enough for this one to stay above 275 or not strong enough. The buyers just were not there, and now it's broken down into 2 2/3, maybe on its way into 2.5. To go red on the day, it's going to have to break below that $2.27 area. NXL, multiple good days in a row for this one, but definitely selling off now. WENA is WENA. This has been an interesting one, okay? Here's why I say that. Because a lot of my breakout trades on these small cap gappers have a lot to do with whether they're above or below VWAP. This one would have been great earlier on in the pre-market to trade this using that system of VWAP and being above it, taking out a breakout trade. But now, since the bell has rung, this all of a sudden switched from a trend trade with higher highs and higher lows into a very much consolidative trade. Now, here's what's unique about it. It's flipping its area of support into resistance and area of resistance into support. Here's what I mean by that. When it broke down below the volume weighted average price at around 940, it stayed that way until about 1040. So an hour, it stayed below VWAP. And then it did the exact opposite. From 1040 to this candle over here at 1110, it bounced off VWAP. And now it's doing the exact opposite of that, what it did initially, using VWAP now as a level of resistance. So it's a bit of a tougher trade because you don't know exactly when it's going to break above or below VWAP. So you got to, take a risk, gamble in a sense to see if this is going to actually hold on to your level or not. But at least you help narrow the odds a little bit by knowing what it's doing. Anyway, $4 VWAP, line in the sand as resistance now. If it breaks on a closing basis, we'll take it long. If it rejects it, I'm going to see with the big kahunas how much it's going to cost me to get short. WENA, interesting name, 133%, well off the highs though at 511 a day.
Hopefully you have a Wena and Wena, should you take it. Or a Wena and Wena. I don't know, words. Also, I tried 2 NVDA shorts, was not profitable in either of them, but I'm proud that I tried and I'm really proud of how I exited. Let me chat about them. Well, so you guys know, or maybe you don't remember earlier, I was talking about that 123.30 break. I said, when 123.30 breaks, it's gonna be amazing, blah, 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 blah. NVIDIA said, nah, I will bounce. Earlier, but then we came back to that 123.30. I should have waited way longer to enter. I basically saw we were there, got involved, did not work out, got out 123.50s. Then we had this wick rejection here, wick up into 70s and reject. I tried another short, did not work out, lost like 20 pennies I think in the first short, couple pennies in the second short. It's all good. Still up on this name, still up on the day, and still ready to make some more shmoney. How are your trades going, Sean? There you go. Long NVIDIA 123 is Sean, so please just punch for Sean there. Yeah, I mean, and what's really cool too is, Sharif was saying this earlier as well, depending on how you trade, people can be in different directions and still be pretty. You can take your scalp shorts, you can take your nice longs off levels. So I want to shout out Sean there for his fabulous trade and for the always instilling confidence in all of us over here. So yeah, I'm looking at NVIDIA here. We have the auction coming in 2 minutes. Let's get the deets here on this auction. It hasn't come out yet, but we're gonna get the 5-year note auction. That will be coming soon. Let's see what else is going on here. Join Michael Warren here is voting for Micron for us to take a look at in the afternoon show. But make sure you have your exclamation point, join, space, $. Oh. Micron, not normally when I trade, but this VWAP could be an interesting little rejection. I don't know if I want it on my side chart, but I want to keep an eye on it. One name that has been on my side chart that I will be keeping an eye on is going to be CMG. Because we are below the 90 EMA. It's one of my favorite levels. We do have these wicks up here, mind you, so I want to be cognizant of that. This could be a long. I want to watch this for a little bit longer, but I do like this 75 area short. We also have not really wicked above this 80s. If I risk this really tight, although the spread is kind of large in a way that makes me not really want to do that, I think this could be an interesting short. I'm okay with taking it into 50s, like 20 pennies. That risking like 5 pennies, I can totally live with that. Let's wait and see here what we get at this 90 EMA rejection, but this is an interesting look to me, and I think I can live with that. I just don't, this 8-cent spread is a little bit dicey for me right now. Also Tesla, there's someone in the chat saying, why is short Tesla one of the strongest stocks of the day? I agree, and I want to explain why and how I did it. So basically, I got involved here. We did have, at the time, yes, we did actually have these wick rejections here into 194.40s. That would be a lower high. We had some lower lows here. We bounced off VWAP, but I thought to dare risk it pretty tight, try to get the short. It looked nice in the book for the time being. I was initially going to risk into 194.40, but my rule is always, if I see something I don't like on the book, run for the hills screaming like your pants are on fire, which is what I did in Tesla. The second we got that pop into 194 teens with the viciousness, I got out. So I lost like 10 pennies in this trade. I just want to explain that Tesla short again. I know it's really strong on the day. Shout out to anybody long Tesla. I was trying to play it a different way. Didn't work out, but as long as you have a plan, you're all good to go there. Shout out to Katina, the Katina man / Sean, and his light bulb moment.
195 out.
195 out for Tesla, for Sean, for Tesla. So shout out to Sean there. I'm still looking at CMG and the place to be. I think this could be a short. You know how we have like NVIDIA as the monster and everything? I think maybe like CMG could be the spicy one.
Yeah, I didn't even look at CMG.
Oh, we don't have our auction yet, but we're just waiting for it to come in. It is 1 p.m., guys. So be aware that the auction reaction could be coming very soon. Also, AMD rejecting 9 EMA. Don't mind if I do. Let's risk into this wick here, 75s. We're at 60s. I have no qualms risking 13 pennies. I would love to see what we do here into, I'm not going to get my fill, but that's going to be 120. It's like 50 pennies. For reward for like 13 cents risk, I can live with that. I'm not going to get it. Looks like we are selling off a little bit here on this auction, waiting to see those results come in for the 5-year note. So let's see what we get here. Well, we'll get what we get. We don't get upset on the auction results. Let's see. We're not getting that here. I will let you guys know if I see anything on the auction. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at Micron for Rob EV, asking me a very interesting question. He's like, look, man, what are your thoughts on MU? Surely it has to be a short when earnings announced after the big run of recent. I don't know. I wouldn't look. You never really know what's going to happen with earnings plays, and that's why people stay away from them. But look, I wouldn't stand in front of the chips at the moment. I know chips have been weak this week, but a week is a very small window to look at over the past, however long the chips have been running, over a year now. So I'd wait and then decide what to do with Micron after that. I think it's kind of risky, getting in and trying to have a bias before earnings. But hey, do whatever works for you, Rob. And I personally just would wait till after the earnings announcement. All right, guys, right back into the high of day goes Amazon. Amazon's been awfully strong today with no catalyst. 193.04. It's up. What is this? It's up 3.5%. Only Tesla has done better than Amazon on the day. 193.04. It's right back there right now. Ram. Here it is. $2 trillion valuation for the first time for Amazon. Ram, you're not showing them the $2 trillion valuation, but here it is. Wednesday becoming the 5th company in the U.S. to surpass that level as investors pile into the technology-related stock. Is that optimism? Ram says $2 trillion, just not cutting it for her, man. She needs more, especially with Apple, NVIDIA, and the softy, all over $3 trillion. Amazon, a cool $2 trillion. Get out of here. No, I know, right?
It's not enough for me.
Right, it's not enough. It's not enough. Well, look, Ram expects high, high standards there for Ram.
That's big things from her company.
There you go. No, for real though, Amazon at day's high right now. It's been an absolute level fair with the 10. I tried to short this earlier at that 191.50. That's $1.50 ago, and I actually am positive on this trade. Funny enough, because I ended up taking a bit of a bigger beak wetter than I did on my stop. But yeah, look at this. I obviously had the wrong idea on that. Fantastic move up. 191.50 was that area top, and that was $1.50 ago here. So good look for Amazon. Apple now, interesting range trade starting to establish itself here on Apple. This 213.25, this was an area where we kept bouncing off earlier in this consolidative phase here before 11:30 and we start trending up again. We found a bit of a base there at 213.25. We'll have to see what Apple wants to do in kind of no man's land, off highs, definitely off lows. We'll see what Apple does. But NVIDIA continues to sell off. Lower lows, lower highs. It is downward channel by any kind of definition there. Now we'll draw this one parallel to it. And as you can see there, touch of lower highs, lower lows. What's your look, Adair?
Yeah, so my look is I tried. Please vote, though. Also, whatever ticker you like, whatever tickers your fancy, which is just such a fun way of combining a Sharifism and this vote thing. Yeah. Go in the chat right now, exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you like. Maybe it's NVIDIA, maybe it's Tesla, maybe it's Amazon, maybe it's Meta, maybe it's AMC, maybe it's GME. I don't know. You guys know what tickers you like. You go in the chat right now, you type viciously, and you put it in the chat. Speaking of typing in the chat, thank you so much to DayTrader Cut for putting the auction in there. I was just going to type it, and then you dropped it in there, so thank you so much to you. We did get 4.331% versus the 4.553%, so slightly lower than the previous number. Thank you to DayTrader Cut. Not seeing much of a reauction here from these mega caps. Took like less than 10 pennies on Amazon. AMD, shout out to the Amazonian, I guess, Obi. Did not mean to say Amazon. I'm an AMD. I do not like us bouncing at 156.40, which is why I got out. Also, I'm eyeing the white whale, which is NVIDIA. Now, We do have a bit of a bottoming tail candle here. We could push higher. I'm willing to take it long. I have no qualms about going long. But you guys know how I feel about that 123.30 area. I think if we break that, quadunk nation. And you know what? We have been below 70s for so long. I'm going to take this short. I'm going to take it short, and I'm going to enjoy this short. And until I don't anymore. So where's this wick here? If we get above 80s, I'm getting out, risking about 30 pennies. Believe me, though, I want to make quite a few more pennies than that. Because I'm looking, you know, just for my breakdown alone, if I get it, that 123.30, which was the area that was so spicy as support earlier, a couple times now that I think if it breaks, when the bow breaks, the cradle will fall. Rock-a-bye, baby. NVIDIA, go to the downside. Down. We'll see how that goes. Vote for your tickers, guys. As we said, please do that. NVIDIA trying to test my patience and my sanity over here. Still below the 90 MA. You know, like I said, though, if we had those rejections, I felt like I owed it to myself to tap this trade and then just kind of scalp it out. So we'll see. I don't even know if we'll get to scalp it out. Happy I tried. Also happy go down to AMD because that wouldn't have worked either way. So if you don't have confidence in a trade, don't take it. I do have confidence in this NVIDIA. It's whether or not I stay confident because if it wicks me out, I gotta leave. Let's see though, NVDA. Hopefully this will be a big NVD day.
Stay ready so you don't get ready.
Stay ready so I can get ready. And
you don't have to get ready. Stay ready so you're not required to re-ready yourself,
if I'm already ready, then I don't have to get ready. But hopefully we get greedy on NVDA.
I like it. Greedy.
How's the Apple going?
Where it's decent. I mean, it's not like a $10, $15 Catino winner here, but we're looking to get short. I saw a couple of green candle retracement to the high side. I said, look, this looks like you know, just a momentary move up in a pullback. You know, we'll see. We'll see. I put my L up on top of the break of this crest, so if we do break 91s, we'll get out there. But I'm looking to wet my beak in the high 50s. Not the biggest position over here on AAPL. I've got to tell you, it's kind of like in no man's land a little bit here, and which is kind of, it's a 50-50 trade, I got to tell you. So we'll keep an eye on that. 195 again for TSLA. It's been up here before, obviously rejected at exactly that $0.50. It's not able to take 195 though on a really, I don't want to say a closing basis because it did close above 195 over here, but that was quite fleeting, right? We dropped right below, tested 193, and then got up right again. We're above that level right now, 195. We're about 40 pennies off high a day, and Tesla is having one of the better days, guys, and I am going to be waiting this week for a Tesla 200 touch. If we get it, we all saw what it did last time. It touched 200. It did reject. I think that it may set up for an interesting trade there if we do get it, so we'll keep an eye on that. TSLA, awfully strong on the day. No news, though, coming in for Tesla. I'm just going to make sure that there's no new catalyst that came in today for Tesla that could help move this. I mean, there was Stifle. They announced a $265 price target on the Cybertruck, which is not bad, right? Initiated a buy on Stifle as well, as reported by Benzinga, so shout out to them. We'll keep an eye out for both. Okay, some weakness here coming in on Meta, on Microsoft, on goggles. We'll keep an eye out on that. The future's still above 19,950, so not much for me to talk about. Let's flip back to some of these small cap gappers, see what they're up to. CMAX now breaking down, so I was happy I was able to weasel a trade there because now it is broken down below the volume weighted average price and trying to defend 3. So we'll see if 3 ends up being a level of importance here for CMAX. If I had to guess, I say yes, it is. There are a lot of topping tail candles into 3 earlier on. Once we broke 3, and we got into 3 1/3, we got back down into 3 and defended it. So this could be an interesting level if you're looking for a range play. I wouldn't take a breakout trade south of VWAP on the small cap gappers, but the range definitely a possibility here. It looks like I will get stopped out of the dead one, AAPL, as it moves back into mid 80s. If it does cross 91, that's it. We're going to lose about 21 pennies on that move up on AAPL Adair if it crosses.
Yeah, AAPL, hopefully you get to the bite on some profits there. I already see the little beak. Or never mind.
No. I'm out of the money here.
Oh,
yeah, it's all good.
But I want to talk about NVIDIA, and I also want to address this comment here from the Piper. I will say, in all honesty, I think you confidence, I know it sounds so silly, but it's like if you tell yourself, I believe in myself, I believe in my trades, it really does make a world of difference. I'm a really optimistic person. I know I'm always saying, my mindset's great, and I think that helps. Like even when, I'm saying I'm down to the day, sometimes maybe I am. Today I'm actually, like I said, happy with the trades today. But I think it really depends also on what mindset you're in. If you're the type of person that likes to trade, like, your life's depending on like your back's against the wall, you can do that too, but just make sure that you always believe in your trades. And I think if you wait, if you're patient, if you only take trades that are really, making you hungry, if you have that hunger for them, I think that helps as well with these NVIDIA trades. Not every trade was profitable. There were a lot of doozies, but every trade I took was a trade I was confident in. And I took it with the poise and with the ability to try to conquer it with that confidence, and I had my level. As I said, I think one thing too is being confident entering, but also being confident when you leave. If I see something I don't like, I have to trust that I don't like that and get out. That's how I was able to get out of this NVIDIA short relatively unscathed. Took some profit at the lowest wick that we got here, then got it when we pushed above 70s. So I think that's really key. I think confidence starts from inside, as cheesy as I know that sounds. I just wanted to shout that out to you, the Piper. Thank you for your participation in the chat. Yeah, I just think it just starts from being like, why am I not confident? How do I get there? And how could it impact the trading? I know it doesn't affect the outcome, but it affects your mindset. And I think your mindset can affect the outcome. And I'm going to stop ranting about confidence now. How are you doing?
All right. I'm not doing anything. I'm looking at Oracle over here. I mean, not Oracle, Snow. I have no catalyst on this. This makes no sense to me. I'm looking here, and there's nothing that's coming in to justify this insane move on Snowflake. It's up 5% without a catalyst. What is happening there, Katina, man? Oracle, this is what I'm getting for this entry. I don't know what the hell this is. Oracle announces general availability of HeatWave Gen AI. Are they collabing with Snowflake? Why is it tagging Snow?
Could be sympathy, I don't know.
Maybe, I guess. Well, this is an unabated to the quarterback type move over here, though. Unreal. 130.47. And I know people were talking. Yeah, he's the best. Shout out to the Katina, man. Yeah, he loves the Cowboys. Well, I'm not going to say why he loves the Cowboys because he keeps winning against them.
They are my dad's favorite team.
They are your dad's favorite team? Okay, so that's fair. I thought you were just trolling me because you beat us every time, so you're so happy about playing with the Cowboys. I was like, where's this guy, bro? Shout out to the Katina, man. All right, we wet our beak there on some profits on Apple. We did get some out there. It didn't stop me out, so I'm going to leave my order the exact same way it is. We got a nice little winner there. But Snowflake, unreal. Sorry to kind of jump between two things here, guys. Snowflake, an unbelievable move. I have nothing to account for this. It's up 5%. It's printing high day right now. It hasn't broken the 10 exponential once since 9:45.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't do that for effect. I was trying to actually look. It's printing high a day as we speak. A new one right now, 130.58, 5.12%. Unbelievable move for Snowflake. I saw you guys mention Snow in the chat. I didn't have eyes on it. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. What a move. What's the volume on this today? Decent, man. Almost 5 million shares. It's a $130 name, so that's nothing to sneeze at there. Fantastic move. But you know what is a fantastic move? Amazon. I can't believe what I'm seeing today on the Zon. The Zon is absolutely flying to the high side. It is now at 194. It's broken whatever that 192.70 or whatever that previous high was. This is all-time highs as we look at it right now, over 4%, almost 4.1. Is having trouble with the whole dollar level, 194. Nothing that, obviously it's a blue sky setup at this point. There's never been higher highs. So you're going to have to use, some just general rules here as to where to expect resistance, whole dollar levels, et cetera, et cetera. But keep your eye on that. Amazon is squeezing. There goes 194, guys. 194.14. This thing is really going here. Every higher high we print now is an all-time high on Amazon. Unbelievable move today. I was just talking about Snowflake absolutely respecting the 10 exponential and the 5. Take a gander of AMZN there. Absolute respect as well. It didn't even touch the yellow line once. That's how strong this name is. Another high a day right there, all-time high, 194.17 a day. Unreal.
Yeah, these markets are unreal today. That is for sure. NVIDIA, I took a short, took a cool 2 pennies on this. Basically what happened was, you got 2 penny club. But no, I'm joking. Basically, I was just taking long off the 124 bounce, but we couldn't get back to 124.25. Why does that matter to me? Because that was a massive resistance area earlier. And that was where we had this little chop and turn before our most recent fall into near 123s. So the fact that we can't even get there, to me, that's a lower high. That's why I tried to take the short. We were a little bit too, sunny for my liking, so took a couple pennies, got out. All good there, all good in the hood. If we keep bouncing off 124, I'll take it long. If we keep rejecting below, take it short. You got to be willing to go either direction once you have levels you like. That's the look on NVIDIA. But Tesla, man, Tesla, if you break below 90 MA, I will short you. If you bounce off this beautiful little area of previous resistance at 194.60, which it looks like you want to do, which is also the 90 MA, I will go long. You got to be open to all sides of the equation. As Sharif said earlier, I want to shout this out. That's one of the great things about being a day trader. Any direction.
Yeah.
You can really flip-flop. I want to shout out Sharif's Apple trade there. And yeah, so happy to be here in this lovely, exciting little market here. I want to also shout out Elon in the chat saying, trading, hungry like a wolf emoji. Shout out to another classic 80s song, hungry like a wolf.
I don't know that one.
Duran Duran?
No, I'm not a fan of Duran Duran though. Yeah.
Okay, I was like, it's a good song.
Yeah. I might check it out.
Shout out there to Sharif. Tesla is really Teslaing my patience here because I think I want to take this either short or long, but it really needs to hold 60s for me to go long, and it needs to break below the 90 MA for me to go short. Tesla, I'm good either direction. Just gotta let me know. Gotta open those Cybertruck doors.
Honestly.
And open the door to my heart. 35 more minutes to vote, guys. Whatever ticker you want to look at, ! Join, space, $, that ticker. What else is going on here? FTX ascending triangle, says Tampanda. Let's see if we can express deliver. I know this is usually my Amazon joke, but let's see if we can express deliver anything in this FTX ascending triangle. Okay. This is a nice look. The only thing I will say here, though, for FTX is we do have lower lows. We're bouncing off VWAP, mind you, but we have lower lows, and looks like a slightly lower high here. Bouncing off the 90 MA, though, since that most recent pop into it around 1250, so not a bad look. Yeah, I will say I see a bull flag if we want to start from this 930. So from the open, I see definitely a bull flag. I totally see what you mean here there, Tampanda, with regards to this looking bullish. If I ignore this previous pop and just look at the bull flag starting at the open, I think that's a nice look. Let's see if we pop up from this bounce around 292s and push even higher. Spread on this is actually not bad. It is about 11 pennies. Definitely, I'm sure, better than Spreada, which I'm sure has a spread that is yucky, in a word. Also, NVIDIA, see a little bit of a topping tail candle, not really sure here. I also want to look at CMG before I pass it back over to the mustachioed man to my right. Speaking of bull flags, I see one on CMG. From this 1110 bounce, we bounce up, a little bit of chop, a little bit of churn, a little bit of chop, a little bit of churn. Let's see where we go. We have slightly higher lows from this most recent bounce here at 1250. Wait, are you and FedEx on the same timetable, CMG? You guys look pretty similar. Let's see what happens here. Also, IWM is at VWAP in a way that I find deeply fascinating. I took one red trade on this earlier, and it actually would have been green had I had a normal stop loss. So let's see. Oh, okay, I want to take this IWM short. How are you doing?
Good. You do that. Yeah, no worries. I'm looking at Tesla here. A bit of weakness coming in. I'm unsure how to play this. I'm keeping an eye on this area over here, 194.40. We had a consolidation area top where we weren't breaking through, so I wonder if it acts as resistance now. I wanted to go long here, but I want confirmation of the touch on that level and then another bounce. We'll see if we get it there. It's also the 10 exponential on the 5, but I was really alerted by this consolidation area top. I'm absolutely printing on Apple now, well over 20 pennies in the money. It's topping, it rolled. It rolled in the exact same way I thought it was doing. Oh, Tesla? I have Apple, Katina, man.
Tesla fell.
Oh, yes. Sorry about that. I was just about to load up Apple. I was bringing in the side charts. This is what I was looking at. Wow, Apple, go down. I'm going to cover here at 35s because that's where that's where it is. All right, now we're covering right there on Apple. Very happy with this trade. It was a rounded top. The rounded top is what alerted me to this. It started doing these rounded. Look, thank you, Katina, man, for that. Basically, it made a move down, then you got a 2-candle retracement. To me, that was basically just a pullback on a long. Now, this is a pull up on a short. So I said, all right, my line in the sand is going to be the break of 90 pennies. And I got in 70. So I risked 20 to make basically, what did I get? I made like 40 pennies. Not bad, 2-1. Tease. So I could have waited a little bit longer, I think. I covered this one a little too quickly. I was covering here because of the $0.33 support that we had there, but in essence, you know, we could have waited at least to the whole dollar or that volume weighted average price, but decent move here down for Apple as it does the rounded top and lets me print. Now, back to another one that's not tanking, but on the way down is TSLA. And I would have been in money in this one if I had punched short. It's like 50 pennies now in them. Wow, Tesla on the way down, breaking 194, below the 20, below the 10, below the whole dollar. Where does Tesla find support? I'm going to be looking for 193. And the reason I'm looking for 193 Ram is because there is, number one, this area trough over there, this doji candle that held us up above 193. And by the time we get down there, we may have the volume weighted average price jiving with 193. Right now, VWAP on Tesla nearer the quarter dollar than the whole dollar. So number one, we'll see what right now it looks like it wants to hold the 20. So it wants to make me look like a fool. Right back above the 20 exponential. We'll wait on this one, though. A possible double top. I mean, I guess I'm not going to really call double tops on a very strong day like this. It'll have to break down below that neckline really and on a closing basis. But yeah, nice little retracement for Tesla. Q's right shoulder formed. Might get 100-point move. Okay, let's have a look at the NQ. Same thing as the Q's. Right shoulder formed. Are you talking about a head and shoulders? So I don't see a head and shoulders. Maybe we can load up the Qs. What time frame are you looking at, Turin? Let me know what time frame you're looking at so we can kind of look at the same thing you're looking. I see a possible double top maybe on the Qs at 480.75, thereabouts, right? But you need a neckline break in order to get confirmation there. So let me know what you're looking at. But yeah, interesting day today.
Yeah, I was not able to get my IWM short, but man, oh, vote please, guys. Please vote for your tickers. I know we remind you a lot, but we really need people to vote. Go in the chat right now. Vote for whatever ticker of your choice, whatever tickers are fancy. IWM, SPY, maybe the Qs. Maybe you like NXL. Maybe you like the small cap gappers like Sharif.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you like that MAXN. Maybe you like CMX. I'm just listing random small cap tickers. Please, though, seriously, guys, please vote. We love having a democratic system, but a democratic system requires that people vote. So let your voice be heard and express your democratic rights as a Trader TV viewer. I don't know. Please vote, guys, for your tickers. Exclamation point, join, space, $, that ticker. I tried to take the IWM short. IWM said, nope, Badera, you weren't fast enough. Would have been a great look, but then I said, if we stay below the 90 EMA, I will short again. So I did, or not again, I never got involved that time I wanted to. Shorted earlier, this actually would have worked, but I set my stop like way too tight, so it's all good there. Let's see what happens. I have a larger-ish position because I feel like we can spread out the little bird feed for the ducks to wet their beaks. Oh, I like that analogy. So let's see if the bird speed works out here. We're gonna be getting some of this out 7 pennies in the money. I know that's kind of up. There we go. No, that's a little bit lighter, but we still have 2/3 of the position in. We break above 74s. I am out, but it looks like IWM does maybe not want to do that. If I come back to 60s and reject again, I'll add to this position. But right now, I would just like to nibble at the profit like a little mouse nibbling on cheese. We're gonna take out another portion of this position here at 52s. Man, would I love to break lower. I think there's clear support here at 27s. I will be out by that point. I don't even know if IWM will move that much or IW move that much. But let's see what it does. Also, I tried to take a short in NVIDIA here. If I had punched everything out where I took out half the position, it would have worked out. Instead, I think I ended up slightly profitable on it, but basically we had that move down. We kept projecting that 80s level, which is what I like. So I got back involved in the short. I think there's some scalp opportunities here, but it's literal pennies, so it's a little bit, harder for me to explain the levels. That being said, we are seeing higher lows here on a wick basis. We are still bouncing off that 123.50 area. Like I said, I think if that breaks, the cradle will fall, rockabye baby, NVIDIA to the downside. That would be the look. DJT taking some more. Here's this, Kevin. DJT in the place to be, perhaps? Let's take a look and see what place DJT is in. Also, CMG falling off a little bit here as well to the bottom of that support area, 65.50. That could be a quick long. Yeah, wow, DJT. Talk about a bit of a rounded bottom here, bit of an opposite V-shaped retracement. Great look, trying to push higher here. Let's see if it can get 36s. Shout out to the Wu-Tang Clan. How are you doing over here today?
I'm good. I was talking to Turin, this individual in the chat, about what pattern he saw, and he says he sees a complex head and shoulders. A pattern that I didn't actually know about. So I did a quick Google search here. So the complex head and shoulder, this version has multiple peaks on one or both sides of the central peak, which is the head. So instead of a clean left and right shoulder, you might see a double or even triple left shoulder or right shoulder. That just sounds way too complicated. But thank you, Turin, for letting me know. I didn't even know this pattern existed. We'll have to definitely look and do a bit more of a deeper dive on this one. We didn't do the lesson at 1, did we?
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
I totally
it's okay.
forgot.
All good. Wait till you're done your position.
Oh,
and
I'm done. I can do it now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Sure? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll just yap for a bit until you set up. I've been looking at Meta all day, guys, and Meta's been in a bit of a, let's call it a range. Since 10:15 this morning, when we got into that, when we broke above 510. We're right there right now. We're at 511, 510.99. Every single print subsequent to 10:10 a.m. has been above the closing print from yesterday, which is 510 low 60s. So I'm very interested here on a possible range trade on the spreada, META. It's been decent here. So let's load up. Where is my Meta? Oh, I don't even have it up. Well, that's no good. Can't trade it if we don't have it up. So let's load up Meta over here. I'm going to go long Meta at these levels, and I'm going to put a break through, through the break of the low of the closing print. So right now, getting away from me, and this is what Meta does. Sorry, Dara.
Okay.
This is what Meta does. It gets away from me all the time, so I'm going to have to chase it, and by chasing it, I get a crappy entry. That's just the nature of the beast, so that's what I'm going to do there. What's up?
Yeah, we're going to do the lesson now. Also, yeah, just this question from Tam Panda. Is your guys' bias still long, or are you looking for tops now? I'm always looking for scalp. So anything that's scalpy, I will take in either direction. I usually, though, I'm a bit more short bias. Right now, though, Tesla looking like a decent long. We did have that bounce at that 193.80 on a wick basis. I mean, yeah, you're in a long right now, so I guess it really depends on the name is what
Yeah, I'm good there.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to address that question. Also, shout out to, Sharif there for that meta trade. Spreada, though, was kind of mean. So you get the beta, Spreada.
Oh, yeah, we'll see what happens. No big deal.
I'm just, I'm always shouting out Spreada because it's
Spreada.
But literally. But let's talk about this lesson, ATR for smarter risk management. Because let's face it, stop loss orders can be the bane of your existence sometimes. They can feel like the enemy. It can feel like they're fighting against you instead of what they're supposed to do, which is sensibly work for you, work on your behalf. But if you can transform your relationship with these stocks and making them, or not stocks, with your stops into making them a helpful little buddy, a friend, a useful tool. Today, we're going to talk about how the ATR could be your stop loss friend instead of your stop loss nemesis and help you place some informed exits and manage risk in an effective way. So let's talk about the stop loss struggle. It can be really hard to do because you can place orders in a bad way. It's so crucial for risk management, but it depends on how close. If you set your stop loss too tightly, you can get shaken out by really normal price fluctuation. If it's a little too loosey-goosey, then you risk a bigger loss than you need. So it's really, really tricky. Of course, it's going to depend on the stock, which we're going to talk about today. But how can you make this relationship a bit better? ATR to the rescue, like a superhero. So let's bring ATR into play. This is your intraday volatility meter, and it can help you with your stop losses. And we're going to talk about how you can use it for smarter stop loss placement. So first, you have to understand the ATR. Remember, we talk about ATR all week here. ATR is reflecting the market's typical daily price movement. So a high ATR will suggest a more volatile market. A low ATR suggests a calmer, smoother, more chill market. But let's talk about your stop loss formula. So here's the magic. So you want to multiply an ATR by the factor, for example, 1 or 2, based on your risk tolerance, and add or subtract that from your entry price to set your stop loss. We talked about using ATR to set your entry and exit price yesterday. Now we're going to talk about using it to set your stop loss. So in a long position, maybe for buying, you're going to have your entry price minus your ATR multiplied by the factor based on your risk tolerance. Then your short position for selling, you're going to do maybe entry price plus the ATR multiplied by the factor. So you want to multiply the ATR and the factor first, then have that addition or a subtraction there. So long positions, entry price minus the ATR and the factor multiplied. For the short, you want to do the entry price plus the ATR and factor multiplication. Now let's talk about, one example here in action. So let's say you've bought a stock at $20. The ATR is 2. And you choose a factor of 1 because you want a more moderate stop loss. You want to risk a little bit less, want to keep it a little bit tighter. So for your long position for the stop loss, let's say you have your $20 entry point minus the 2 times 1. So that is going to be, if you use your bed math, shout out to Sharif for doing that. You want to multiply your 2 and your 1 first, get your 2. So 20 minus 2 is going to be $18. That is where your stop loss is going to be Now volatility will matter, because let's say you buy a stock at $40, but you have $1 ATR. So let's say you use the same factor of 1, you want a bit more of a moderate conservative stop loss. You get your $40 entry point minus the $1 times 1 equals 1 for 39. So here the stop loss can be closer to the lower volatility, which reflects a more calm, subdued, tranquil market, where the price swings are going to be a little bit smaller. If you have a larger price swing, or if you've got a stock like a Tesla or Nvidia, you might want to give yourself a little bit more wiggle room, because those guys can run and they can fall with the viciousness. Let's talk about the benefits of ATR stops here. What about a more realistic buffer? The stop loss is going to consider the normal market fluctuations within the expected daily range, which prevents you from getting shaken out by temporary price movements. Let's also talk about adaptable protection, because you want to be protected, but do you want to be really protected? Do you want to be a little bit less or more protected? Let's wait and find out, because the stop loss will adjust to different volatility levels. Let's say you're me and you risk like 2 pennies. You can adjust that with this in mind, have a little bit, maybe less of a factor. Or if you're Sean, you want to make the bigger moves, you have the confidence to make the bigger moves, maybe you want a bit larger of that multiplier there. So I think that's really worth noting here as well.
Exactly.
Let's also talk about as well peace of mind, which is kind of elusive as a trader, but something you want to try for. Peace of mind, if you know you have a defined exit strategy based on data, it'll help you reduce anxiety and stick to your trading plan. I was saying this in the chat earlier today as well. I was having a bit of a conversation with someone in the chat. You know, obviously confidence cannot improve the outcome, but it can improve your mindset, which can help improve your outcome. So if you're a little bit calmer, you can have a little bit more of a chill approach to your trading. More like the winds of, I was doing Sharif's winds of change. Yesterday I caught Sharif doing winds of change dance, and I was like, are those waves? And then we had
we had like an entire discussion.
Yeah, we had a weirdly long conversation about how to represent the wind. It was, yeah, shout out to Sharif.
That was a good time. That was a good time, sir.
But you also want to remember, guys, remember, ATR is a historical measure. It's not going to be a guarantee. And you also want to consider other factors like support or resistance levels for additional confirmation before placing your stop loss. You might want to experiment with some different factors like support and resistance for additional confirmation before placing your stop loss. And you really want to find the stop loss distance that best suits your risk tolerance and trading style. So try a couple different things, because you never know until you try. So there's a really funny comment I saw rolling in. Okay, Joshua Lee Mallory, beware of the artsy person turned trader with the little laughing cowboy emoji. Yeah, shout out to that. I mean, I think it's a little bit fun. You can become a little bit of a chartist when you have a bit of an arts background, or you see the things in a little bit of a different light. So I saw that comment and I had to laugh, got a kick out of that. Also, I'm not going to get kicked out of, I'm very appreciative of the little beak wetters you have.
Oh, yeah.
I want to shout you out.
Yeah, I was just talking to some negatory guy in the chat. I'm probably going to block him in a second. But this beautiful defend here of the level that we talked about, this was that line in the sand on META. It was basically yesterday's closing print. Everything since 10:15 has absolutely printed above this. So I said to myself, look, man, if 10:15, it's been defending that since that time, get long. Got long at, but I had to chase it. I definitely wanted a better price, which is really frustrating about Meta, and that's why I kind of slammed the desk there. But we got a big winner on it. So decent, happy with this one. Got in at 5, 10, 17, took everything out at 75. So great look, happy with this one, but it's still heading to the high side, and Meta still has more in the range. I mean, I see could make all the way up to 513 before real resistance there. As you can see, it's been over 513 multiple times. It was actually well above that. It got 513.81. So META, even though it's a range, only up 0.5%, it definitely gives you that rinse and repeat opportunity just given what the price action has done. So fantastic look here on META, but nothing as good as this look on Amazon. Right back above that 190, or sorry, excuse me, the 10 exponential again is below 194. We know that was a 194.17 HOD on the day, but there you go. It retraces, big red candle there, but the respect is just too plentiful, too strong today for AMZN Adara. It moves right back in, and it's now this time high, all-time highs. No question about that. That was 193.70. That was all-time highs. Now we have 194.17. Could be a different one by the end of the day, because knocking on the door of 194 right now. Fantastic look today for anybody holding Amazon. There's no catalyst on this. There is really nothing. So, make of that what you will. I'm happy I got out of this Apple short initially. because look what it did, bounced right back up. So even though this is still putting in lower highs, they're not that aggressive. And Apple is just so strong on the day that even the dips are getting bought up, right? Rosenblatt coming out with a new price target today for Apple, and that had everybody, I guess, buying or readjusting their positions. So we'll see exactly where Apple finishes on the day. If I have to take my guess, this retraces probably back down to 212 or so, somewhere around there. I'm personally of the opinion that Apple kind of hums and haws around this 200-ish, maybe to 220 for a while until we actually see what they're talking about materialize, where we're actually seeing people do demos online, not just videos of we're going to do this and we're going to do that and here's what we're doing. I mean, look, it is Apple. And they've always executed in the past. I mean, if you're familiar with Apple, you know that they are excellent at executing. But the market still has what? Apple's red heart. The excellence of execution. Yes, man. Oh, my God. Shout out to Bret Hart, obviously, because he is Canadian. One of the best wrestlers, I guess, of all time. Jag doesn't know Bret Hart? Oh, Jag. Oh, Jag. No, Jag. Come on, Jag. Remember the Hart Foundation? Of course, the Katina man knows, man. Jim the Anvil Neidhart, that guy in his little goatee that he was always pulling at it. He was always pulling at his goatee. You don't know about Jim the Anvil Neidhart? Oh, Adara, we need to put videos coming up soon, but hope we'll probably get demonetized because all that stuff is copyright, right? Yeah. What's that, Katina man? Owen Hart, obviously a very tragic event there. We don't even want to talk about that, but yeah, that's a look. Adara, Google just broke down below the volume-weighted average price for the first time on the day, essentially since the opening print when it retook VWAP. Now breaking down here, the lowest point it's been at since 10:05 today. Google, obviously very strong lately. It printed all-time high yesterday, but today a bit of a, take profits or whatever it is because it's down 1/3%.
Yeah, Google tried to search for, I guess, another low there on GOGL.
There you go.
Let's see if it's a Gemini, part long, part short. I'm going to stop making Google puns and talk about NVIDIA. I'm back to looking at the book on this one. Have to say I'm very proud. I had 3 successful little long scalps, only 2 entries, so I got involved. Got out half the position at 87s. Then I said, I'll add if we get back to 80s. We did. We bounced. I got some of that. Got out half at 92, saved a piece for the dream. The dream did not come true. Got out at 84, took a cool 2 pennies on the rest of my position. But you know what? Profit is profit. I'm pleased as punch with the trading I've been doing today. And it really came from me just sitting and reflecting and realizing, you have to go at it super hard. As Sean said earlier today, each day is a new trading day. And I really use, again, I want to shout out everyone here because I know as well, we had Neil, on his lesson of the day saying sometimes you just have to, he said this to me a lot of the times as well, just sometimes if you don't take a trade, just watch what it did and say, what would you do if you were in this trade?
That's so true.
I've been doing that while I'm at the big desk and that's been really helpful. So yeah, because obviously I don't trade, but if I see something, if I pull it up while I'm looking at the markets and I see something that's interesting, I'm going to think about it. So interesting look there. NVIDIA bouncing up here. I want to shout out Sharif for his awesome meta because meta's hard to trade as well. So yeah, you did not let meta get the better of you.
No, and I didn't have a good entry.
That's true.
And I had an absolute crap entry. I wanted something in the 90s, 510 90s. I ended up getting 511 17s, right? That's the nature of meta though. So if you're not going to be, accepting of those really bad spreads and bad entries, and just stay away from it.
Yeah, I wanted to shout out your trade on that.
Thank you. I do appreciate you, Adara. Shout out to Tam Panda talking about Dell, Ram, and he's got a good idea here. And I do like Tam Panda's idea. What Tam Panda was asking me, he's like, what do you think? Dell curl off the bottom, trade to VWAP. I like it, dude. In fact, look, I take my first beak wetter, my first profit taker at that 137.50, but I'd hold for 138. And the reason I do that, look at this area trough. This is the IB low. So I do respect VWAP, obviously, no disrespect for VWAP. I do like this area low better. Why? Because look how long we consolidated at that area before we flat bottom broke at 12 o'clock. So if we curl back up, wet your beak in front of VWAP, but really hold for that 138 and a quarter consolidation area low, I think you'll get it, but obviously not financial advice. I hope you print, goes without saying. That is my look on DELL, kind of a flipped from support to resistance. We see that a lot, these sideways S's. Yeah, they're kind of like a sideways S, right?
Oh, you're
like,
right.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Yeah, an inverted sideways S. I don't even know what I'm saying it there. That's a reach right there. That's a reach, says Ram Ram. Thanks, Ram Ram. Always admire your, what's it called? Motivation. That's the word I was looking for. There's a scene in Rocky where, have you watched Rocky before?
It's been a while.
Okay, so you know the characters of Rocky.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, like
so you know
Rocky.
Mickey,
Yeah.
the trainer.
Yes.
So, you know,
Burgess Meredith.
needless to say, yes, Burgess Meredith, quack, 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 right, from Batman, he's the Penguin. You know, obviously in the movie, he plays kind of an uneducated person, but who's an excellent boxing coach, right?
Yeah.
So his English, not, you know, up to snuff. So what part in the movie that I really liked was when he says motivation, he pronounces it motivization. I can't tell you how many times my friends and I did that together, but like, you have no motivization, bro, drop that weight. You know what I mean? So we'd always use motivization, and so I'm gonna start using it.
But he was motivized to say it, so that's what matters. Yeah, really though, yeah, because motivation is a huge part of trading as well. So I appreciate you saying that there on that. Also, the reason we were doing the quacking is because Sharif will laugh. I'll always like.
No, we have to explain why.
Yeah.
Burgess Meredith played the Penguin in TV Batman. Yeah, exactly.
So I'm a huge fan of the TV Batman. Sharif, that's why we do same bat time, same bet channel.
There you go.
So that's a reference to.
Your dad likes it as well, no?
Pardon?
Your dad.
Oh yeah,
Isn't
my
he a
dad
big
got
fan?
me into it. He got like the giant box set of the '60s Batman when they came out for the 50th anniversary. Like he raised me on that. But anyways, shout out to him. But so basically, I'll walk by at a very brisk pace by the green screen sometimes, and the Sharif and I will just go quack
Quack, quack, quack.
quack quack.
Adair, I want to mention one thing.
Please do.
Guys, I'm looking at shorting the dead one here if it comes into 214, Ram, because we have this consolidation area bottom. You could say 214 to 214.10. It looks like a head and shoulders on the one. I don't want to place too much emphasis on chart patterns on the 1 minute chart, but what I'm seeing is an area of resistance, support may flip to resistance. We just popped into 214, high 90s and turned around. I'm gonna sit probably at 214 and I'll look to defend into the quarter. If we move up here and reject 214, I'll even take it if it dips below 214, but that's what I'm looking for right now, and it's already 20 pennies below that entry. Wow, okay, so we'll have to set something up here. I'm gonna sit 213.99. Let's sit there for a possible short. If we get it, great. If we don't, we don't. But right now, it's coming into the $0.75. So it looks as if for the moment, a micro rejection on the 1 minute there on AAPL. Strong on the day, 2.25, but definitely we can play the intraday weakness and intraday strength. I also mentioned that goggles broke volume weighted average price for the first time on the day, and I was accurate in saying that. But what I wasn't accurate was in my implication that it would continue down, because this is one hell of a bottoming tail candle right there. That's how much worth? That's 54 down to 33, 20 pennies or so worth of bottoming tail, and then another green candle to reclaim VWAP and make a new high. So essentially, you know, a VWAP defend there, even though you probably got pushed out because of that bottoming tail. So goggles right back above the volume weighted average price again, still a lower high is on the day. I'm not going to say flat bottom break because we already got an attempt of that, but yeah, good recovery there for Google. Adara, about 15 minutes left on the show. What are you looking at?
Yeah, if you want to vote for tickers, guys, go in the chat right now. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. Go in there, get your voice heard, because we believe in a democratic system. Whatever ticker you guys like, it does not matter. Hopefully it has custom volumes, we can talk about it, but exclamation point, join, space, $, ticker.
You know, one thing we haven't done in a while.
I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
Love it. Subscribe, share. You should have done them with the orange glasses, Neil. I think that would have really added the extra.
Panache.
He wants to shoot another one. So do I.
I will say, my favorite part of yours is how you pop up out of nowhere. That is the
subscribe,
he's like,
share the show that takes you into my hair is far shorter, and my beard is ridiculously it's engulfing my face in that.
I just really do think, though, for me, what makes that is the popping up. It's the swooping
like a
up.
leprechaun that just comes from the abyss, rises from the abyss like a phoenix.
What?
I don't know, Adara. I'm just talking, saying words over here. Micro ejection, is that a real word? Says Jesse Munson. Jesse, I don't know if you're a newer viewer, but made up words absolutely have a home on this show anytime, anywhere. You let me know what it is, and we may or may not adopt it. Why are you looking so intently at that chart? What are you seeing?
I'm seeing AM disappointment, Sharif.
Oh.
Basically, no, I'm joking. I'll talk about it. No, it's okay. I was just being weird. So basically, AMD, don't know why I was trying to get, it would not fill me. I was trying to get out 95s. It would not fill me. I was like, guys, come on. So I ended up getting out like 10 pennies lower than I wanted to. To be clear, still up on the name, still up on the day. I actually, 4 stocks, proud to say I'm positive in all of them. So please just punch. And that wasn't always the case. You have highs, you have lows, but you got to keep pushing. That's the whole point of trading. If you see stuff you like, go after it. Please just punch to say 97 fills today. So as a scalper, that's a pretty big accomplishment.
That's
definitely happy with that. Honestly, Monday, which is one of the worst days I've had in a while, I had like about half that many fills. Because when you're a scalper, you want to have a lot of fills. You want to have those ins and outs. So yeah, not like that's a metric that really matters, but I was proud of myself.
And I wanted to mention too, sorry to interrupt you, because people at home trade a little bit differently than us.
Yeah.
For us to get in to say like 100 shares of something, costs us 3 or 4 pennies.
Yeah, I should have clarified. The fees are different.
And at home, if I was trying to do the same thing, it cost me about $1.
Yeah.
Right. So what we can do on this desk, right, is specific to us. I just wanted to mention that because some people may not know.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying. Yeah, it is a little bit easier to be a scalper from that perspective with that in mind. But yeah, I'm going to try to take another part.
That's the beauty about being here.
It's really cool, yes. So happy to be in this desk. Also, yeah, AMD clearly does not want me to get back involved here, so whatever, it's fine. I wanted the bounce. It gave me the bounce, not while I was in it, but it's all good. Going to see how NVIDIA's doing. Yeah, nothing really going for me there. Tesla, I'm not going to get this bounce here into 194.80, but man, that looks tasty. Speaking of tasty, Apple. Are you going to reject here? I'm going to see what it does at the 90 EMA. If it breaks below the 90 EMA, I will take that short. I would love to have a trade heading in to the last 15 minutes of the day, but I don't want to rush into anything either if I don't see anything I like. You only have 3 minutes left, though, to vote, guys. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever, tickers, your fancy.
Maybe they want to hear about Amazon making all-time highs. Maybe they want to hear about Google making all-time highs yesterday. Maybe they want to know why Snowflake is up 5% having done nothing on the day or no catalyst for it. Whatever you guys want to vote for, get into the chat, vote it now. The big kahunas are going to be locked. They're going to be loaded. They're going to be looking at the tickers that you select. And if they traded it, they'll tell you how they traded it. If they didn't, they'll tell you why or how they would have. So have your say every day on the afternoon rundown.
Yeah, we will. Thank you so much to Bears vs. Bulls. Shout out to everything you do. Bears vs. Bulls is over here.
Oh, yeah.
Putting in an example of how you can submit your ticker, which is like really good because we want to make sure everyone is voting appropriately because much like actual voting, how there's certain ways you can and cannot fill out your ballot, we have the same way because that is just how it goes. Also, Tesla, I am feeling very tempted by this 194.80s bounce. Don't do this to me, Tesla. Don't do this to me. I think we're curling for a breakout above 195. I'd like to be a part of this breakout. Not gonna lie, I feel a little bit burned by AMD, which would have worked out. So okay, AMD, do your thing, 21. But let's see here. Someone in the chat a while ago called AMD the Widowmaker, and I actually don't disagree with that because AMD can go awry so quickly and then act like it never did that thing that got you out of it. So let's see what happens here on Tesla. I'm looking at Meta, which is kind of chopping shirt, and I want to shout out your trade on Meta once again. As Sharif said, if you're not comfortable with the whimsical nature of Meta, and that's putting it very, very kindly, it is spread F. We call it spread F for a reason. Meta is definitely one you have to be more comfortable with, or with how it moves, or you can't do it. Like I said, I only take Meta if there's something that's screaming at me. I'm just not comfortable with the way it trades, so I really want to shout you out for your awesome Meta trades. Hopefully you can take a bite out of that apple.
Did I tell you about my poser friend? He's such a shooter. It's so funny. So he got the Meta glasses.
Yeah.
But he wants everyone around him and on his social media to know he's got the Meta glasses. But taking a picture of a selfie is a little on the nose. Yeah. So you don't want to do that. So what he did was he started videoing this vacation that he was on, and then he started videoing himself using the camera on his Meta glass. I'm like, bro, come on. Like, we know you got the glasses. Chill out. They're nice. You don't have to be such a shooter about it. Shout out to Ash, my buddy. He always watches this show, by the way, and he's gonna give me some grief.
I'm gonna send you another video of the Meta glasses as like revenge. Like if you have to watch this now for 4 hours.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, and it's actually good quality though. That's cool. What I gotta say. Yeah, cool. Decent quality there, but he's an interesting fellow. So shout out to him, guys. I think Adara was talking. Yeah, you were just talking about Tesla. Tesla is, for whatever reason, got this accumulation station in front of 195. What is going on here? A lot of topping tail candles. You can tell there's definitely a seller on the other side of 195 pushing this down, but I don't think this is gonna hold. There it is. Higher lows is the most indicative of this. Oh, wow, look at that. Look at that tug of war.
Yeah.
A little bit above, a little bit below. It's kind of like what we saw over here at 110 and 105. It goes into that 20 penny area, right back down to 195. So my guess is this ends up moving higher just owing to these higher lows over here, but you never really know with Stressla. But right back into that third of a dollar again. The Cybertruck about to break high of days, like 13 pennies from that 195.50. Wow, go Tesla. Okay, so decent look here. Here comes that 50 penny break, and there goes the 50 penny break. 57 is now HOD. Tesla really squeezing here. I don't know if the Katina man is still holding any of this, but if he is, he's going to be dancing up a storm when he gets back because he's going to be another dollar in the money because I think we're on our way to 196 or so it seems at the moment. You know, it was interesting looking at this because, you know, you had a flat top for so long, essentially since we broke down below that 195 at 12 o'clock, but then you had some, you know, indicators, these topping tail candles, you know, rejecting, holding the 20, a higher low subsequent to that low. So great look here for Tesla. Again, there's really no catalyst. We're just making the assumption that it may be moving in sympathy with Rivian. That's just an assumption. That's all it is. Stifel did chime in on Tesla today with a price target upgrade, I believe, of 265. And I believe they maintained their buy. I don't know if they initiated. They said they initiated, so they weren't talking about it. So they didn't cover it before. It says Tesla initiated at buy by Stifel and 265. So fantastic. Yeah, I do see that day trader cut. Big volume spike there on the Cybertruck. Good look. About 500,000 shares on that 1 5-minute candle. Good look there. Haven't been that high since about midday, 11:50, when we had about 1.5 million shares done on that candle. But that was midday. Bit of a different story there. I've been sitting at 214 to short on Apple, none of which have come in. This was the closest we got. We got to 213.96. I sat there at 99s or 98s. I wanted to short this again. I see a bit of a top, a local top at around 214 on AAPL. I haven't been able to weasel my way into this, but yeah, that's the look there. That's what I see. Goggles also really did, you know, did you dirty if you took that short there, unless you scalp super quick, because that bottoming tail candle and then bought up quick as you like, right back into that local highs at 183. To go green, we just got to break above 184.01s or so. So we're not far away from that. Essentially flat on the day right now on goggles, but what a move up, what a move for Tesla, what a move for Amazon. And yeah, wow. Good
Yeah,
look.
wow, indeed. Also, are you seeing any news on AMC? Because I couldn't find anything, but apparently AMC and G are really moving. So yeah, sometimes AMP and Gimme just decide to have their little bounces. They just
I'm looking. I don't see anything on AMC. Let me have a look at GME over here real quick. Nothing. I'm getting price spike updates. Could it have something to do with not GameStop, with Robinhood? No.
I don't think, well, because we just got the volume spikes now, right? So GME.
Sure. Yeah. I don't have anything.
I just accidentally looked up GM. So GM is actually a gorgeous range, but not what I meant to look at. It's also only a 15 penny range.
Yep.
So, eh. But GME pushing up higher here, not anywhere near high of days. We would need to get to 25.15 to make a higher high here, but great look. This has actually been a nice little upward channel there for GME. So nice look there. I tried to take an NVIDIA short. I tried taking NVIDIA short. We popped above 124. I got out. I think basically where I got out was the highest we've been, so that's annoying. But it's all good. Like I said, you have to try things or you don't know if they're going to work out. Like, right. So I would have rather tried, you know what I mean, than not tried. So please, sponge. I'm not trying this again, though, because NVIDIA is a little too waffly for my taste right now. I want to wait and see. Also, I want to address AMD because someone in the chat, I think it was CompuCare team, said, why are you interested in the AMD long? Like, it's been pretty weak. AMD's been bouncing off 157. Now, that's interesting to me because A, it is the 9 EMA, but B, look at this 157 area earlier. Top and churn, bounce, come here. We bounce, we flat bottom break, we come back, we test, we reject. This has been a support and resistance level on the 5-minute chart all day, which is why that 157 is interesting. Holding up pretty well, but also worth noting, I also scalp, obviously, so the moves are going to be a bit different. But that being said, the 157, when I look at this again, it's held even more times than I realized when I first brought it up. So I think that 157 is a crazy level for me.
All right, I'm going short Apple here. It's going to have to do something super quick because I got to get up for the green screen. So we're going to put 214.07s as an out. We're not going to give this much room at all because, 214.07. Then you got to buy to cover, not sell to cover it there. That's not the way to do it. So 214, and then we're going to give it to like 11s or whatever. So short at 97, showing me 96 flat on the trade right now. It's really going to have to, move super quickly off this level because I don't want to manage it while I'm at the big board. Where are we short? So let's go there and put a beak wetter there, see if we can get something with AAPL. Guys, Amazon, another day high. Wow, 194.48. This thing is just absolutely moving. 194.54. It just keeps printing higher and higher and higher. The buy programs are on in full effect on this one. If I do a 10, yeah, shout out to you, Neil. I would love to have that graphic on my end as well because that's exactly how this one is looking right now. All green all the time for AMZN on the day. What a move up there for them. All right, let's see if we can get anything here on AAPL to the short side before we get up. I'm sitting at 88s, thereabouts. If we reject that 214s and break into the low or the mid 80s, we'll print there. Showing 88s on the bid, but it's not crossing. So I was going to say pack our patience, but then it moves up again. So we'll have to see. Anything you're looking at that you want to leave everybody off with before I go?
I do. Tesla. I was looking at that 195 bounce. I should have tried to take something here, but then again, I'm not really a huge breakout trader, so I'm not gonna, all I can do is, as Neil always says, how would you trade it if you were in it? Honestly, I probably would have gotten out at 18, so I can know that I would have taken like my 30 pennies. But it's a good example of just knowing what to do and wait. Then I saw this bounce here into 195. 10s, 20s, and that's also again another example of what would you do if you were in that trade. Probably get involved, risk into 195, take it up, right? So I think sometimes the trades you don't make are just as important as the ones you do. That's a huge thing I've learned. I have to say, today I did not take any trades that made me go, arr. I took trades I'm proud of, really happy. Not the best day I've ever had, but I really needed this. Coming back here, we love being the comeback kid here. We love being positive, having that positive mindset, and making trades that reflect that, and trades that I can not go about because you don't want to be making that face at your own trading decisions.
All right, I just want to give everybody a quick final thought before I go. Amazon day high right now, guys. Microsoft double bottom off VWAP. Keep your eye on that one. Google, absolutely great defensive VWAP, coming to go green above 184 right now. Keep your eye on that. I just covered my Apple short. Tesla, day high. It's an absolute monster. I hope you guys print, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes at the big screen.
Yeah, we will. Shout out to Sharif, who will be doing a lot of talking and moving around at the big screen there at the green screen. Shout out to him. Also, I want to look at CCL here for incredible Mr. Lib. CCL keeps on pushing. Wow, CCL. Talk about a double bottom at this 88.15, or sorry, if CCL was at 88.15, 18.15. Look at this bounce. First get it on a wick basis, then we get it again on a closing basis. Gorgeous look here, not once but twice. Then we bounce off 1835s, bounce slightly higher 1837s, continuing to push higher. Great look on CCL. Shout out to Spring. Thank you, Spring, for gifting 10 memberships to Trader TV Live. Shout out to you, Spring, springing up for that support. So much appreciated. Also, Spring says they're printing on Amazon. So let's see shout out for you for getting that express delivery of profit. No, Sharif was on this one earlier today. Great look on Amazon. Upside, upside, upside. Much like CEL, we see a couple times the support here. And this actually, Amazon gives you a fake what looks like might be a flat bottom break here at 190.60, then it bounces even higher. Great look. Aaron here mentioning the Qs, pushing. Aaron Scott Matthews, NQ broke VWAP. Indeed it did, and it did so with a viciousness. This one got bottom not once, not twice, but thrice here at 479, pushing higher, pushing into that 480 area on the triple Qs, the QQQs. So great look here for the market. Let's see. I think pushing above VWAP is always a great look, especially when you had a test, a fail, and then a nice breakout, much like Tesla, which took a while to have that breakout. We're seeing the same thing on the Qs. 30 seconds left here. Hope you guys had a great day. Day Trader Cut saying my name is green like my P&L on the day. Shout out to you, Day Trader Cut. So happy to hear it. I think this has been a really great day in terms of the market giving you stuff to do. We had the NVIDIA shareholder meeting. We had NVIDIA at lots of levels. Tesla with that breakup. Tesla getting near that 196. Amazon pushing higher. It's been such an exciting day. We're going to have to wait and see what happens, though, tomorrow. See you guys then. It's going to be the same bat time, same bat channel for more ATR lessons. For now, though, we have Sharif at the green screen.
Welcome to the Afternoon Rundown, guys, the show where you decide what we talk about every day. We got Neil and Sean. They're ready to go. They're ready to look at the tickers that you voted for every day on the midday show with Adair and I. Let's start with the, okay, well, we got to go back there. Let's start with the market in general. The triple Qs just took a bit of a dive there, or the triple Qs, excuse me, taking a bit of a dive on our way to 480 on the triple Qs, finding some resistance right now. But the first ticker, as decided by you guys, NVDA, and no surprise there, they had another shareholder meeting today where they announced that Jensen Huang believes that Blackwell architecture platform will likely be their most successful product. That is slated to come out later this year, that new GPU, guys. What is your look on NVIDIA?
The new thing will be their best thing.
Ooh.
I, for one, am shocked because, I mean, usually what you want the best company in the world to do is just get worse, right? Like, that's how it's supposed to be. No, of course we're kidding, but look, AMD, NVIDIA, AMD's on my mind. We'll talk about it later. It's NVIDIA and Micron Day because Micron reports aftermarket. NVIDIA was a V-shaped recovery the last couple of days. Today, it just kept giving it back and giving it back and giving it back. So once the market opened, it ended up being a bit of a trend down for me. We took our shots. 137 was a level we liked. 123 was a level we liked. 125 was a level I liked. I traded all three of those levels, and we're going to come out not on top of it. I was able, like the last long at 123, was able to get a couple of thirds. Oh, the last two longs off 123. Got 2/3 of what we were down on the day back. Not all of it, because look, did it get through VWAP? Did it continue? Like, where's the breakout on the investor day? Right? Like, it made the move off 23, got to 25, stalled. Made the move off 23, got to 24, stalled. So you're actually still in the downward trend. If any one of those breaks out VWAP and gets to 27, probably a different story. But down 2%, I guess another sort of a sell the news event here. You know, they didn't really, I guess they didn't really give everything that they wanted. And when a stock is this high up, sometimes, you know, even when you get a good catalyst, even when people like to buy the dip, you get that event coming in and a bit of a disappointment there. But the stock has been absolutely fantastic on a long range. So it's bound to happen. It hasn't even gone bear territory, as you were mentioning, Sean. Yeah, no. So I still think that's very much possible for this and a couple of other names in the chip space that haven't really fallen from those highs. Enough.
We should still be in Tesla. All right, so you just don't see the positions. They'll come in once they get it filled. We're long right now, 123. I mean, NVIDIA's been great. We bought it early off 125. We liked that dip there. We're able to get it. It was a sticky note name, still is, obviously. Yeah. Nice move back up. That's $2, $3. Rebought it, and then as we were going off air, basically 10:30 into 11, that's when this move started to come in. So we did take a couple of hits here, but still, as we were saying, survived. We have that bottom at 122.60. That out right there is 124.20. So it's like, for every 30-cent hit we have like $1 and change back up, right? I mean, this last move was a dip back into 123, that past support there. So, you know, we'll still buy it. Look at this trade right before, this is right at 12 o'clock. We were buying it ahead of the talk, and that is 123.65. I mean, look, there it is right there, 124.92. So that right there is $1.30. We didn't even get anything out until it was like 40, 50 cents in the money. So, you know, well done to there, dropped in, got it out. We still have about 20% left or so. So hopefully we can get something out if it comes back up to 124 and change. Maybe a reload, but not until 122.50. NVIDIA, a great stock, a P&L positive day for me. But yeah, it's been a little choppy here, especially in the last 2 hours.
Micron reports after the bell today. Sorry, I didn't see the switch. Make sure to catch that with Adara and Neil on the market recap show. You can see that it really gapped up in the morning with the overall chips, but it's been kind of a sell the new, well, there was no news, but it's been selling off all day, trying to hold above 141 right now. What's the look on Micron?
I think for this after going into earnings, I might be done trading it. We'll see what happens. It's really starting to fall asleep. On the higher time frame, Micron did do a pretty hefty pullback. And we talked about some chip names that did or didn't make pullbacks. Micron was up at like $158 just like a week and a half ago and pulled into 135. That's not chump change. You know, $22 there. It's not 20% or anything, but you know, it's definitely double digits, and it went right back into a previous high and made a bit of a bounce. I still think ideally that 50 period has been the jam for this stock, clearly as you can see. So if we get a print down there, I think that would be the dip buy. They turn a profit, you know, they're EPS positive last quarter, which was a turn for them. So they're going to need to have that. If they don't have that, you are going to see that 50 period moving average. But the trend has not been very, very clean since it made that dump. It's mostly sideways, like 143. I like the 143. That's where we were short earlier. And then the 139, I don't want any part of the bid if it starts falling. But yeah, if you get 143, which has been the high from Monday and then kind of a lower high on Tuesday, that would be the spot for me. Not sure it gets up there this afternoon, unfortunately. So Micron might be a nothing burger. I'm not saying it's going to go down, but I think all it's going to take is, you know, if they're not positive on that EPS, I think you're going to see that 50 period moving average. I think that's a good spot to be, that 125. But for this afternoon, I'd be looking to fade 143. It's got to break that price to get me bullish.
Just looking here at, obviously we just talked about them reporting tonight, so they will come through. Micron today
13%.
is the 26. Yeah, there it is right there. Expected move 13, so previous move 14. So that's a big move. I don't think it moves that much, but we'll wait to see if that does come through. So take off 10% or so off of where we are right now, and then you're going to get some of those lows. We talked about it earlier, Micron. I like the 134-ish area. That's not going to be, I typed in MU, it doesn't even show up, so that's pretty cool. MU.
What, really?
There. No, it wasn't even an option. It was some random thing. All right, so nice little move down here with the NASDAQ. That's 140. Looks like that's the one you're going to have to play for today. So $1 down, you might want to look at a 140 hold. But again, heading into the report, there's more people that know about this stock than us. So we'll just see if it falls back in. You give off 14% on this one. 10%, again, it'd be $14, so $17 or so back down. Yeah, it gets you to that 125. So, yeah, I think that would be a buy if they miss and they go down 14%. We saw CRM miss, you know, some of these other names start to miss and battle back. Obviously, the best name that's missed lately was Meta, that came all the way back in and now all the way back up. So, yeah, lots of potential here. It's a name in the right space. I will not be trading it for the rest of the day.
Tesla having a fantastic day today, getting the nod from Stifel and a price target of 265. Stifel actually initiating coverage today on Tesla for the first time. As you saw there, up 4 1/4, a little bit off highs, guys. Sean, tell us about that 5-banger.
Because Tesla right now is the #1 P&L name on all shows. And it's one trade. Like, the thing is like, hit the sirens, man. I mean, it's just like, we got to just trade properly. And I feel like this one was exactly what we wanted to do. Huge move up. Missed the move. Fail? I don't know. I mean, we're long NVIDIA when all this is happening, so fail, I guess. But NVIDIA also did this. But then it's to be brave enough and be confident enough to put on a decent amount of shares when it retraces back into a past level that's held. So 192 held. So we came in, we actually have 191.75 against VWAP. So this was 25 cents worth of risk. Remember when we were talking about that? Well, this is $1 right there. That's about 75 cents. And then we got it out all the way to the top side, 194 and change. So $3 in the money there at the end of it. It's your #1 P&L trade of the day. And again, it's just the idea. P&L doesn't matter. It's pulling back into VWAP. That's what matters. That's the trade. Whether or not you want to put on 10 shares or 10,000 shares, it's the same trade. Wait for something to come back into past support. Thank you for the shout out there, Sharif. But just to let everybody know, you know, we're up, sure, we're up on NVIDIA, and NVIDIA is great. But look at all these fills. Like, we have 70 trades, 70 fills on NVIDIA. Still a positive name and a nice positive name. But the idea is I'm up more money on this Tesla trade that required way less stress. But again, you have to put it on, and we're glad to do that. So right there, Tesla works out for us. Let's see if it can come back in, and we'll try to get the long again. Tesla up 4%. Definitely like the stock, man. We've been talking about this for a while. All the longs, all the time for Tesla.
You just answered Jesse in there. Jesse, I'm not using an indicator for FFIE. Support at 45. I'll get to that one a little bit later on. It's not really moving just yet, but I want to point out everyone's in DJT. DJT's making a bit of a move. We'll talk about that one a little bit later on after the rundown as well. I didn't have Tesla. I'm glad you did. It's a great look. It's a great stock. We're talking about missed opportunity, I think, dip buying it on the daily, but you kind of have to have a plan for it. We talked about Rivian holding that $10 level, and it seemed obvious at the 50 period. Well, Tesla was doing the same thing at its 50 period, and it gave you a chance. It gave you a while, that 175, and now the move to 200 is here. The 200 period is going to be there at 205 if we get there. But like I mentioned for Rivian, Rivian gave you a similar look. Obviously, Tesla's not going to go $10 to $17 and do a 70% kind of move in there in a matter of days. But still, I think we're all more interested long-term probably in Tesla. More people have that as a core holding. Just because this will be the opportunity to mention Rivian. Rivian went downward trend the whole way. So we've talked about this before. Like, if you're going to go against the grain on something, make sure you have outs. Make sure you trade the levels that you like. Eventually, that 14.5 did hold. So we got that long, but we did try it again. So we gave some back trying to go long in Rivian. So Tesla holding the highs. Rivian might be up 20% and Tesla might be up a smaller percentage than that. But you have to remember as a trader, sometimes you got to keep in mind, what is the stock since the open, right? Like since the open, Rivian has not gotten past the open, like that high price. It has been trend down. So if you're going against the grain, make sure you have an out. Make sure you got levels that you want to trade against. This EV name, definitely not enjoying things. If it loses the bottom here, I don't necessarily think it fills in the entire gap, but if it can't hold this bottom today, Rivian could be giving even more than the 20% that it's given since pre-market highs.
From 3,000 some odd dollars a share down into the mid-60s. Chipotle now trading post-split. That 50-for-1 split coming into effect. Very sideways, consolidated. It's almost flat here, guys. Did you trade this one?
Yeah, go ahead.
I had one trade, and then we said when the market opened up, and I did say before the market opened in the pre-market, look, CMG, when it was $3,000, obviously a stock that expensive, the spread is just going to be wild, right? So, you're expecting when a stock does something like a 50-to-1 is trading at $60, I'm expecting the spread to normalize. At the open, it really didn't. Like for a $60 stock, it was down at the bottom. The first time it was at 63, I was seeing 30 cents spreads, which is not normal for a stock doing volume. It's at 21 million shares, so it was pretty good. I took a shot at a simple hold of 63, stop at 63 trade early. And the second it got me out, like it wicked that bottom, you're right back up at like 64 on the same bar. Like the same candle, you're right back up $1. So it was definitely more wild at the open for longer than I anticipated. And if you just held out to like after 10 o'clock, it was a little bit more reasonable, much more reasonable stock after 10 o'clock. I went to other places to try to get it back. But Chipotle, I feel like a lot of people are going to like this stock, even not withholding. And again, this is not split adjusted hour chart, but you'll see that it's flat, right? So you can know that it's trading effectively at like these prices up here. But even though it's really close to its highs and it's got a very high multiple, people are still going to like it now that it's a little bit cheaper. And I would worry at least a little bit in the short term for a stock like Kava. Because I think some of what made Kava so good was that it was an option to be like the next Chipotle. Well, now you can buy Chipotle at $63 and Kava, which is very similar and again, very expensive. This is down 1.7% today. And I don't wonder if it doesn't pull back into the 50 period just on a little bit of sympathy. Like people say, oh, I was getting into this one because I couldn't buy Chipotle. Well, now I can just buy Chipotle. Maybe I'll take my profits on Kava.
So right now, just quickly here, we had written down Chipotle down here, and the idea was just wait to levels to get long, and then we actually went over there. So anyways, we'll talk about the sticky note as we go, of course. But yeah, that 63 was just something that we should, like I said, there's only so many trades, and I'm now, as you guys know, of the belief to just to make the best trades and focus on those. So that's what I've been doing. But yeah, that 63, we said wait for a bottom. That came pretty easily there at 945. It was well worth the chance to do that. The main idea here is that we knew we wanted to get long. So the fact that it is, just the split adjusted, the fact that we're now near the highs of the day just kind of validates that. So we were down 2 or 3% early, and there goes Chipotle. There's a better look at the chart. Straight upside right there off that level. So we nailed it, but we're not in it. So that's that. You know, what else can we do? I like Chipotle. I think it's a great stock. It's up 14,000% from its IPO. So, I mean, say it for what it is. That is what Chipotle is.
That ain't bad.
If you just grabbed this stock 20 years ago, you're basically retired. So congratulations anybody that did that. Chipotle continues to impress. And let's hope that Kava and all those other names can get going as well. I made a lot of money on Tim Hortons and stuff like that. But right now we're looking at CMG, possible good long here.
Insane.
Rosenblatt giving the nod to Apple today to the tune of $260 and putting a buy rating there. Bank of America Securities also chiming in with its own rating of $230. As you can see, guys, good day for Apple, almost at those highs, breaking through that $214. What's the look?
Yeah, this one, for me, for the time being, it's my largest holding. But that goes back and forth. The changes. I sold some NVIDIA when you probably shouldn't have in certain moments. And since the bump in Apple, I haven't sold any. But yeah, 215 is a double top-ish. Doesn't mean it's not exactly 215 bucks, 214.75, whatever. A distinction without a difference in here. I think we gotta really shoot for, at best, 214. 213.25 is close enough to VWAP, and there was a good chop and support down there. That if the market continues to hold underneath 20 thou, like this is the futures, you're in the middle of the range. If we hold under 20 thou and head back into the bottom, what are the things to dip by in the afternoon? Apple looks like it's still in that nice upward churn. And if we do double top it up here, I'd rather look for a long on a dip. And if we look for shorts, I'd rather it be somewhere weak. So, you know, if I'm looking shorts in AMD this afternoon, not Apple. I know it's at a double top. Some people like to short double tops. But I see a trend in AMD. I want to jump back into this trend if we can. Apple, I think, can be dip bought. 14 looks good. 13 quarter and VWAP is about 213 on Apple. They just keep on winning. When you get to that 220 level, I think there'll be some concern because that's where it turned last time. But until we get there, I think it's relatively smooth sailing.
I actually did a bit of research, and my number one stock for the month is Apple. So we haven't traded it yet today, but we have traded the market. Here we were short the NASDAQ, which worked for us, and then we got stopped out when it broke above 74 and broke above VWAP. Then the market came back in, similar to what Apple did, and then we got long down here again off of a spot that we thought was past resistance, also the 50 period on the 20-minute moving average. We were able to get long, and then boom, right back up there, and now we're hovering around the 20. VWAP and the 200 again. That's the 50-period moving average. So again, taking some money out of the TQs. We look back at, because I wanted to see, you know, what my number one stocks were this month, and NVIDIA just split. So Apple still is big dog here. So I mean, again, great trading. Love the name. Love the stock, and just should be buying it every day. I mean, honestly, it's you can get out if you're wrong. But if you're right, this is what happens. So Apple up 3%. And if you just rewind again, and I wish I could do this as well, you just rewind to 8:30 or 9 o'clock when we looked, and I was like, okay, the market's down and Apple's up. I was like, what? We knew that there was going to be some kind of strength there. And look at the 200 period. It's basically taking it the whole time. So there it is right there. That's this green line. Nice move to the upside. This bluish line is VWAP, and then the 50 period is okay. It would have got you out a couple times. There, which would have been nice. So 50-period moving average, everything working out here today. It hasn't been, like I was saying, the greatest day. It started off really good. Some money was given back there. There's still some green traders on the floor, of course. And yeah, Apple would be one of the reasons why. That and Tesla. Tesla's not, we already talked about Tesla, but this name, again, early, there was a lot of damage put in on that long, and then this one right there, like I said, back in for TSLA. So a couple great names there to go. One name, we do have one red name today for us, and it's Oracle. And it just, we are averaging it into VWAP. I like the name. We're done with the rundown now, Armin. If you want to take that off or keep it on, it's all good. It doesn't matter to me. But right there, this Oracle play, we were trying to go long off VWAP as it came right back in. Thought it was well worth it. Got out for a haircut. And it dropped all the way back in, right into pre-market, or I guess not pre-market's all the way down here, right into these levels of 139.50, coming back in for Oracle right now. So watch out for this name to maybe get bought up if we come back into 139.40. But this is the red stock that we have. Just easy to talk about winners, but it's more about the honesty and just telling you guys, look, we're going to be 5-1, but this one we have dropped down. On that, and it's a good thing that our one hit, of course, is minimal compared to the win. So that's kind of what you're trying to do. The TQs isn't going to be a huge one. It's kind of not doing anything. We'll try to hold on to this, see if it goes back up. Market's under VWAP right now, and
it's not moving. But
yeah, like what's the catalyst? We don't have Fed. We don't have much happening right
we
here.
got the debate tomorrow. DJT's on the move.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So maybe there you go.
Must see TV for everybody.
So that's a perfect example.
Even my old ass is gonna stay up for that.
What?
Tell you that.
Oh yeah.
Oh come on, son.
Yes, good.
No,
I'm not going to be here Friday, so we can discuss it. But I'm excited.
I mean,
me and Brendan talked about that too.
Yeah, I've missed a lot. Like sometimes the thing about sports is I can always watch like those highlight packages. They'll be like a game 7, they'll be like, oh, watch the game in 5 minutes or watch the game in 10 minutes.
Right.
And they have it's everywhere. You can do it for hockey, for basketball, for baseball.
Yeah.
And I'm on the train in the morning and I'll be able to catch game 7 of the playoffs in hockey.
It's good for baseball.
Baseball.
Because you get the action.
Oh yeah,
30
it's only when the ball's in play.
Yeah,
but I have a feeling I'm just going to want to watch the actual debate live because that's how I roll. But DJT is legitimately moving. So if the market's not going to do anything, if Apple's not going to give us opportunities to dip, if Tesla's not going to give us opportunities to dip, if FFIE is going to trade in a 2-cent range, then this is moving. And last I checked, here I'm going to go to a higher time frame chart. Let's go to a 15. Well, looky, there goes hooky. $38 looks pretty darn juicy. I know most people would look at this and say, why wouldn't you want to short this level? I can't argue with, if you were going to short a level, this is probably the one that you would take a shot at if it fails 38. But there is a pretty wide gap from here till you got 40, and then you got 42 up there. I'd much rather this be bamboozle some people that are short at this level, I would say. Like, try to get them into the short. Like, break down underneath 38, get people in, hold 37.5, and then look for some upside in DJT. That is super strong. I can't think of a catalyst outside of the fact that the debate is tomorrow. And I don't know that it needs more than that. Certainly possible that that's going to be good enough for this afternoon. As mentioned, I would want to be short again in AMD. I think the 157 quarter range makes a lot of sense in there. Going to stay away from Micron this afternoon. I was looking at ARM, and ARM was kind of, I don't know, I went into a long that was no good. Like I had it actually twice, and the weird thing about the long, it's like, why would you get out flat twice? And it basically comes down to, I've liked ARM short every time it's failing the highs, right? Like how many times have you seen me where ARM is failed a high, double top, triple top in last week, and I'm looking for a short entry. So I got into a long, it's like flat, whatever, that's kind of like a nothing burger. And then I shorted it under VWAP, we're scalping some out, and we'll be up a little bit on it because we took some out. But now this is even barcoding. So it's gotta be AMD for me. I don't know why this is not moving. Usually, if it's bullish, it's ripping. If it's bearish, it's trending down. So this is an old one that we like. We're not going to get into. Rivian Millionaire, no, I cannot walk yet. It'll be a long time before I'm walking. Normally, I can hop around. That's for damn sure. But yeah, we're going to have to wait around for a dip buy in one of the things we like that's strong. And DJT just came back underneath that 38. So look, let's see. I feel like this is a level where anyone shorting is going to look for failure at 38, maybe getting in on this. So if it pulls down, goes into money for them, then you might see something of a bounce here from the previous high, which is, it's not 37.5, it's like 37.35 in here. So I'd look for that rubber band play to try to catch a dip buy on DJT. I almost said GameStop. I don't know why.
Well, similar, I mean,
But they're not really.
Similar action.
Yeah,
Action.
yeah.
I mean, basically both moving on, news-based events, I think, there for GameStop and for DJT. So again, like that stock, I think Neil's right about that one. You got to go over and trade things that are moving for damn sure.
Seriously, Ponzi?
Look, some people here in the chat, what the hell's Ponzi saying now? All right, so just I was going to use 122.50. So we only have 20% left of this NVIDIA trade. We saw this move into the close yesterday, and just huge move, and then opened up huge. And then now you get sort of that letdown, I guess. I don't know what we're expecting from Investor Day, to be honest with you, but I guess it's been a letdown. It's down 2%. I don't know. You can't keep these stocks down for long. So it's just like, I'm thinking of just making sure that it's the low of the day. So I'm going to put another bid. I'm going to take some more here around 123 and then hold out for a 122.50 break. Take something again in here somewhere. So that's going to be my strategy for NVIDIA. So, I mean, we could just put some bids here at 123.05 maybe. We'll put something. And then in and around 120, 122.70s. I don't know, we might not even do that. Let's just see what happens. If it comes screaming down, we'll take the 123 and then see if it holds again. That's what we did here. We let it fade all the way back and we didn't even start the bidding. We started it at 50. So it came down here $1.50 before we started buying. So the patience is strong today with this one for me. And not like it was yesterday where we just kept shorting it. But right into there was the last draw. And then if it does come back in, then yeah, we'll get hit on it and not lose our day on it. But we'll try it one more time for the long. Again, market is just hovering here. Now that we're under VWAP and I just sort of see the way this is, but it's not even trending. I was going to say trending, but boring.
I mean, technically,
I'd like to go short. It's under VWAP, the market, but this, is it under VWAP? I mean, you're really 20 points away. Like it's not doing anything. So you're one Apple 50-cent move away from being above VWAP again. You're an NVIDIA flush, but away from it being under VWAP by 50 points. So I don't know. Let's just trade the strength. So push back in for Apple into 213 and change. I think that's a long. And then we'll look at other names.
Amazon's a beast. Google's a beast as well. The shorts, don't short DJT till Friday. Yeah, you know what? I'm not saying it's an automatic short on Friday, but after the debate, like what's the catalyst left? So there's that 38 level. I think my thesis is that people probably shorted this because if I was looking to short this stock, this is exactly where I would have gotten in. 38 was the level, so it breaks down under here. I'd be short at 38 change. The way I roll, I probably stop out here, but some people I think are holding on to it till 39. So we grabbed the first available dip. It held 37.80. So creatively, we go long when it goes back through 38. Take some out in front of the half and then shoot for the whole dollar. I still think the $40 level is going to be a problem for DJT. Doesn't mean it has to curl there, but I'm going to anticipate that it does. What else we got going on here? Still nothing on Apple. 123 on NVIDIA. It's like that's the only long that was clean for me, and it's just hanging out down there, but it is trending down. Don't go long weak stocks. So yeah, got my offer in front of 39 even. Amazon is the other name which is cruising. It's a little too linear. These are tough when it does this, unless you have like a program where you're really, really scalping like heavily and taking every single dip for 20, 30 cent scalp trades. Amazon doesn't have the price movement that I like, but it's an absolute home run today if you got it early. Just like I look at Tesla and I look at this and I ask myself like which one is more likely to give you a dip buy or some kind of a power move to trade this afternoon. So I got Tesla on my black charts and Apple for moves in case it pulls back. If Amazon does a dip and rip that's really good, then I'll end up regretting it. But until then, you got to make a pick. I only keep 4 charts up that aren't my show charts outside of the future. So at any given time, I'm looking at 4 things. Even if I'm in position in others, like I got 4 stocks that I'm charting real time that I want to focus on. So sometimes you can be in the money on something with a trailing stop, that's different. But I want to have Tesla, NVIDIA, obviously DJT we just got into. I think Apple. It can be worthwhile. And if you guys have anything that looks pretty cool, let us know. We'll have a look at Rivian. Maybe that's starting to move again. I'd love to see that thing catch a bid, mostly because I want it closing above 15 for my personal account.
Remember when we really did well on Rivian. And now it's all the way down. And I hope that you guys remember when about 25% ago, I was saying this was a sell in your own PA. So if you didn't get anything out, man, I mean, now you're having to wait. You just lost 25%. Like 25% is a big move in any name. And this name was $17 here at 8 o'clock. And now it's 14. Like that's a pretty sizable move back in there for Rivian. So yeah, not very healthy there for that pullback. We are well off that name. We hit it and basically forgot about it after that, hit it and quit it. I mean, it dropped off to 1550 there, and we were able to get the last piece out. Like it came back in, bounced again off 15 where we were long. We actually long down here, 1480, and that out is 16. Like 1480 out there we had an average price, so it's not like we take $1 on the whole load, but out 1620, like $1.40 right there on Rivian. I mean, that's pretty epic right there. And then it comes back in and we wind up taking that last $1 on the last piece. And then now you're at the bottoms. I'm going to leave it alone as per what Neil was saying there. We don't need to go long weak stocks. And right now, Rivian, I would slap a fail. I mean, we were talking about that. You just gave up 25% by not getting some out, right? So, that sucks. Let's see if Rivian can get back to the upside there. We already talked about that NVIDIA trade. Robinhood, let's review that. Again, hit this and quit this as well. Move this hood so you can see. That's the low, that's the high. And then we held that 10% left and got out in all this kerfuffle here at 22.75, which is all good. The long was 22.50. That is 80 cents. Most of these outs are right here for 60, 70 cents. That really got going really quick. So again, a pretty good level, a pretty good trade there for our friend in Robinhood. So that was, again, a pretty good play there. And then the out that we probably shouldn't have, but have anyways, Tesla. So this was a great trade, and I'm completely happy getting it out. We came back, and I actually tweeted it. When we got out, I tweeted that we were getting out of it at that time. And again, part of the reason was we came back to 95. Brendan and I were just filming up the last bits of the podcast. Make sure you check out the Freedom and Wealth podcast this week. And then I missed the 195. Came back, saw this dip down, and then just said, you know what? I didn't want to buy it because it wasn't at VWAP. And then I said, the next time it comes to 195, I have to make sure I get something. So we do get a little something, you know what I'm saying? Out right there on Tesla, and appears to have been, look, to say something's a mistake, obviously means it's a mistake, but you can't have that hindsight, Fabian, or else, man, that poor guy that paid a couple hundred Bitcoins or whatever it was for a pizza back in the day.
He was happy.
He was happy? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In hindsight,
I've
probably
seen these,
not. But
he's done some interviews, and it's like...
Yeah, he was probably stoned as you know what. He was probably loved that. Oh!
Yeah, he was like, he knew what he was doing in the moment. I think that's one thing that at least was pretty clear. Maybe he's lying. I have no idea. But it always seemed like when you make a decision like that, he kind of knew it could come and turn into anything. But if, like, the reason he got it was just to quickly use it. He thought it was cool. It was brand new. Hopefully he got back in and held on to something. But at the end of the day, you just have to have a plan of action for whatever it is, right? And that's one of the most important things, because when we talk about trading, a lot of times like, oh, it's easy to say you want to have a plan for trading. Of course. Well, what stock am I going to trade? What entry am I going to take? What exit am I going to take? But in life, it's not always as simple. But one of the things that got discussed on episode. It wasn't just episode 4, because you guys said this in the previous episode as well. When you're going through and trying to avoid distractions, level up in anything. Like if you want to do better in your business or in your personal life, want to be better working out, whatever that might be, you've got to set yourself some kind of a goal. What is that first step going to be? It can be the most simple thing. And I'll just give you one example. I hate running. I can't stand it if it's not sprinting. So I'm not somebody that likes to go for long runs. Obviously, I'm not doing any of that right now. But one of the things that actually got me when I was doing more running, like longer distances, was I would get home, and if I was supposed to go for a run, I just told myself, I'm going to get in, I'm putting on my running shorts. Once I get home from work, I'm putting on my running shorts. And the first time I did it, I literally didn't go for the run. I talked myself out of it. The next time I put them on again. And it was just that little thing. And then eventually it's like once I went for the run, yeah, you put on the shorts, you're going for that run. It's that simple. I do the same thing when I got to do a workout. If I'm working out in the morning, I wake up, put on that gear, and it's that mental trigger. Whatever works for you. Sometimes it's check out your chart in the morning. Why the heck is Mobileye moving? Like, that's the question I'm asking myself right now. DJT, by the way, I'm going to get DJT because we came out of it, failed that 39 level. We said it gets to 39, we're going to check back out. And look at the dump city. It failed 39, dump city back into 37. This might be an opportunity. If it doesn't go into a halt, right in here, 37 could be a little bit of a dip buy. So I want to see some buyers come into this. We jammed out. I like to take breakouts station to station with a trailing stop. This is why. Because there's no catalyst for this. I mean, obviously the debate is coming up, but does that make this worth something? I don't know fundamentally. But we'll look for a dip buy there for sure. Mobileye, there isn't any news on it. It's just having a fantastic day, 5%. What's weird about that for Mobileye is there was positive news for Waymo overnight. And I don't understand why that would, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Google's doing some good things when it comes to automated driving. So still dipping into DJT. Yesterday's afternoon support was all the way down at 36. Now that 37's gone, might just have to wait for 36 on this one. Or look for another flyer that wants to still go. As fast as they go up, they can come down even faster.
Oh man, yeah, and again, catalyst. I mean, that's the reason why you have to make some of these trades, right? And the catalyst for us to make that Freedom and Wealth podcast is exactly for the talks that Neil was just saying. Just different kind of ways of thinking about things. And often we're sitting here and we're talking about scalping and making money and trading, and just some traders lose, some traders don't lose. We talk about that. It's more longer term and more just different kind of talks than that right now. Make sure you do get some hydration. Nation. I'm gonna have to go get a water in a minute. I was going to look at Amazon, but you just sort of touched on that. And the one thing I wanted to say that came in a little bit late today, and you know what? If you're on the West Coast, apparently it's the best coast. And if you're on the West Coast, then it's time for lunch. So today was pretty good, apparently. There is some leftover, so I don't know how good it exactly was. But something different that I don't ever believe I've said here on the show. Hot roast beef sandwich with caramelized onions and feta cheese. The feta cheese seems weird to me for that one, but
Feta?
I'm just reading what it says.
Yeah?
BPI. I don't think it was feta. I think it was goat or feta. Okay, either way, it seems a little. Oh yeah. Ramin also says it could potentially goat cheese as well, with hot grains and sweet potatoes. So I guess that was a salad, kind of quinoa-ish. They're grainy salad, but yeah, right there, a hot beef. So I like that. I'll even order that. I love a nice little roast beef shaved up there, hot beef sandwich. We talked about Philly cheesesteak the other day as well. That's just quickly.
Just no feta.
Go ahead. Yeah, that feta does seem.
I'm not.
I mean, when I said that, it kind of made my. Feta makes it better.
Hey, man, nothing wrong with, look, if you love feta, go for it. Knock yourself out. Like, I'm one of those, like, my wife absolutely loves feta. If I order something with it on it, I'm like, there you go. It's all
I love feta cheese. I just don't know in a sandwich with this beef dip.
I'll have it if it's on something.
I mean, Greek salad.
Like, I'm not going to pick it off of, most things, but if
feta
she wants
with olives, man?
I'll give it to her. Oh, yeah, with olives on a Greek salad.
I mean, this is what this
But I'm picky. I'm picky with salads. Everybody else puts too much dressing on salads. I felt you go to a nice restaurant, they'll put just the right amount. I don't like places that drench salad dressing. Let a brother put it on himself. Like, get it on.
You can just request it on.
Yeah, and especially don't even get me started with Caesar salad because it's too thick and I don't know. Nice balsamic. Nice and thin, it's good to go. We might have missed the bounce here on DJT.
Bears versus Bulls.
DJT went ham just now. This is a real, can we come to the chart for a second, Ramin? Yeah, this was a real wick where it got to 36.60. Now, I was waiting, I just said, if 37 is not going to hold, let's look at the 36 level. The second I was waiting for 36, it did this bounce, and it was at 37.80 right quick. So let's let this one calm down before we jump back into it somewhere else. Wild price action here. On DJT. It is the mover, at least for now. Amazon, still not doing much. Apple, it's kind of a dip buy, but it's losing this consolidation level. A good consolidation, but if you want a long, you want it breaking up out of the consolidation, not breaking down out of the consolidation, which is exactly what's happening. So whether we get that or not, I'm not sure. AMD doesn't want any part of up at this 57 quarter to 57 half. So got to wait for that for a short. See what ARM is doing. ARM still completely sideways. NVIDIA's coming down into 123. I'm talking myself out of going back into that long. It's not a super strong stock today. I don't feel like that's the right place to go. Maybe Micron after all. Micron's not doing anything either. I don't want to be forcing anything. Yeah, I feel like DJT might just be the place because nothing is moving right now.
No, we said that the market would be just one of these slow grinds, and it seems to be what exactly is what's happening there. So it was a good out for us on the TQs, I guess. So we just started emptying it out as we came back on the show, and that was the 200 period. We got out at VWAP and at the 200 period since we've been going. So good couple levels there to look at. We'll continue to go. I want to find some other names. We did miss. I saw someone say, you know, the stock that is near and dear to my heart, Palantir, does drop into 24. Well, it's still there. I mean, that was a big move in, and then someone said, did anybody get that back here? When I looked at it, it was already at the 20 level. So there's another buy into 24. We had this yesterday. It was a monster trade. We could have had it again there today, and I think it's probably worth it. I mean, if the market's not going to do much, Palantir down 2%, I think it's just getting faded off of it reaching yesterday these high levels again, 24.70, 25 bucks. Next time we get to 26, we'll have to definitely consider taking something out there, which would be another 10% from here. But yeah, I think this is a buy down here at 24. I mean, here's the 20 period moving average. That little dip down, if you really wanted to put on some shares and, you know, again, it's tough to go long because the market's going down, but I feel like you can risk 10 cents here on this into those wicks. The last time you did that, it was already at this level, 24.35, came right down in about an hour, touched 24, wick down 10 cents, and then blasted up from that 10 cents, 60 cents. So I feel like to risk 4 to 1 or something like that, even if you got out back at VWAP or at 50 period, that would be great as well. So let's put a bid down here at 24. Not like an exorbitant amount of shares, but you know, probably like half of what we would take if this happened earlier on and we had caught that. So we'll put on something again, just because it's tough. And again, we always talk about having confidence and being, you know, convinced of your plays. It's just the market's bleeding down. And we had said that before when we were looking at it. It's like I said, your one NVIDIA move down, which is exactly happening. NVIDIA's at 23 before this market to move, and that's what's happening. Or your one Apple move up, and then we're the other way. Well, it looks like it decided to go down. So easiest way, I guess, with least resistance to the downside, and then we'll see if we can pick something up, maybe 19 flats, that's the very bottom, 19.25, something like that in there. So right now, you kind of got to let this market float a little bit. We do have NVIDIA bids down here. We just got filled at 123. So this was, again, we were very, very patient with it. We talked about this. Now we're in position 123.03. We just got filled there. So average position now 123.08. No, sorry, we got 05s.
There it is. Like wait patiently waiting.
Yeah, trying.
That's a good Larry.
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out why AMC is up 2.5%, but in the hunt for things that are kind of moving, we're not really settling down that much. DJT, I want those 36s. It still looks like it might be a 37 play. AMC doesn't really have a red candle since it broke out here.
Wow, okay.
So that looks pretty strong. And, you know, it's got a bit of an upward channel. I like the fact that it might have trapped some shorts in here. So a hold of 460 is looking interesting. I just checked to see if there's a catalyst. Not that there has to be. I don't know. There is no specific catalyst that at least I can find. I'll maybe hunt a little bit more, see what's going on with AMC. But because that's a big enough volume spike out of nowhere. Like, you guys can see that candle. Usually I see that there should be something, right? Like, it doesn't do that for no reason whatsoever. And I don't see anything on our radar, but it's still an upward trend. It's broken out from the 450. Would just like to see it hold at 4.6. And DJT, it might be convincing me that 37 might just be it here. So you're getting a bit of a double consolidation. It has to be 2 trades. I wouldn't hold 37 to 36. I think you got to give it a tight stop to that level. 36.6, and then look for the 36 even here on Donald Trump Jr. or Donald J. Trump.
Yeah.
John. It's John, right?
I don't know. I'm just focused on making some of this because that's what matters. There it is right there. It's NVIDIA. And by the way, this is a 2-minute chart. So we're looking at DJT trying to make these moves. Obviously, it's a completely different priced name and not as active as NVIDIA as far as, it's more active as far as percentage moves. But for my money here, little easier to sort of play off of some past levels as DJT is a crazy stock, and I'm glad we're looking at it. But right there, like let's just be real. There's 40 cents right now on NVIDIA in 2 minutes. So again, I just want to say thank you to everybody that's in the chat because we often get nice emails saying like how much they've learned and all of this, and they take profits and they've changed their trading style. And it's just like there's the quick out for 20 cents and then there's 30, 40 cents right back out. So it's like you put this money in your pocket. When you lose, sure, you can get hit, get run over. Trades can go bad at any time. But this is why take some out. And then we always say like on the midday show, it's like, oh, if you want, those huge bangers, you got to follow Sean. It has nothing to do with that. It's nothing to do with that. It has to do with making sure that you take your trades and then we try to teach you about why we're in. I mean, even as NVIDIA was coming in, I talked about bidding 123 when the stock was at 123.80. So when it falls back in, this just goes according to plan. It's not... If it happens, great. We're sitting there making that money. Spin it. Now NVIDIA just on this move right here at random 2:40 in the afternoon goes to your P&L number 1. And right there again, we talked about Tesla taking that spot over on one trade. Well, right here, NVIDIA on the reload jumps ahead again. So it's like trade your stock, trade your name. And I mean, it's like why we left Robinhood available. Sure, there's a good trade right now. You could have easily gone long on Robinhood just a couple minutes ago when we were talking about it, and it's worked out fantastic. But we already made our bed down here with Robinhood. This was already the trade, and then we held a little bit for that. So if I just start averaging in, I could give everything back from idea number 1 there, Robinhood today. If I trade Rivian right now, I could give it all back. But we're not going to do that unless it sets up. And for me right now, the name that set up was NVIDIA. Came right back into a level that we love, 123. We talked about that level. And then so the fact that it goes 123.05 all the way up to 123.50, it's like there's 50 cents for you. If that's your style. And again, trade as many shares as you're comfortable with. People are asking, all 4 of us trade with, Sharif and Adair trade with similar shares, I guess, but all 4 of us basically trade with very different share sizes because there's different opportunities. And I think that's the one thing that you have to understand. A breakout trade would be more shares for some than others. A dip buy might be better. And we don't, although Neil and I listen to what we're each saying and look at the different names together, it's often he may have a completely different idea. I've gone long on a name and I look over, he's short, and somehow it's right in the middle, and we're both winning. So you gotta.
Usually that's ideal.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't think it's ever. I'm pretty sure about that. I don't think there's ever been a situation
maybe even not
at
now,
the
but
same price, different directions. That I don't think has ever happened. It's certainly possible. I've seen that happen on the floor, and the best example of it was months ago. Apple, a 180 break. There was like 80% of the floor was taking the break long, and there were a couple of people that are like, no, it was such a good short, they were just going to stick with the short, and the short ended up winning. And I always feel like, I'm going to get to this super chat in a second. I always feel like if everybody on the floor is thinking the exact same thing at a key level, sometimes it's not that I think it'll work better. It's just usually if it does work, it'll work bigger. Because if every short-term trader is thinking the same thing, if it doesn't work, a lot of times it can be a bad indicator. I know in the past on our trading floor, if everybody was in the same position, this is like over a decade ago in BAC was going the other way, 9 times out of 10. I just want to shout out, I'll give it to Xenon here. Thank you for the super chat. I know you meant confidence because you said conference. The key to confidence is positive expectancy. You don't have to be right every time, but you have to have good reasons for your decisions. That's it. Every trade is just about decision making. It's like poker, right? Like positive expectancy is going to be everything. Now, I don't get 37 here, but look what had happened at 38. So 38, here's a pullback, higher low, holds even dollar back through 38. It gives you like a 40 to 50 cent move. It ends up giving it back up. Same kind of setup. Keeps it simple. It holds that 37 level. I kind of thought it might go to 36. Higher low, try to grab 37. It makes that move. It's already gone past 40 to 50 cents in the money. But that's the reason for the trade. If it goes, it goes. If you get the fill, you get the fill. Sometimes when you take it on the way down, you're going to get that fill. And other times, it's going to make more sense to wait for this push into the upside. Because if you just anticipated 38 would do the same thing, maybe you get super rinse. So I'm not getting into it. But AMC just popped in for me. I just slapped the bid when it held this 63. So it's kind of a similar story. Like trend to the upside, already breaking out. There you go. Already breaking out over previous resistance. Already dipped once in a previous resistance. Now putting in a higher low above 460.
Yeah.
So I don't know if there's a catalyst mattering here, but there was that big volume spike. If it can't hold 60, we get out. If it does, I'm looking for a push through the high of the day. GameStop has been running as well, but much like AMC, I don't think there's actually a catalyst on that either. It could just be sympathy, really, why AMC's up.
We will be going to Adara after I show you this, Ramin.
She didn't say it, Aaron.
Okay, good. Then we will not be going to Adara. Then we can just do this. All right, 74.20. I mean, there's the move up for the TQs, right? Right back into past levels. I mean, this is a 40-cent win. Right there for us as we get lighter and lighter. We said we had 20%. Now we have 10% or less than that left now in the triple Qs. So there it is, man. It's a big one. It's 3 times the NASDAQ. So just play it for a little bit of a bigger move if it does come in. And then plus it's just less priced. I mean, I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't ever look at a stock, like the amount of capital that I have behind my account, it doesn't matter. Maybe I can't take 30,000 shares of this. I'd have to do the math to find out exactly how many shares I could take. But I would look at these charts the same, the NASDAQ and the Qs, the TQs and the Qs. I just, for me, prefer trading a name that's a little bit lesser priced with this one. So you could also trade SQQ. We don't have any borrowing costs here for SQQ, so we could short it just the same ways, and we could short the TQs the same way. So the SQ would be the inverse of this. We often get that question on why am I trading T when I could trade S. So if I had a retail account, I would probably, with you guys, trade S because it's only $8. So again, it's going to look very, very similar to this. This is triple levered the other way. So you can see here 0.4, 0.1. I mean, again, because it's only an $8 stock, 1 penny is going to reflect so much different up here, but roughly the same relationship back and forth. So as we go, it should be 1/3 either way. So there's another out for that one. We'll wait for it. Losing a little bit of patience with NVIDIA because it just keeps on doing this. We got out of a trade yesterday when it was doing this. So let me put a 43. Okay, we wound up punching out there. Some at 43. So we'll get out another piece right now. We only have about 35% or so left of this trade. If I ever get a resistance back to the 50, I'm doing that because this is a short, like the 200's a short because you're down 2%. So I wait for the 200 to break in order to reverse sort of fortune. So for me right now, NVIDIA is looking like a short. We're just lucky to take that profit in right now, and it came into our level. So today, I was looking at it. Again, we're having a pretty good day today, about 6 to 7 guys positive, which is huge. It's a great day. A lot of names working out for the floor today, and a lot of them are big tech names. So Tesla, NVIDIA, big ones. Rivian, Hood was good. We already talked about Tesla there as well. We have one red stock today, and it's Oracle. So we were wrong on this. Oracle was strong. I thought VWAP would hold. Once it didn't, we got out. Could have been reversal there, but again, with no confidence, hard to reverse that. So 140 a level for sure on that. But yeah, good day, good day. Westermeyer's gone. What does that say? Enjoy your vacation?
Yeah, I'm reading the super chat here from Mr.
Vacation.
Westermeyer. Taking just for fun, leaving for a 3-week vacation. Where are you going? Let us know. Just kind of curious always. Enjoy that vacation for sure. You got to take some time off every now and then. In 2 days, you're taking off. Sean and Neil pick one stock each to buy for a swing, 5K shares in each. Well, I don't know if I want to. I don't know. I was looking at the last couple of things that I've bought, and really, it's sad. Do I still want to be in? The last thing I bought recently was the actual markets. I don't know that even remotely counts. Last swing I did was in Tellurian. I don't want any part of that thing at this particular moment. I'll have to give it some thought. Like, just to pick one at random, like my pick of the week was Amazon, but like that just literally broke the high of the day. So like, what are you going to do with that? Like, am I going to endorse buying it at the high now? No, the play was the breakout. So that's already happened. Let me think about that one, Mr. Westermeyer. You let us know where you're going. He's got to hunt for it. Like, I feel like I want to say short Kava, but most people when they're asking for swing trades don't want to short. I just feel with that CMG move, Kava could be under some pressure. Oh, sorry. I have a Dell chart up because people have been talking about Dell in this recovery, and I'm looking at this for a possible long. So just hunting for some ideas here as we're thinking out loud. And what's interesting about it for Dell here is this hold of the 50 period, which it's been doing since earnings. Well, it did it again today. Look at this 135. Almost at VWAP, 50 period hold, and then look at it now holding VWAP on a good trend to the upside. So market not really doing anything. There is a stock that's been a mover most of the day, and it's putting in really good higher lows. You had support here in the morning around 138 as well. So I'd like to see this thing break out of this 138 quarter or so. Like, get up here, show me that we're not gonna have trouble with like 138.75. Or maybe just give me a VWAP dip where you can go long into 137. But I do like this hold in Dell. I like the higher time frame look. If you just look at it here, it still feels like it's in a downward trend. But when you pull up that daily chart, you see that it's held the 50 period moving average, simple moving average on the daily. I do like that.
I have a trade out. First of all, getting out of NVIDIA was a good one there as we, again, there's a little bit of a dump in, so we do get an opportunity to get some more out there. We took advantage of the TQ's move as well. We only have 5% left. We talked about that. And then the other trade that I just want to talk about that I have a play on is going to be Amazon. So if Amazon pulls back to 193, I'm going long. I'm going long down here, 193. It's already in, so let's see if that hits. Just as lucky, luck. Just as good as we were to pick NVIDIA bottom right there. Let's see if we can try it on Amazon again. So we already talked about being nervous and why we wanted to get out of NVIDIA because of the sort of the trend of the name. It's down. It's down 2.3% right now. So to hold longs in a market that's doing this is not advised. So again, great. I mean, we always talk about saving money. This is saving that. Like, we just got out there. We had 20%, we got it 15%. We told you we had 5% left right there. So now that this comes back in, I'm not gonna reload it. Things are different. So we'll wait to see where we get out of this play. We only have that 5% left. My stop on this already was 65. So again, that is an 80 fill, 15 cents worth of risk to take at the top 55 cents. So worth it. Let's get out if it breaks that. Those were the levels that we're in. A break of 80, we're out. So 73.79 out of 100%, whatever. We'll pay fees at the end of the day on that one. We are not reloading NVIDIA. So there's NVIDIA, nice move down. Really glad that we were able to take some out. And you have to, before the flush, get some out. There's some size there. If you think that's a lot, then you will be mistaken. I couldn't even get the words out of my mouth.
It wasn't even there when I looked over again.
Yeah, it was a couple 100,000 shares. We've already said NVIDIA's volume is severely dying down, and it is. It's still at 271 million, though. So when you're going to see little imbalance details and things like that hit, I mean, until we see tens of millions of shares on an imbalance locator, I'm not going to be too worried about that. We still do have the power hour coming up right away as well. So power hour could be coming in here for NVIDIA. We'll see what happens very, very soon for that name. We're still long. We want to get more long if it comes back down into this level of 122.50. So that's the level there. You could have bought that dip potentially if you wanted to. We did not. But other than that, yeah, man, same old over here. Just looking for better opportunities. And that NVIDIA, so far, so good. I don't really want to get into Robinhood, maybe buying Oracle on dips, but at the end of the day, we just want to buy strong names. So my main idea, and if the market turns around, it's not coming through. Ooh, NVIDIA's coming in, Amazon's coming in a little bit more than I thought.
Oracle was doing so good.
I'm going to, Oracle, I like Oracle. Oracle's, again, that's a big name for myself as well. We bought that at 107, good little recovery, back up to 140 there. All right, new position alert. We have one red name today, and it's Oracle. We'll buy some Amazon here at 35s, or what price did we get? Here, I'll just check my own blotter. 39s. 39s. We're long at 39 on Amazon. It's at 44s. Let's see if we can get something out around 194. That's where the 50 period is. We always say a nice recovery up to there would be real nice. So let's see if we get something back up, and then we'll wait for our 193 flat. That was always going to be the trade. I just thought when I flipped over to it, it would have been way up. So we'll take about 10% of the shares we want down here at 193. So get ready for a dramatic price change if we get filled down there at 193. And then probably 192. I mean, we got to give this one at least a quarter, right? You got to give this at least 30 or 40 cents, Amazon. So probably 192 50s, 192 75s, something like that for an out on Amazon. So that's what we're looking for. Hopefully we get that pullback into 193.
Yeah, my Oracle chart's lying to me. I have a gap like Oracle halted earlier in the day. That's why if you heard me say what happened to Oracle, it's
it did not halt.
on my daily. No, it's not a daily chart. On my this P Pro 8 chart at the open, it opens and I have this gap which looks all the world like a halt, but clearly not. Actually, Oracle trending back in. It looks to me like AMC is no longer continuing with GameStop. So you had a consolidation. It might break the consolidation. 4-6 could come out. Probably should have just bucked all logic and gone short wherever the heck AMD was, because AMD just continues to float to the downside. So we're going to have to short the next available pop in AMD, down 2.5% and continuing to flow. Low of the day is incoming here. I'm looking for chip names that might give me a continuation play. Micron, look what it's doing, 142. I guess you only want to deal with VWAP in here. And then the other name I want this to just break down would be ARM trying to break consolidation. I can get rid of these lines. At the time, I was working off a couple of trend lines, but if you remove it and don't hit save, if you're at real trading, when you make an action on your trend lines or in your chart, make sure you hit the save. Otherwise, the next time I come back, those lines will be right there just distracting me. If this can break down through 162, I think you could fall apart a little bit. Not that 62 isn't just a random price. 62 was yesterday's high. 62 was also the high on Friday. So if it loses that, I think you could really start to go on ARM. We did take a long position earlier, but I'm feeling pretty bearish overall if it's not going to hold 162 bucks. So if we can't get AMD, we got to look for ARM to the downside. Well, I'm going to look for ARM to the downside.
All right, we are, did we just get that? Yes, we did. Okay, we are in Amazon. So there he goes. So Amazon just comes in. 193.11 is our current price. So we said that we'd have a dramatic price change when it came down into here. So now we have some Amazon on board here. And again, I'm just going to try to give this, like I was looking at it and I mean, you know, that's 85. Like I just think like that top was the first fail at 193. We retraced, but this time we retraced to the 50 period. We don't have anything under here like that. So because it's the end of the day, I was just thinking quarters. That's this level right here. There isn't much there, to be honest with you. So I just don't. You know, I like the name. The reason why we like it, we sort of talked about that. It was high today. It was made its 52 an all-time high today as well. So, you know, trying to buy strength in dips. But, you know, the market is not cooperating. But again, you can't buy stock long unless you either take breakouts on momentum or you have to fight a move down like this, which is why I tend to sometimes prefer, and we talk about this, trading the futures over names like an Amazon or something like that. So I'm going to use 50 as the out right now. I still think this is strong. Would like to see it sort of absorb some of this move down. It came back into the 200 period moving average. I mean, for me, we hadn't seen this since the open. Could be a sign that we're turning around, and you know, that was the last level of support that broke. But I mean, realistically, this 50 period, I feel like if you were long, you probably out already. Some definite double tops there that came in at 194.20. Let's just see. We just wicked up to 193.17, and I wasn't even looking at it. So here we go. All right, let's start taking something out now if we can. It's not going to be a big trade, obviously, if we can get up into the 20s and into the teens here for Amazon. Get some out now. I don't want to get some out now. All right, let's cancel that. What am I talking about? We need to get a lot higher than this. Sorry, I thought it was a different price. 193.70 or so would be a decent spot. 193.50 maybe to get something out to start with. But again, decent spot here. 193 and change for Amazon. Feel like we're buying strength here. It's just a weakness in the market not helping out this position.
Yeah, and remember I said FFIE. I wasn't really looking at an indicator. Someone asked me, what's the indicator you're using for FFIE? well, 45 was the price. 46 was where we were long. It got to 48 even, and then it just broke down underneath 45 where I jumped out of the trade. Now, DJT just pulled back in. I'll finish that. Where DJT pulled back in, I have 37.60. I'm giving it to, it's just underneath the 40 level, a local bottom. But to finish the thought, if FFIE loses this level here, which is like 43, I'm looking short. I did pay for locates this morning and tried to grab that short, but I didn't have them when it was making the move, but I've got them now. If it cannot hold 43 cents, it's a bit of a flat bottom break. The news on FFIE is that they're doing a reverse split, so the catalyst, which is causing this to go up, isn't a positive catalyst. And if it's going to go down, then I'm going to at least short it this time. My initial thought was to short at the top, but I didn't get it. So 43 break will grab. DJT, we just got into this one at 37.60. I just wanted to finish that thought before we got back over to this name. It did just pull up like 15 cents in the money, but I'm looking 38, the even dollar, and then try to hold through the high. Again, just buying the dips on DJT. We did miss this one, but since it broke out late, we got one, we tried to get two, we've now got the third available dip here.
It's just so funny, like we're talking about that, you know, those moves on DJT. Meanwhile, you know, it's just some of these other names right now. I love looking at DJT for sure. But look at Amazon right now. Amazon is 30 cents in the money right now off that dip buy. So again, there's the dip buy into 193. We told you our price would be 193.11. So here it goes right now up in the money now, 40 cents, 35 cents in as well. We just take a piece out there in the 40s. We did take some out in the 20s here. Again, it's the market rallies. We could still have this, man. We still got on 70% of this trade as they're. We put on NVIDIA, gave you 50, 60 cents. Here's Amazon. How clean is this trade right there? So fresh and so clean right now. So shout out to Atlanta. Big time movement here again to the upside. This is real trading. I mean, calling out plays. I mean, you guys are here, and Brendan and I talked about this earlier. Forget about everything. It doesn't matter. How much money anybody's making is completely irrelevant. We sat down here. You guys are looking for trades, right? You're looking for all that. Here it is. Here's Amazon. Pullback into 193. We told you we'd be sitting there taking this long. So this is real trading. We take the long right now, and there it is right here. 60 cents in the money for you in 3 minutes. You know, this is 5 minutes. This is the trade, right? You can stack it up. You're putting money in your pocket. You're going home. You're kissing the baby, and you're doing it all over again. Should be a damn politician. This has been fantastic. There it is, man. Amazon, right away, climbing up. Like I said, the P&L doesn't matter, but it's ridiculous for us to sit here and not tell you that the stocks that we're trading are in there. So right there goes Amazon. Again, another top name off of one damn trade. My best stocks today have been easy ins, easy outs. Here it is, another one. It's Amazon. Hey, let's take something else out. There it is. We'll take out a 72 right there. Spin it one more time for you. It's trading. It's there. It's Amazon. And for me, that was a pretty easy play there as it pushed back into the 200s. And it just goes to what Neil was saying earlier, man. Why? I think it was one of the other names. I think it was NVIDIA or something. It was like, go long on strong names, not weak names. And NVIDIA has been the weak name.
Ideally.
And so that's why yeah, I mean, we crushed the NVIDIA long, but this name was the one that brought me to that idea.
Yeah, support levels, sometimes you're going to buy it low because it's support level. But it's inevitable. Like talk about like Disney 100 was an example. Disney 100 held for like a week and a half. So on weekdays, you were only buying it at one spot. So sometimes you do have to buy a weak stock. I usually say that when I'm talking about a trend, but I think the more important thing is just look for like the easy opportunity and go from there, right? So in that same time, DJT, we might have missed one of them. And obviously, it's always the one that you don't get in that's the biggest move. The first move on DJT went clean 50. And then the second move actually went like 70, 80 cents, depending on where you wanted to get out. Maybe you had a dollar. Great for you if you got it underneath that 37. The next higher low we take some out 1-to-1. It's trying to go. But the key thing is it's trending up. It's in play. It's got a catalyst behind it. And we'll go for it on those higher lows. So just try to take your shots in something that makes sense to you. It feels like that's the one to go. AMC didn't. AMC had some higher lows. We went into that 63. It couldn't hold 60. Maybe, look, AMC doesn't necessarily have a catalyst, and if you got it early on that spike, whatever that volume was, I think you need a continuation. A lot of times the first dip after the volume spike is going to be the best one, and then you want to look to see is it still doing volume before? Not really. Like you can see the volume spike and then just nothing. Like there's not even a secondary push in there. Whereas DJT, just for a little bit of a difference, you get that volume spike, and then notice here, it's still doing more volume. I'll make it more obvious here and zoom in the chart. It's doing more volume in this move than it was in the midday, than it was like here at like 11 o'clock. Like see the continuation in volume. That's one of the differences that sometimes you're gonna find. It's not a tried and true, like 100% of the time, hey Neil, you said if it's doing more volume, the breakout's gonna continue. It's not how it works, but if you're choosing between two stocks and they might have a similar setup, higher lows and all that good stuff, pick the one, if it's a low float runner or a squeeze name, pick the one that's doing better relative volume compared to earlier in the day. If we get through 38, trail goes to that top, 38.12, and then we'll see if it can get back into the high. Respect the fact that it's already dropped before here on DJT. You don't want one of those huadunks. As it goes up, I would move a stop, but I'm never gonna be in a stock like this without a stop order. That's very, very important.
All right, another out here on Amazon. I don't know if it's going to move or not. Like we're just watching out for this. So now we only have. Should have remembered how many shares we had there. Probably about 20% left. That's pretty par for the course. I've already said the strategy is if it gets back up to the 50 period, that's the whole move. So buying off support back to the 50, you know, that's the play. We did that also with NVIDIA, right? There was the dip buy. We didn't do it again, and we talked about why. We're waiting for lower. But there was the move there as well. 123 back up 50 cents into the 50 period, fade. So we have to take those trades. We don't have a choice. So well, we have a choice. Whatever trades we want to do. Yeah, that's funny when you guys said when Sean buys, he creates support. That's hilarious. Yeah, I mean, it does look like that on Amazon for sure. We stepped in here and bought it up. But again, with the amount of shares that we're using, I mean, 50 million shares, and especially a stock like NVIDIA, like Robinhood right off the open, this just takes kind of like, I guess, the word I wanted to say was balls. I guess you're allowed to say that, right? We could be talking about tennis balls. Right there to take this trade. So that's what it takes. It just takes that. You know, when it's falling down into you, that's a little different story. Taking a trade that you believe in right off the jump is something else. So that's it right there for Robinhood. And then the same thing true of NVIDIA. You know, this is really the best trade for me. Like if we just left NVIDIA alone, we would be up more than we are now, just paying fees and just doing all these little trades. Some win, some lose. You know, but it's this sort of first trade there that you put on. And the same thing, that's why I told you guys this. 3 ideas on here today: Rivian, NVIDIA, CMG, Apple, Hood. So the big ones that are talked about in the middle there is, doesn't matter, Robinhood, NVIDIA, Rivian. Go to @TraderTV Sean to find it. Here we have a little graphic that we can hit. It's right here for that one. You can go find it. Anyways, if you look right off the open, NVIDIA, boom. You know, that was a big one. Robinhood. Again, these are ideas straight off the open that we write down on the sticky note. You can find it tomorrow. And then also Rivian was right off the jump as well. This was actually tricky. This one actually took some trading and some ability on this one because
was like a rocket.
This one fell like a rock, and then you had to have sort of that confidence in that trade. And again, it sold off the open, but we believed in it. So in 10 minutes, tried not to dump it, comes all the way back up, and then there it goes right back into the highs again. We were able to get it out, and then putting the damage on the board. So even just after this, Robinhood, now, I mean, Amazon's different, and NVIDIA, and then this one trade for Tesla. These are my big trades of the day. And it's too bad that Tesla's still not in the pocket, but we got out there at 195.20s there, as it was the past top, 195.50. So we did pretty good getting out. Let's check back in on Amazon, ho-hum, nice little 60-cent winner, trying to get it through the 50 period. So no more offers on any of these, just bids right now to get longer, especially NVIDIA, 122.50 or so. I saw you just got a reload in water. I'm gonna go get a coffee. I assume you.
I gotta thank Yannick for that one. I'd say arguably the most frustrating thing about being on crutches is it's not being able to carry anything. Like, it's a pain in the butt, man. Someone needs to come up with, like, I just want something on my crutch, like I could put something in it, and then if I'm, like, really easy, I'd be able to hold it. But, yeah, thank you to Yannick for that. Like, DJT, we're still in. I've tightened the stop up, which we said we would do when it got to $38. And then AMD continues. It's just like flush, 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 flush. No spikes up. I don't want to chase. Like, so ideally, most trades will look like this on AMD, where you fail yesterday's high, you put in a lower high, you confirm it, you short it, it breaks all the way down. I get out of the trade. Typically, that's how I'm going to do. Like, I'm going to get out of the trade here, look for reentry, miss it, jump back in there. Ill-advised add. So here's the mistake that I made on this. Like, I added to the position here only to stop out there. Now, I still had shares on from 157.7. So realistically, that's not all bad. But if I don't make that add, I question whether I'm trailing it out, and then maybe I'm still in it when it flushes. You don't know that because hindsight's going to be 20/20. But I like stocks that trend, and that Rivian to me was just a little bit different. You know, like I was dip buying, but like that's an out for me in Rivian. That's an out for me in Rivian. It's hard to see. Maybe if I go to a 1 minute chart, like on a 1 minute chart, you can maybe see a little bit more cleanly. Like it tries to bounce off this level here, 15.5. I get it, stop out. Get it, stop out. Get the bottom. This was the level I liked more. It was in front of 14.5. That's way out in front of 14.5. We like 14.5. Get in a little bit more, and then play it back into the upside. So everyone's going to have their own way of doing things. I think it's really important that you just do yours. Do you is the most important thing. So DJT, now it's getting sleepier. This volume, which was good. As I said, it was better volume on DJT than AMC. So holding the higher low. I've already tightened the stop up. I might tighten it to 37.80 if you're just going to go sideways. It's 3:15. We are getting on in the day. The name that's going to be the big play after market, I mean, look, I don't know if it's going to be the biggest mover, but the expected move's like 13% on Micron. I think it should be double digits. Earlier today, I think it was like we just threw a number out and was like, you said 7. I was like, yeah, it's got to do more than that. And I'm saying that on Micron, not because I have no idea what the earnings are going to be, but the way it just pulled back 15% from highs, I'd be a little shocked if it only did a 7% move. So it's a ways away from big levels. The trend is working into the downside. Watch out for some imbalances, maybe, but I'm more inclined to think it's going to be back in big cap tech. The imbalances yesterday, it wasn't like Nvidia was big and Apple was big, but it was Amazon with 6 million sell imbalance. Every single day the last 2 weeks, there's been at least one Magnificent Seven name with a gigantic imbalance. So I think those are the names that I want to have up going into 350. It'll be the Amazons, the Apples, the Nvidias of the world, maybe Google because Google had such a strong day. Maybe it's Google's turn to have a gigantic imbalance. And if you can react quick enough, sometimes there's a trade in there for you. So we'll be watching for those. And they were big sell imbalances, just for anyone that's curious.
Okay, I was going to start making some notes up here. All right, so out of TQs, I was just going to try to look at this again. I just don't know if I don't really want to go long anything other than what we already have on. We already have on this name here, Amazon, which is almost now $1 in the money. Like, is this really what's happening right now for us? There goes Amazon. We talked about trade the best names, trade the strongest names, and there it is. We should be getting something out right here. Oopsies, I don't want to set my last order to be that. All right, I guess we can cancel. It's too bad we didn't get more long down there. We actually have some bids at 190, 260s there. We did not get those as it went all the way down to 192.80. Oh, man, that's too bad. We were close to getting that fill. We were close right there, but we'll just go props up to anybody that has this one. And, man, we are just like, I mean, this is like just chill mode right now. We're going to be at the highest spot we've been at all day, easily right now. We have the winner in Amazon, which is just put 80 cents on the board right there. And like I said, it'll be another top P&L name off one trade. So, again, just pretty happy with that one. Hood right there. NVIDIA, it's 7. Look at, oh, my gosh. It's a good thing we're looking at NVIDIA right now, boys and girls, because there it is right now. And that's a 75-cent winner right there on NVIDIA as it goes all the way back up to the top. How easy are these trades this afternoon? It's just we should have just reloaded them. That's all. We have it there. Came in once, twice, 3 times right there. in a name, again, that you know we love, and that is NVIDIA. And then the Amazon one was pretty easy. Oracle, though, wow, okay. We were wrong on this. And again, just to be able to, so just so you know, what we lost on Oracle is about a third of what we just made on Amazon. So just to give you an idea of like risk management and what's happening, we get out there and we don't have to worry about it. And there's the big, huge flush. Like the reason why I went long is that this name was up a lot, up 1.5% or so when the market was basically flat. And now the market crashes back into 138 and change. Is Oracle a buy down here? Last time we sort of wicked down, I don't know if that was real or not, but that is a 138 or so bottom. I think you could go long here against 137.50. Maybe that's something that we would do. It is already a nice bounce off 38 already. So far, so good for anybody looking at Oracle.
They have that TikTok headwind. I mean, it's not a 100% headwind. It's a potential headwind for them. It's just like there was an article stating that by estimates, maybe worth 5 to 12% of their yearly revenue could be coming from TikTok and housing their cloud data. And if that goes, it's going to be a significant hit. That was an estimate. I don't remember the analyst. It was an article on CNBC, and they had a pretty solid justification for how they're coming with the numbers, and it's a wide range, but that's not a small chunk. 5 to 15%, anywhere near double digits of revenue on the year is a big deal. I'll get to Apple in a second. We just bought that in front of VWAP, but DJT, I left the stop at break even, and it came right back into break even. So I'm out again, and I'm not gonna hold that one if it pulls all the way back into VWAP. There's still some time for another dip and rip, maybe, but it is 320, so it's gonna have to do something soon. Apple just pulled into VWAP, got a bounce here at 213.10, then a little consolidation in front of the quarters, grabbed along in front of the 30 level. Would like to add a little tighter to these quarters here, but this is once, twice, the third time it's trying to bounce off this level. VWAP is just a line, but it's been about 213.25 that held locally, and then in the morning it was 213 even. So Apple up still 2%, but it is starting to move into the downside here. About 10 minutes till we get early looking balances. If I see an imbalance on Apple to the sell side and somehow I'm still in the long, I would be dumping the you-know-what out of it. But we got plenty of time to the imbalances. The fear would be that they come out sell like they did before, which was the last couple of days on Apple, Amazon, NVIDIA.
All right, so we're in a new position. It's the only name that we're red on right now, and we just talked about Oracle. So we'll go long. We're long here at 22s, trying to give this 20 cents to the bottom of 138. We'll just get out if it breaks 138. Here in the pre-market, we went down into that level, 138.15. So actually not even, I guess that is the pre-market, 926. So there must have been a sell imbalance or so that came through on Oracle that shot this thing down. And then right when we opened up, that's when we got going on ORCL. So again, follow the yellow brick road if you want, and we will go long on Oracle. You're welcome, Y Brothers United. I mean, that's why we're here. He says thank you for NVIDIA. You're welcome. And I hope that some of you also made money, on Amazon. So that was good, man. So far this afternoon, it's been a darn good day. All right, 196.50 still for Tesla. Thank you for the super chat. What's up to Justin up here? We will hit like on that one and then have a quick look. Look, I've already talked about Micron here, so let me just go over to it real quick again. So I think for my money right now, and the question is this, I've been shorting Micron since 150. Congratulations, I love that play. Does it continue to fall through earnings? I mean, to predict what earnings are going to be is a fool's game, but at the end of the day, I'm going to say, just looking at this chart, again, okay, Oracle. I mean, is Oracle trying to give us no losing stocks today? We'll take it if it's possible. Okay, but just looking at the daily chart right here for Micron, I think we break this 135. To me, that's a level there. We talked about the implied move and the interest in this name. NVIDIA now joining the dollar club. So what's up to Y Brothers United right there again. We've just put a couple dollars in our pockets, hopefully, and in yours over this afternoon sesh. But look, 14% move brings it down to 125. To me, it's just we hit that 150 and we faded off of it. We're already at all-time highs. But I just think it's worth sitting out. and not being a part of it. But, you know, that 160 could easily get broken and then we're gone. So they're just starting to turn profitability right now. The chip space is so hot. You've seen ARM. There's many reasons for this name to go both ways. So I would just say, really, I don't have much of an opinion on this name, to be honest with you. I don't, we've looked at Tesla. I've called Tesla long for the last 2 or 3 weeks. You know, Micron's just not really giving me any ideas. I'd rather it be down here into earnings, like 130. If it was down to 130, then I wouldn't have a problem. If we can look at this chart, Ramin, in a second here. If we can get down to this 130, 125 area, like if that's where we were, and sort of the expectations are already drawn out of this thing, then I could see a much cleaner beat. But right now, you're still at the highs and just hovering around. So, you know, it's like when WWDC hit for Apple. You know, it hit for Apple at the right time. Apple was down, depressed move, got hit, was just trying to break out through that 200, and then they got the news to the breakout. So when I look at Micron, it's just the other way around. It's like it already broke. If you look at a daily chart, it already broke through this level and then stopped up here. So I'd rather it be here to call the long. So yeah, I think it's a long, but it's not a long until 130, 134-ish. That's the level that I like, and you can see that tonight with Neil on the recap show.
I'm kind of hoping for a deeper dip on Micron. I mean, hoping is the wrong, no, it's the right word. Yeah, like I want like in between 125 and 130 on that stock. Just because it's held so well. And there was a question in the chat, do you think Micron earnings will affect NVIDIA? I don't necessarily think so. They're not really in the same business. The chips loosely follow each other, but I don't think it's a tried and tested rule. You're at a point where AMD and NVIDIA don't even move together, so why should Micron be that big of an influence on them? How they move, we'll see what happens with, like, Intel hasn't done anything the last couple of weeks. So I suspect that Intel's probably going to move tomorrow. It's done absolutely nothing. And I think this could be something, especially if it's bad for Micron, then Intel might finally do what nobody wants to have happen, which is lose this support, which has been so good at like $30 in here. That gets pretty nasty. FFIE just broke down underneath 43, so I did get that short. But yeah, if Intel can't hold on to it came back up through 43. 43, that resistance to support level. But if Micron can't hold on to the bid and Intel loses $29.75, I'm already looking for a $25 buy on Intel. I was doing that before Micron even happened. So I'll be on that bid, stink bidding, if we have a bad day on Micron. Although I'll have to do it after the earnings because I'll be live on the show.
All right. I'm just writing a tweet here about NVIDIA, because I just think it's important to learn. And we talk about learning from past mistakes. I mean, first of all, right now, this is now a slapper. This has turned out to be, we're out. So there it is, 124.50. There's a $1.50 out of NVIDIA right now. So, I mean, there it is. You know, I mean, so pretty good opportunity there. Hopefully some of you are able to take that. NVIDIA now is my #1 stock. So we'll shout out to Brendan there. We don't see enough of him anymore. All right, so there goes NVIDIA. We're out of that one. And I was just simply writing down, I mean, you can see what I'm writing here if you want to. After getting hit yesterday on the NVIDIA short, we flipped a script here today. And we talked about it here, NVIDIA Investor Day. We just need to find a long. We wrote this at 8:30, but earlier than that. You know, so there it is. Also Rivian, also Apple. You know, everything's right here, posted up early. Make sure you go find it. And we just got a bunch of followers too. I'll show you why in a couple minutes there. Trying to get to 50,000. So go over, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and everything. But yeah, just about learning lessons. And yeah, so we've done that again and have that ability to be able to have confidence of coming back the very next day and doing the same stuff. I got to give a big shout out to Joe in the back there. You know, he talks and he said it because yesterday I told him, I says, man, I got like, you know, we didn't lose a swimming pool. I had swimming pool on my mind because pool yesterday got hit and the whirlpool is up today. So we lose, you know, we lose more than anybody yesterday on NVIDIA, you know, but come back today and then flip the script on that. So that's perfect. We take the long. There's NVIDIA. It's a huge move to the upside. I just hope that everyone's enjoying the show and been able to take some of these lessons. And then why not? I don't even think I have a Freedom and Wealth thing. Yeah, that's that podcast. But Freedom and Wealth podcast talks about these things, confidence. And we had Kevin O'Leary on yesterday. And the one thing that I took away from him, and thanks, Brendan, for asking this question to me in the podcast, was what did we learn? I know I don't have the right one, I said. Thank you, Ramin. I know. That's why I don't want to keep hitting it.
Yeah, because
I'm just saying, I have, we have it on board there.
It'd be cool if it keyed on things you said.
Yeah, she could just hit it or I could hit it, but I'll just get the new digits for that one. Ramin, send me your digits. I mean, send me those digits. Yeah, right.
Nice try, Ramin.
Nice try.
She just said she doesn't have a phone.
Yeah. You just want to give me the proper phone, How many, we have burner phones, By the way, where is my burner?
Never had a burner.
Okay, so as we go, anyways, thanks for watching. But the main idea here that we're trying to get to is that we have to throw to Adara.
Take a look at some of these names on the S&P 500 making some larger outsized moves. There are some interesting ones here, including Moderna down more than 10%. If you look at that daily candle, certainly can see the drop here. Earlier today, we had some news that their RSV vaccine showed 50% efficacy, so not a great look for our mRNA to start the day. Then another piece of negative news coming in early today around 3 o'clock. CDC advisor, Center for Disease Control advisors, ended up not voting on whether or not to recommend this RSV vaccine for adults aged 50 to 59. So a couple blows related to their RSV vaccine for mRNA. Next up, we have GIS. This was actually an earnings name from this morning, down about 4%. They were recovering a little bit from the lows. They beat on adjusted EPS, but they did miss on sales, and they also are forecasting basically flat growth for full year 2025, so not a great look there for GIS. Last but not least, we actually have a move to the upside here that's going to be Campbell's Soup, CPB, this one up over 2% after getting an upgrade to overweight from JP Morgan with a $52 price target.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Just wanted to need a bigger note, just making some notes for the aftermarket show. There. So we're going to come back to FFIE. We got wicked out of it. One thing to remember when you're trading a stock and trying to make a push to the downside, you've got to be able to get a fill. So obviously, when it broke 43, I left my order and I like to try to get picked up. If I don't get a breakdown at 43, I want to try to get picked up on the way back into the other side. So it went 43, like down into 40. If you get filled, great. I leave my order in to try to grab it on the way back up. It does this little wick, which doesn't get me out. It does this wick, which does. But then again, right back through 43, I'm punching the bid. Sometimes you get a fill, sometimes you don't. I don't know. This is not SSR, but we're still trying to grab it at that 43 level. So unfortunately for FFIE, it did give us the move we want. But just because you throw an order and cross doesn't mean you're going to get it when you have a stop breakdown. Usually on a stock which is doing like 50 million or 100 million in this particular case, I said this morning it was going to do $1 billion. It'll only do 600 million shares. Liquidity is going to be pretty good. But when it lost that 43 these two times, there hasn't been much on the bid if you've been trying to get it tight. And my stop order was 99s or 999 to try to get 88. So it's only like a tenth of a cent that I'm crossing each time. So it's relatively tight. If you cross like a half cent, you probably get the fill. But the way that it's moving, that was a 2 cent move. I'm looking for about 1.5 to 2 cents on it. So I'm trying to get it in that first tight move off 43. And then the risk on that trade was about like 4.4, 0.5 the first time through. We try to get it the second time. We don't, unfortunately. So it'll go down now, but I'm not going to chase it. Kind of want it where I want it, and that's going to be the play on Faraday. DJT starting to go again. Like I said, I got out of that one, put in a higher low. We're getting a little bit late on in the day here. So it's still continuing to run higher. I still believe on Thursday, check that tomorrow, or after tomorrow, I should say. That'll be on Friday. It'll be on Friday. I'm still thinking to sell the event on Thursday or Friday, but I still think Thursday can be an up day for DJT. You want to favor the long, at least until they have that debate. It's been pretty good the last couple of days. If you look at it late in the day yesterday, then you look at it pretty much all day today. This has been a big time runner. If it does anything similar to that, you should find multiple longs. I didn't try it till it was already breaking tops. I think that's a mistake. You really want these when they're at VWAP or breaking the morning high. Like look at that morning high break. If you're looking at DJT, you're laughing. If you're not looking at DJT, You just have to join wherever you happen to. And that's all you can ever do. Like, look for that next opportunity wherever it lies. You don't know where it's going to be. So just try to be scanning the stocks that are on your list or volume movers, whatever works for you. But missed opportunity here in Donald Trump's only stock. I'm not saying I'm going to punch short automatically on Friday, but I am paying for locates. And if it's at $40, I think I will have something on.
Yeah. All right. It's only 3:30 right here. Let's just do a rundown. Shout out to Max. Shout out to Mark. Shout out to Branko. Shout out to Adara. Shout out to Sharif. Shout out to Patrick there today. So it's a big day here in the office. So shout out to some of those traders in there behind us. We always talk about those of us that are in the chat. Why not give it up to the guys and girls in there behind us trading as well. So, and here's the chat right here. Tesla recovery for me. Woohoo. Now we get over 200. Yeah, man. I mean, Chef Joe, you know, first of all, you know, steaks is first thing. Second thing right here, yeah, this is a monster trade. I wish we were still in it. Tesla, again, a big stock for us today. Big stock. Oh, you know what just went into a dollar club? So far today, 2 trades this afternoon, both dollar clubs. Amazon, dollar. It's a dollar, right there, dollar. Right, 194, 193. Dollar club right there. That's a dollar club. NVIDIA, we give ourselves short. This is $1.40. 2 trades this afternoon. You know, both good ones right there. Oh yeah, and the TQs, by the way. That didn't do much, but we did talk about getting out, and that was pretty good out before we got out for flat. Now it's battling back right there, so that would have been a trade for sure, if you guys had it. But there goes. Now let's see what happens with Oracle. This is the other, back-to-back 20-cent wins, not dollar clubs. We're going to wait to see what happens with Oracle now. If we're lucky enough to get to 138.50, let's do it, you know? And again, it just goes back to what we talk about. And I said this over and over again. Hopefully we're here for education, entertainment, and to make some money. So I hope I can accomplish all of those things. And entertainment part, probably not, but hopefully everything else is true there. So if you're liking the show, put those ones up in the chat. Thank you so much for all the talk. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe. Scan that code for Real Trading. It's where I started. It's where we all started. Come through again and you know, be part of the team here at Real Trading. So I just hope you guys are having an absolutely bang up of a day. We keep shouting out Max. I feel like he's taking the opportunity that wish I could have done. Well, we're at the highest part all day. He's out of here. Max made that money early like we did, and he gone right now. So I feel like that's what we're trying to do. My 3 biggest trades today were all off the open, and they were all on ideas that we posted for free on the sticky note. That's the whole point of Trader TV Live. Get educated, have a good time, and understand that you too can beat the odds, you know, and able to make a little bit of money here. So today's a big day.
And that's the key.
We'll try to have no red stocks today.
Beat the odds is 100% true because, you know, whether you have, and everyone's style is going to be different. You know, at the end of the day, just try to do what works for you. When you say beat the odds, most traders are going to fail. And that's just the reality. Most traders are going to fail. And there's a host of reasons why it can happen. But the idea being here is learn from the mistakes, learn from the successes. All of that is incredibly valuable. I don't care. Like I probably learned just as much from other traders in terms of things that didn't work for them as the things that did work for them. And I think if you find what works and is consistent for you, then over time you can have a positive month, positive days, positive quarters, positive years. All of that is good stuff. So we got about Be Free. Real Trading is a rebrand, right? So it's Real Trading is, I know it was a previous company, but it doesn't really matter. It's basically the same story as we speak. We're still trading on a prop floor here. And when you're trading with the firm's capital, there is a certain sense of you don't have to have as much internal discipline because you do have a risk manager when you're on a trading floor. You do have a stop loss. When you're trading by yourself with your own personal account, you got to be your own stop loss. And that's why it's important. Like when we say things like don't lose more, you know, if you can make X in a day, just try not to lose more than that or something like that. Or before you get in a trade, think about where you want to get out. because you're not going to have somebody yelling at you if you're getting absolutely destroyed, which will happen sometimes on the floor, maybe not that often, but yeah, you want to have that internal discipline. It's an advantage to being able to trade, and I've been only trading on a prop floor, so I've never been in a situation where I didn't have like a daily stop loss or like a maximum, not maximum share limit, but you have only a certain amount of buying power. All that kind of stuff we have here on our floor, and we're just trying to give you that experience. DJT doesn't want to break that high the day we're out of it. And like I said, learn from not just successes, but also maybe mistakes. Like I didn't go back into the last dip. We took almost every single dip that's set up after it broke that high, because that's when I didn't start looking at it till it broke the high. And that was this high in here at 37. So we took this dip. We tried this dip. We didn't actually get a fill. We got that dip. We didn't take the last one. And then that ends up being the best one. So it's a bit of a mistake, I'd say, to have gotten away from it. It is 340, so we're running out of time here. DJT is a monster runner. I think he got at least one more day of it. And then all you know what could break loose in the other direction, in my opinion. But we'll see.
All right. NVIDIA just reclaimed $3 trillion, apparently. So that's good. It's reclaimed spot number 1 for me here. We'll continue to watch NVIDIA. I'm just kind of sad that, I'm not sad. I'm happy to be taking time off, but and also happy to have Obi filling in for me over the next couple of days. I'm here tomorrow, but then not Friday and not all of next week. So he'll be over here. All right, NVIDIA 3 trillion and not million. Let's check out Coinbase today, as we didn't look too much at anything here. We saw HUD 8 was moving around. I shut it out Patrick over there. I know he was looking at Mara, so there are some different things to look at here today for sure. What is this bottom right there, 212 and change coming out. So yeah, I mean, Coinbase, I'd like to trade it if it was in and around some of these levels. So 222, doesn't look like that's coming through. Well, it's too late now, it's 340. I just wanted to check in on what it was doing. Down 4% there today, so that's not great as Bitcoin is losing it got to 62.5, I think, today. It's losing it right now. Let's just check out on HUD 8. This was a big runner yesterday, up 5, so that's holding. Are the miners holding as well? Let's check what Mara's doing. 1950 seems like it's a positive day, yes, but has scaled back in quite dramatically here in this afternoon for Mara. So again, a great name. Like I would say that trading Mara is very similar to many as it is trading Palantir for myself. So if you're on this name, I'm pretty sure you're profitable. It's a great name to trade. Lots of movements, just I don't trade it enough. So Mara, I'll leave that one alone for now. Amazon just ho-hummed us in $1.50 in the money right there. Let's hold that one. And Oracle's still trying to hold out highs as well. So hopefully we'll go 3 for 3 here in the afternoon, but again, it's been a good day. Let's just see if we can keep the good vibes going here into the close. Yeah, Ponzi, don't worry. We'll be back after that, and we're not going anywhere. The show does move on, so
it goes on every day.
And on and on and on.
The only time it won't be on is next. Is it Thursday's a holiday? Thursday's a holiday, right? July 4th. July 4th, next Thursday, and then the Wednesday's like a half day, which I feel like they didn't always do, but it is a half day in the market. We'll still be on for that entirety of the day. So Wednesday, it's just the 1 o'clock on Wednesday, the overall market, and we'll see what happens.
That's right.
I think a lot of times on a half day, the morning is like exceptionally good for early moves, because a lot of people, like, you put in the trades, the B team puts in the trades on the floor, and I'm talking about the actual floor, like NYSE and all that kind of stuff. And then, volume will die down. So you want that first mover going into, it's not a long weekend, but a couple of days off. The early look imbalances, nothing in here, with the exception of Snowflake is 1.1 million to sell. It's about the only one of interest. But remember, the last few sessions, you've seen Amazon. Yesterday was the biggest one, but the day before that, NVIDIA was over 5 million of an imbalance. I think a couple days before that, it was Apple's turn, and it was a few million shares to the sell side. So I'll be looking at Apple, NVIDIA, and Amazon for an imbalance play. Snowflake was huge. I don't really know why. I think in the midday they were talking about this one. I didn't catch them mentioning a catalyst, but 3.5%, that's with a pullback of $2. Snow might be catching a bottom here. It was asked for a potential swing, and I was sort of looking at stocks while we were doing this. It would have to break out you would probably have to break out 135, like break out a 135 and then just stop it underneath 120. Gives you about 10% risk on Snowflake, but like that's something where I'd have to see it make the bottom then break the top, and it's making the bottom, but it hasn't broken the top yet. So a bit of a depressed name, which is catching a level here, and any breakout could get to the 50 period. That's an easy, $10 to $15 move in there. Take a little something out, and if it can get back to the 160s, you can hold for a bit of the dream. But Snowflake having a good start to today. If it can break 35, I do like that setup. But that's not going to happen. It's definitely not happening today. It might not even happen tomorrow. It might just be a play for next week or in the near future on Snow.
Yeah, I love. We've been buying some Snowflake there. So
you own Snowflake?
Yeah. We bought some at 150, and then we talked about buying some at
I like the
126 or so, but it went down to 122. I don't know. I'm gonna leave that one alone. That's a very, very long.
If you pull I didn't pull the daily chart back far enough to show you like the levels in here. It's because if we come to the chart quickly, Remain. Yeah, I just wanted to give an idea. I was only showing you like recently where the bottom was. There's all kinds of buying in this stock when it gets underneath 135 bucks, like 120 triple bottom, then 130, lots of buying in here, 135. This is about the area where you'd look for a long. I know it looks out in the ether like, why do you like 120 bucks? This thing's at fresh lows. No, it's because it was this triple bottom from 2022. So I like where it's bouncing from. Just want to make sure everyone got that idea. If it's a falling knife, there better be a reason for liking that bottom, in my opinion. So it is those levels from 2022.
All right, look at NVIDIA, just still going. I mean, we were long. We put this on for everybody down there at 123. So there it is, 123, now $2 in the money. We're not in it. Our best out was right there. We talked about getting out at 50. Again, that was kind of like back into some of these highs. We could have waited for 125. We'll take it out at 50 and be very, very happy with it. Miss A?
Be aware of DJT here, Trump Media and Technology Group. This one currently up about 7.5%, new day's highs and increasing in volume. Just be aware. DJT not seeing any news, but tons of social media attention for this one as we head into the close, guys.
Yeah, that's about it. Like we already said, like the news presumably here is that everybody's eyeballs are going to be in one place tomorrow night. Well, at least not everybody, but at least most people's eyeballs are going to be watching the debate, and a huge catalyst for a stock that ultimately is more of a meme squeeze-ish type name. And why I've said if it's on Thursday, Friday, well, after Thursday and on Friday, if it's still trying to test this 40 to 42, that's the area. It's right in the spot where you look for a curl. So if it ends up being a sell the news event, well, it's at the price where I think you could take a shot. If it breaks it out, it's got like $10 until there were sells before. And that is a major, major resistance at 54, 55. So I'd put that one. If somehow it does a $10 move tomorrow or a $15 move tomorrow, then you still have that monster 55 level. Only 3 minutes to go to the imbalances. I'm expecting one of those big cap names is going to come out a big sell again. So we're going to have those three up. If you're fast enough and I see a big sell imbalance, I'll look for a punch short. Apple, Amazon, NVIDIA were the three that did it last time.
Yeah, waiting. I'm asking the wife, do we have anything to do tonight? Like, I don't know.
You got something to do.
I know, but I know we have a game tomorrow. I don't think we have anything to do tonight, which is pretty amazing.
Dollar says you do.
I don't know. Like, I know the kids are going to F45 tonight, so they're going there. They loved it, by the way. My son loved going to F45, and so did my daughter. So I'm really, really proud of them for doing that. Okay, so Oracle I was waiting at 40s again. It looks like we touched 39s or 38s. Just waiting for that imbalance to come out. If Oracle drops below, we're going to get out of this one. Let's see if we can just get a little bit of a pushback up. I mean, if this comes a buy imbalance, then I think I like it. It is very much barcoding. Tonight, I think it's Celsius, it's Micron, it's BlackBerry.
And Levi.
And Levi's, Strauss, a recent IPO as well over the last couple of years. You could watch out for 140, 141 right there for Micron. It's not going to matter. None of these levels are going to matter. So you just want to see what this does for the SMH and for the sector in general. I think, for those of us that are looking for sort of the death of NVIDIA, could start tomorrow if Micron misses a lot, right? But I don't know if that's going to happen. Right now, the SMH still holding near highs as well. Its high is 280, back down to 260 there for the semiconductor. All right, what is happening here with Oracle? It's still there. Sorry, I meant Amazon. Amazon. So we only have 10% left. We talked about that. It is coming back in. That 194.50 we should have got out. I didn't know the market was going to turn like this. We are not going to average back into anything whatsoever, and we're going to get out if it breaks 193. So I don't even have a stop on this because we only have 10%. But let's just do it right now. 192.98. A clean break lower, and we'll get out. So that's going to be a good one for us. And there's only now 1 minute left. So, yeah, Snowflake, that was a good one. Oh, Palantir, did that ever come into 20? Okay, just now.
Only right now.
Just now. So I don't have any, I've already canceled my bids, but I was looking for other ideas, and one of them was going to be this name, Palantir, coming into 24. Can't take it now with imbalances. If they come a sell, then it will push it down. But if it does get pushed down and you do like the long for some reason, or you're stuck in the long right now, this 23.90 is something. So I don't know, it kind of stopped right there, fell off of that, bounced off twice off exactly 23.90. So could be a trade there if you are interested in that one. Now with only 30 seconds left though. So a couple more minutes, a couple more seconds, and we'll get those imbalances, and this is what they look like. So I'm not into anything. You already know I have Amazon and Oracle, but we're just gonna wait. This will update in now. We'll wait for it. I guess 13 seconds. Let's just call up Amazon to see what's happening. This is still 40 cents in the money. This could have the big drop if there is a sell again on this one. We'll also look for NVIDIA with a potential sell. And here we go, 2 and 1 coming through. So here we go. I always look at the time in sales quickly, so I'm not moving that much. Apple's a buy, Snowflake's a sell. There were a lot of traders obviously looking at Snowflake, and I didn't even know where that came from. 131, nice move down for Snowflake right there on that sell imbalance, but really not moving actually. There's NVIDIA.
That's kind of small though.
Ooh, yeah, very, very small. I mean, it's done 300 million shares. Too bad. So this would have been the one to hold. We got out of it, 124.50. Great trade. Y Brothers and everybody out there that took it, man, congratulations to you for that. And again, it'll be my number one P&L name. So NVIDIA, my number one P&L name today, was my number one P&L loser yesterday. So, you know, nice little battle back on that one. And I thought Celsius was reporting, but maybe not. I can look up. No.
Oh, it's okay. It is not.
It is not.
Tis not. That's okay. We'll have we got Chris Retcher coming through on the aftermarket show. He's got some things to talk about. Especially, actually, he has
August 6th.
I don't want to spoil it, but he had a trade. He had a trade on NVIDIA, which is the other direction, which is interesting going into that shareholder event. So we'll talk a little about that. Celsius, he said, was August.
August 6th. That's not even close.
Oh yeah, that's man. Time. You say that's not even close, but August 6th. Like, that's not that far away.
Yeah,
that's not that far away. Time really does fly, especially in the summer. I was just looking to see, look, Apple has had this thing where it'll be a buy imbalance and then it'll flip in the first minute or two, but as you can see, it's still 1 million to the buy side. So there was no sell imbalance to punch short on any of those names. I mean, NVIDIA, Amazon's not even on the board, so I scanned far enough down that if it was significant, it would be at least 500,000. There's nothing doing on Amazon. Snowflake in that sell imbalance, it doesn't even move. So, you know, I've never really seen Snowflake what it does on an imbalance. That's like a 30-cent move on Snowflake, but the thing just dropped $2 in the afternoon. So I'm going to say it was a nothing burger. And I'll just use that for the next time I see an imbalance on Snowflake. It's going to need to be more than 1 million. Otherwise, you don't care. It's done 7 million shares, a 1 million imbalance moved at 30 cents when it moved $2 in the afternoon. So no big play available in Amazon. Yesterday, this thing absolutely tanked at the close. Like, if you wonder why we were looking for it, like this is what happened at 350 on Amazon yesterday. It was trading at $187. Sell and bounce came in. It dropped $1.50 right quick. So anytime I see that happen, on the off chance it happens the next day, I just want to be ready for that stock. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. In a couple of minutes, I'll get up to the desk. I'll mosey on very slowly and get set up for the aftermarket show there. Got some notes locked and loaded. I want to talk to Adara specifically about a couple of trades that I was listening to the midday that they were in. So I want to ask her about those. It's always good to review some of the trades. We sit here and we're kind of passively listening to the midday show, but I find like I'll get half of what happened on something. And I won't catch all of it. Like I'll hear just like a little bit of, I see you in the stock, but I don't really get an idea of what the actual trade was or what the in, the out was. AMC making some moves. Jam Lossity says, I'll be done. AMC will have to wait for tomorrow. GME will have to wait for tomorrow. Just want to double check. GameStop. Like, look at GameStop. Break 26 already. This is a daily chart. It's got to go. Got to go. AMC, I took the one shot in, but it's a similar story. There's not a lot happening on AMC. We went for the break. Now it wants to go, but I was long 63. It's at 67. So, yeah, that's not much for AMC. You'd like to see this get back to $5. The days of AMC going 10%, 20%, DJT is the one right now. It's just not AMC anymore. Hate to say it, Apes.
Yeah, AMC is.
I mean, it hasn't been for a while.
I mean, we don't give nicknames around here, but to me, that should be the dead one. AMC. I mean, it's not doing anything for a long time. Look, I just retweeted. I want to say thanks to everybody out here. You know, Brian Shannon yesterday. What a guy. We talked about Rivian support and to sell Rivian off open. That saved you 25% if you took that advice. We talked about CMG. We talked about PanW. We talked about Tesla, Cargill, everything yesterday. I want to thank Brian for this. I mean, again, I'm learning from Neil, man. I never make notes into the afternoon show. I think I should do that for the market recap show. Step it up, but I'm really glad that Neil's been able to step in there and we're splitting that role.
I'm old. I forget stuff.
Yeah, I know.
If I have a thought that I'm like, this is kind of good,
I've noticed that about you. Okay, but Brian Shannon, thank you so much again, man. This guy is very, very classic, and we love this guy. Brian Shannon, thank you so much for being an important part. And I just said, look, man, this makes our job easy when we can call on such great friends like Brian. So thank you so much for that one. And he nailed Ethereum and all of that, as of course Neil and I kid. But you watch your kids grow up, and that to me means everything. So all right, here we go. Oracle starting to go one more time here for us. 138.37. If we can get another fill right here, let's do that one. It'll be pretty much a day to remember over here. Thank you, Fabian, for that, for picking up that one. Amazon still 70 cents in the money. We're doing it again. There goes Oracle. There's another fill for us. So far here this afternoon, Oracle dip by check. Neil talking about DJT. That was a good one. We had Westermeyer and all that taking money on that. So that's good. We had Amazon. I mean, let's go. Amazon, fantastic. And then that long was 193. It goes to 194.50. And then the other trade that we gave you here this afternoon, is just NVIDIA, which right now, if I was still in it, $1, $2, $3 as NVIDIA takes out 126. And we had just bought this one at 230 down here at 123. So, yeah. Great opportunity here. Let's take this dollar out right now on Amazon and end that trade as Oracle still Moon City right here right now. So, all right. Where's Amazon? Here's Amazon. We'll take a piece out. Neil's going to get over there, so have a good one.
It'll take a second.
Yeah, it's okay. Micron's doing its damn thing. Okay, there. We take a little bit out there on Amazon at 194. I like a lot. And here goes Oracle, man. This name is starting to fly. We're just having ourselves a day here. So I don't know what else to tell everybody other than this is what's happening, and we'll fire off the hot dog hunt again. I don't think Kyle Burdett's here. He loves that hot dog cannon, and there it is for you, another one. So back to back to back, and we finish at our highs of the day here. It's Oracle. We get back revenge on this name. So again, boom, boom, nice move upside for Oracle with only a couple minutes left. I just again want to say thank you to everybody for watching, and it's been a fun day here today. Tesla, beautiful. NVIDIA, still that buy. I mean, look at the volume candles. Chef Joe, he probably got lots of trading opportunities there today, man. That is how we roll. Big shout out. Hey, you know what we don't do enough on this show? We actually, where's the roll call button? We gave this, there it is, let's go. So roll call is something that we started on the market recap show. We've been doing it on this show for a while. We used to do it at the end of the show. Let's do it again right now to say what's up to everybody that's here in the chat as we watch NVIDIA just moon right here up to 126.20. There goes NVIDIA. We're 70 cents in the money on Amazon. We're 50 cents in the money on Oracle. And let's start saying hi to some people. Hey, Adara, what's up? Adara's in the chat now. We like that. Shout out to Joseph, Samit, Joseph again. Art L is here. Rob EV is is here. Darwin is up in the building. Uh-oh, here we go. They're all filling out now. Medical marinara sauce. Ooh, I like that. Get those medical marinaras back in right now. What's up to Rob EV? Yes, NVIDIA is on its way to 150. You are correct. All right. Hey, Maurizio's here. What's up, Maurizio? I have a great friend named Maurizio as well, and he is Argentina. So shout out to Argentina. Yes, sir. Rivian Millionaire is here. Lionel Martinez is here as well. Henry, Adrian, you're always here. Aaron Scott Matthews. Is this real life? That is a good question. Is this real life? Pinch. Ouch. Yes, it is. What's up to Jesse? Roscoe. Ramin is here. Fabian is here. Brendo's here behind us. Silverback, not here. Odyssey Flights is here. Zach Frack is here. Killer Cam. What's up, Cam? Everybody is in there. Thank you so much for watching. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe. You know, hopefully we bring energy, hopefully we bring entertainment and profitable trades into your lap. So let's go. As we're all saying, what a close. Everybody liking that. Hey, man, we bring different style to Trader TV Live, and we're glad that we do that to you every single day. Yo, what's up, Dan McIsaac, as well. All right, we got out of Amazon. We actually got part filled. We might as well just punch out the rest right now, as there's only 30 seconds to go. Oracle, boom, upside there. Oh, it just fell in right now for Oracle. We're almost out of this one. So no point in holding this into the close. Rebalance is coming out right now. So, watch out for all of these. Let's just punch out of everything and get out as Oracle falling back in. Where's the countdown? Wow, we got the countdown on time here, Adara. This is very, very rare for your boy right now as we go 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Buckle up. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the close. I don't get to do that enough. I hope you enjoyed it. Oh, there's stock pool. Wow, that stock got killed the other day. Good trade there for Oracle, good trade for Amazon, great trading day for NVIDIA. What we're all waiting for, of course, is Micron. So I feel like it's going to be coming out very, very soon. Did we get the long on CMG? No, Dan. We talked about 63, but we were too busy spinning it on other things. We finish at the high of the day, and we do. Ramin, if we're ready, we can go over to the main show with our market recap. So as soon as we are, we'll get that. I'll keep Micron up. Right now, it's printing 142.75. Trying to go now is Micron. Without any further ado, I'm back tomorrow for the farewell tour. We'll see you then. It's the Market Recap Show with Adara and Neil. Go get them, guys.
Yes, sir. It's Micron Day. We are expecting Micron at 405. You never really know with these things, so we'll have the charts up, get locked and loaded just in case somebody either fat fingers, which somebody might have just done because it just popped $1, but no numbers just yet. We got this. We've got Levi's. We've got BlackBerry. BlackBerry, who cares about BlackBerry Adara, but let's be real. If it moves, sometimes, that's not good. That is not good. Unless it's a fat finger, we just dropped $6. There's no numbers yet according to Adara, but Micron just tagged $133, down $9 from the close here, and still looking a little bit heavy, so we'll see if there's actually any data here. I hope somebody didn't fat finger before the numbers are up, but sometimes it just takes a hot minute for them to come out there. Remember, 125 is the 50 period on the daily, so that's going to be squarely 126 change. That's squarely within range here as Micron is coming into the downside. So down 9%, continuing to look heavy. Still no numbers
we're getting
on Micron.
The numbers now.
Now they're starting to come through Adara. What do we have?
Okay. So it's still coming out here. Right now I'm seeing a quarterly revenue beat. $6.81 billion versus $5.82 billion for the prior quarter. So not compared to estimates, but compared to the prior quarter. Taking a look at what I have as the estimates here to compare, it looks like they did, it looks like they beat because the estimates I'm seeing were $6.64 billion. We reported $6.81 billion. That looks like a beat. They also beat in a year-over-year basis last year, $3.75 billion. So far things are looking good here. They're seeing Q4 revenue at $7.6 billion plus or minus $200 million. I'm not really seeing any misses here. I think they're seeing Q4 earnings per share $1.08 plus or minus 8 cents, and they're, quote, well positioned to deliver a substantial revenue record in fiscal 2025. So none of this seems bad. Still waiting for everything to come out here, though.
This was a little bit of a concern, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like I wasn't sitting there saying get puts on Micron, but I was thinking stink bid on it. And sometimes that happens, and it had more to do with where the stock had come from and what had already happened to this sucker when it pulled back. You'd seen a definitive top, you saw it pull back with the rest of the names, so it felt a little bit heavy. The support is clear as day on this massive move to the upside. Since it accelerated, the 50 period's been the line. Like that's what you wait for. Like sometimes it's not easy where to buy dips. Most times it's not easy to know where to buy a dip, but I think in this particular case, ever since it got ham after the 87 breakout, it's been that 50 SMA on the daily. You're catching a little bit of a bid here. So when you have mostly beats, as Adara said, across the board, where does it bounce? 127.5, so not quite. About 90 cents to $1.10-ish, depending on how tight you want to be, to that 50 SMA and catching a little bit of a bid. Let this also be a warning to anybody. If you're trading post earnings, and I've seen traders do this, I know traders that have had strategies like this. Okay, if the earnings are good, then it breaks out. If it breaks down, I'm just gonna go short. I'm just gonna go with the move. If you did the same thing on Micron, you would have been into position before the earnings were out, and then you would have been absolutely rinsed. Maybe you still just stop out down here, but that's the tricky part. It's that fat finger. And I'm talking from not my personal experience, but as a floor manager here, there was a highly successful trade on this floor, well, we were at a different location, but the same floor here in Toronto, around the oil numbers. And traders were trading the oil numbers and taking directional plays, and they were banking every single week on the 1030 number, and all it took was one time that they got in before the number was released. And I'm talking a microsecond before the number was released.
Hard.
One fat finger, one early press, and that can be it. So be careful trading earnings. Micron now coming back, it's up to 135, so it's getting a little bit of a pullback here, or bounce, I should say, when the stock is going to the downside. Nothing on Levi's just yet, but absolute, utter, not carnage, but bamboozlement, let's just say, because it was strong numbers across the board. Hey, let's get into what was going on with these sectors, because Micron came out, we had to cover it. It's still making a bit of a rebound, but how often do we get to say stay on the weed? Not often lately. Shout out to Stephen A. Smith there. But MSOS leading the way in terms of what was strong in the indexes here. It has been pulling back, so maybe catching a little bit of a bid. What will be interesting for a lot of people, we have XLY also doing pretty good, like consumer discretionary. Look at the trend on this all day long. There's a reason it's one of the leaders, 1.5% to the upside. But you got to look at the overall. Trend of what's happening. And so I'm not like I look at something like XLY. That's great, higher lows, all that good stuff. But look at this top here, big top coming in consumer discretionaries, and that's 185. So show some punch through. Otherwise, this is like a buy the dip like everything else. I think you're running into big time resistance when you're in that it's not really multi-year resistance. It's a resistance on 2024. I think you got to be very careful. Super strong name, but I think you could be running into a bit of a rough spot. Hey, good day for ARC. They're actually up today. GDX dead flat. We've talked a little bit about gold recently. It's in a bit of a pullback phase here. And like you look at GDX, obviously the miners are a little bit different. GLD, some people like to track a little bit better. But I think when you get a pullback like that, the trend is breaking on GDX. And if you were look at GLD, which is the other one, it's a very, very similar story. You're underneath the 50. You're coming back into some support here. You don't want to lose that support. You get good scalp trades off levels like this. But when it goes, you got a bit of a gap to fill. So some kinks in the armor starting to pull into that metals market. But before, I know we're going to have Chris Bretcher come on here.
We are.
But I saw you, and we're going to talk to him about NVIDIA.
Okay.
And I know you were in NVIDIA.
Oh, yeah.
So walk me through your NVIDIA trade. Because I'll tell you right now, like I was down NVIDIA. I was going longs in NVIDIA. I didn't take any short trades in NVIDIA. Eventually got to 123. I managed to make 2/3 of what I lost back, but I didn't get it all back because it never really punched through till very late in the day. But you had some trades in NVIDIA, so I'd like to know what your approach was today at Era.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm gonna pull up the chart so I can just like look for myself because I had a couple levels I liked. I was very scalpy. I did longs and I took it short, so it really depends. I was mostly short biased, though I am generally a bit more short biased. I'm gonna switch to the 5 minutes so I can like make sure I can kind of see what I was seeing then. Do you know what I mean? So the big thing for me was 125, pretty much where we are now actually. And 125 was an area for me because when I was pulling it up in the pre-market, I saw what we did at 125, and I said to myself, it's one thing that you all have always said a lot, is like, even if you don't take the trade, think, how would you take the trade, right? So obviously I'm not trading in the pre-market, but I saw that 125 and I said, if I was involved in this, I'd be watching. If it broke below 125, I'd take it short. If it held 125, I'd take it long. The long worked out. Sean took that. It like popped up there, right? So I said, okay, good to know. 125 is the level. I wrote it down. Then as I come to my desk, it happens to be right as I come to my desk, the 125 hits again. And I said, Adara, if it breaks 125, you take this short. If it holds it, go long. It broke, we took it short, and then I just kept shorting it at certain levels. I had a couple really hyper-specific levels. 124, every whole dollar level for NVIDIA pretty much was interesting that I saw. 124 was huge. There were like a couple levels up near 123, but my main levels were 124, 25, 124, I think 670, 124.95. We never got back above 125. Well, I saw it anyway. So it was just shorting every pop and then going long if those areas of resistance that I saw held as support.
Yeah,
I'll
well,
stop ranting now.
just to clarify, at the end of the day, it did get past the 125. But as you mentioned, look, for the majority of the day, once it broke down, after we lost the opening range, after 11 o'clock and throughout the midday, you didn't sniff that 125. So, when you look at that, if you're trading a trend, there was a trader that, I've said this story like a million times before, there was a trader that I sat behind when I was a trainee, and he literally chanted to himself while trading a downward trend, short the pops, short the pops. And it was like, he just said it out loud. And whatever works. Like I've said this before, like you'll hear me say, don't chase, don't chase. I'm literally talking to myself. We're live on air, but I'm saying don't chase, don't chase, don't chase, because I have an entry that I want. And I know that if I chase a move, then all of a sudden the amount that you're losing relative to the expected move that I might make gets out of whack. And I'm very math-ways. I treat it mathematical. I never want to be in that trade that you can't make back from. Like if you always, as a trader, have an idea of what it is that you're making on a day or a week or whatever it might be, how you like to judge it. And then from there, you can have your entry and your exit and then share size accordingly. So if it goes wrong, you know what your cost is. You know how much you're going to lose. And then if it goes right, you know that relative to what you lose, you're making it up. It's all well and good if you have a good trade in there, but if the time that good trade doesn't work costs you 5 times than what you would win, then it doesn't matter how much you make on that trade. Ultimately, like you make $1,000 on a trade, but if you lose 5 when you take that setup, and you lose 5 the next time, it doesn't make a difference. If you're trading Micron today, I gotta tell you, you're still losing. It is holding that bid. I was asked what I liked for stink bids. Just to reiterate, like I had said I liked the stink bid on the stock. But remember, that was the 50-period moving average on the daily, which is down here at 126 bucks. I even said like 25 would be the ideal, like wick it and then catch the bid. It's right back to 133. And if you were hyper aggressive, I think maybe, reasonably speaking, I guess like 127.5. That's really aggressive. If you like 25s and 26s, I think on earnings that's giving it a little bit too much. So no stink bid in there, unfortunately. But Micron still teetering back and forth. It's now down 6%. It wasn't all bad. Really, they actually ended up beating top and bottom there. I think you said the guidance wasn't even that bad.
We got Levi's
either. Levi's, I was going to say Levi's.
Ugh. Well, they missed revenue. I just put it in the chat as well. So they did miss on revenue here, 1.4 billion versus the estimate of 1.452 billion. So slight revenue miss there. Earnings per share, though, that was a beat. We have 16 cents per share versus the estimate of 11 cents per share. They also announced an 8% increase to their dividend. They also here reaffirming their guidance, 1.3% year-over-year revenue growth. So that's all going to be the same. They actually have raised their quarterly dividend here as well, as I mentioned there. And the adjusted net income, like I said, we beat on adjusted net income and the EPS, but the total inventories decreased 7% on a dollar basis as of the end of the quarter. So a bit of a mixed report. That revenue miss is worth noting, even though it's pretty small.
Yeah, not a great look at all for them. At least, look, it's not down 10% or anything. So I don't know if we'll get the patented retail SSR bounce, which has been a thing on any of these ones that are strong. Look, Levi's has been in an upward trend. It's 10% short float, so always more fun if it's going up than down. But you just lost the 50 period. You're right into not a significant level, I would say, at this $21. I would, look at $19. Looks like a pretty big one in here. But yeah, you've lost the 50-period moving average on Levi's. It's not looking good. Now it's down 9% and continuing to fall. So the good news for this, if you're looking for a silver lining, is the stock is absolutely tanking. That would be this last couple of earnings rounds. We've seen retail names specifically that have a short float get smoked, and then you look for the rebound the following day. Sometimes it's great right at the open. Other times you wait for like a even dollar level. I'm selfishly hoping that this one is down 10%, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with Levi's. Not looking good at all. Still tracking that MU. I suppose we'll say something about BlackBerry if their earnings are out. To be honest with you, I actually, there was not seeing anything, and I haven't even looked. I was looking out for Levi's. Yeah, Micron's right back into that 130. And Rivian Millionaire, sorry. I know he's like, yeah, Neil, why didn't you bid 127.88 on Micron? Well, I mean, if you're stink bidding, usually it's for a technical reason. Like, I'll like a price level of support, so that's where I want to buy it. And if you're sitting out there in front of earnings, like if I'm going to do that with a stop, and a stop's at 125, you're kind of predetermining how much you want to lose on it, right? So if I'm saying it breaks 25 and I'd be out, then I'm going to always say, well, okay, if I'm getting in at 126.10, then I'm willing to lose. Essentially, it's like 1%, right? Like I kind of told myself 1% VWAP, not VWAP, but the 50 period into the 125. If I traded at the 127.5, I guess you could always just take less shares and lose 2% instead of 1, but that wasn't the plan of action. I'll probably never get that fill, end up canceling it when we cancel the show, when we're done the show. No need to leave it out there. We'll see what happens tomorrow with Micron. But you know what, Adara? You weren't the only one that was trading and had good ideas on NVIDIA. I know a certain somebody else that wants to talk a little bit of NVIDIA. So without further ado, let's get it on to Trader Talk. Chris Brecher, good to have you once again. Always excited to get a chance to talk to you, especially when the market's moving, which it doesn't always move a lot, but the last couple of days, wow. We've seen a bunch of 52-week highs, all-time highs, some pullbacks. Specifically today, you had the investor event for NVIDIA, which is moving like a dream for short-term traders. I mean, people that are buying tops, maybe not the time to be doing that. But first things, welcome. How are you doing? And what were you doing with NVIDIA today?
I'm doing great. We have a big promotion going on. And luckily, the trades are working where you just take a quick loss when you have one and you let the profits run. So the profits in the pot stocks worked. Profits in the indexes worked. So most of the stuff worked, and the stuff that didn't, we got out of fast. And so that worked. And I wanted to go over NVIDIA because, I know there are a lot of people on, let's say, Twitter that talk about all that matters is charts. And then you have other people, all that matters are fundamentals. So we try to combine a lot of things. And that's why we were messing around with NVIDIA this morning, because I'm really into this reversion to the mean kind of trade and charts. So the first thing I thought I'd show you, if you want me to go over this, unless you have other questions, I'm happy to answer anything.
Everybody wants NVIDIA. The thing about it, Chris, and at the end of the day, like our show it's for the viewers and the traders. And there are some people that might say, oh, it's boring to always talk about NVIDIA. But I think traders understand the concept of there's always, I hate the term the hot chick, but like that's what a lot of people would say. It's like, what is that thing today? What is that thing that week? Which is going to give you the best opportunities to trade. And for a while, NVIDIA has been near the top of that list. So I have no qualms. I think we should start there. I did want to get your thoughts on a few other things, but I think we should be starting with NVIDIA, rightfully so.
Yeah, the thing is, number one, the more widely followed the stock, and I had a lot of points of contention about this when I got it in the chat yesterday, but the more that a stock is followed, the more that support and resistance works even pre-opening. So, and I'll tell you right now, I mean, NVIDIA's had, some fantastic action. It's sort of like me when I was pole dancing at Planet Fitness. So that's not a pretty scene. So I just want to let you know that. But getting back to it about good action in NVIDIA, pre-market on Monday, aftermarket Monday night. So NVIDIA went right here, went right to that 115.90, right to the prior tops, become support. So that was pretty cool. That went right to support like you see there. So the other thing in here is then it rallied this morning. We call it the hook resistance. So in fact, I'll show you. Let me go and take Thinkorswim, and I'll take you to the pre-market and the after hours if you like that, because there's a lot to do, and it's an art, not a science, no doubt about it. But I got to tell you, when you look at NVIDIA and you go to Monday night, and you'll see the support right there. Yeah, isn't that amazing? Right to that red line where we had marked support from Sunday night. Then when it rallied to where everybody was hooked from a few days ago. So that was pretty cool. So that was number one, is that support and resistance even works pre-market. So the normal hours support and resistance also can be tested each way pre-market, which is really cool.
I want to make an important point for that as well. And one of the things that NVIDIA has done, especially post-split, the volume and liquidity in the pre-market in NVIDIA is exceptional is the word. There was a time when I think like Tesla really used to have this kind of pre-market volume for a big cap tech name back when it was in its upswing. It was doing all the gamma squeezing stuff. You could trade that like it was normal early on. And I feel like a lot of that shifted to NVIDIA, where it'll be like 2, 3, 4 million shares when you're sitting down. And it looks like if you didn't look at the time, it's a NASDAQ stock. It's not New York. So it's not like there's any books that are missing. But if you didn't look at the time, you couldn't tell that it wasn't already open and trading like normal. That's an important thing, but I love that support and resistance. I'm not gonna lie, Chris, you basically had both of us dying with that pole, with the pole dancing comment there. I'm sure it's a good workout. By the way, just so you know, I got crutches next to me because I tore my Achilles. Maybe that's what I need to do. I can't use my legs. All you gotta do is hold on and all those moves. Probably would be an abject disaster that literally no one would want to see at all, except for maybe some kind of a goofy video. But
no, it's probably something that it's sort of like when I'm on the disco floor. I want to be in as crowded a floor as possible in the middle so nobody can see me.
You just gotta have fun with it. The way I see it is there's no such thing as a bad dancer. There's just haters out there, right? Because if you're having fun on the floor, then that's all that matters to you, right? Like that's my outlook on it. But at the same time, I said before, my older brother is like a salsa dancing instructor. So I have to say that because I stink and he's great. So I'm always gonna look bad. But as long as you're having fun, that's what's gonna matter here, Chris.
Yeah, I think of Seinfeld though with Elaine when she was dancing. It's one of my favorite scenes. And every time that we've gone dancing, I'm always tell my wife, I hope you or me don't look like Elaine.
That's all you can ever hope for.
But getting back to it about NVIDIA. So definitely you can tell I have ADHD, that I could go off on that tangent. But getting back to it about NVIDIA. So basically their shareholders meeting came out today at noon. So our theory with a lot of these kinds of things, number one, NVIDIA went to that resistance zone. We call it the hook zone because that's where so many people got hooked on the gap down. So if I take off the non-24 hours, you can see that this area right here, that's when it gapped down and everybody was stuck. So that becomes resistance because everybody's thrilled to get out, even if it's pre-market. But the key is that this morning it opened up, and it opened up because of just a good bounce, number one, and number two, all the hopium into the shareholders meeting. And that doesn't mean to fade it just because there's a shareholders meeting coming out. It's that the stock has any stock that has a big event, even Apple's event, usually what happens is the stock settle down prior to the event. But before we just blindly say that, you also try to combine it with the chart pattern. So I'm combining the fundamental with the chart. And you can see that when you got those points of contact in that little bear flag, yeah, that was a green light to short it. Then you got another bear flag and then another one. The problem with the ones down here, you started to get to support. So I like when there's no real support. That's why this one, when it broke here, you didn't have a lot under here. This one, when it broke, you didn't have a lot right here. Now that's only 1.5 points, but then this one is a couple of like 3 points. But the point is you're going on things reverting to unchanged prior to an event and combining it with the chart pattern.
Yeah, I love that. And there's a line that actually was from a previous trader years and years ago. And I get euphemisms, and I've told you that I love to steal sayings from traders. But one that he used to say was, don't take, even if you like a stock in the trend and you like the level of good stuff, don't take a breakout into overhead resistance. Like if everything lines up, but like right on top of that level, too tight to where you try to take profit is going to be overhead resistance, or for short, that support level, then that might not be the best entry. You might like the trend, just find a better place to get in. And because I was long Nvidia today, and it was a 123, like where you're saying that support was, that's where I was playing the long. Ultimately, it was much better later than good. But yeah, it was this level here. And as I say this, just sort of speaking out, like thinking out loud, this now feels like after that late day rally that we just had, tomorrow, now anything can happen tomorrow. You could open up and maybe you could gap down to 1 in 19, you could gap up, anything could happen. But this 123 all of a sudden, there's a lot of room to 120. There's a lot of room to that 115 that you were also mentioning down there. So that becomes an important landmark. The trade isn't over necessarily. I mean, it might be. You never really know what's going to happen when we wake up in the morning. But we do know that 123, that support, if we lose that on Nvidia, this is a stock that is a long way to go before it gets into bear territory. And it's done it before, 20% pullback and then rallies.
That's what you're talking about right there, right?
Yeah, the 123 level, exactly. Yeah, right in there. That support level. That's the exact one.
Yeah, and that's why this was so important on the far left here, that when that broke, there was nothing underneath. And so when I did a class, really like a bear flag against support is less likely to be trusted and vice versa. And I'll show you an idea. Like today, we were long MSOS, that pot stock. So we were going on the support zone. But you're exactly right. On the different side was, where do you get out if you're right? And there you go. Everybody's caught up right there, when now it's at this massive support, this resistance area. So you got to at least get out of some. And that's what I was showing everybody, that I sold half of what we had. Because even if I think it could go eventually to here, you know, it's got to work off any kind of overbought so it has enough energy to plow over that resistance. That's exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, 100%. And I think it's not to say, look, you could trend long that, like MSOS was a great long all day, but you know, you get to that $8, you can see that it's out there. Like if that's not your reason to take profit, I always ask the question, it's like, well, then where would you take profit? If you wouldn't take profit there, sometimes it's like, well, you don't have a profit-taking area. You're just kind of hoping for that dream. From a trading standpoint, I think that's absolutely perfect. And then you know what, Chris? Tomorrow's another day, next week's another week. If it breaks out that next level, you've got a continuation play for you, and then you got a separate trade that you can pile on.
Yeah, well, that's why we got out of half. I always say that if it goes down now, you look like a genius getting out of half. And if it breaks up and opens up at 9, you feel like a genius only getting out of half. But the other thing is the house money kind of way of looking at it is, if I sold it and made enough, all of a sudden my cost basis on the original amount is so low that it takes some pressure off and you can let it more ride.
100% true. As a day trader, that's an important part. One of the best ways to get better at holding for longer is to put yourself in a position where you've taken profit in the earlier stages of the move, so that holding on to that last piece, even if you have to have some pain as it draws back on you, it's not that much because you're playing with house money. Can't say that enough, Chris. Yeah, we're getting on time here. I know we're next week. You're on vacation. You're mentioning you're going on what? You're going on vacation
no,
next
it's funny
week?
because we're going to Universal, which is my idea of not thrilling in July in Orlando. But it's really funny because I don't know if you ever saw Young Frankenstein, where they're like, could be worse, could be raining. Well, you're supposed to have torrential rains down there when I'm there. So it's just sort of interesting. But yeah, I'll be at Universal Orlando with my son and my wife next week.
Well, enjoy it nonetheless. I hope it doesn't rain for you. I know how that Florida rain can go. Like when it rains in Florida, they don't play around down there. But sometimes it's quick. You never really know. Enjoy Universal.
It's the lightning. You just don't want lightning if you're like wanting to ride the Hulk.
Well, that's true. I haven't been on that one in a while. It was, I'm not going to say how long ago it was that I rode that, but it was more than a decade, that ride. Enjoy that. Time with the family, always important. So next week, we won't have you on. We'll have you on the weekend, the week after that. But also enjoy that trade that you got going on MSOS, and good luck holding on to that second portion. Thank you for your thoughts on NVIDIA. Chris Brecher from Simpler Trading, great friend of the show. Check him out every single week. Maybe not next week when you're in Universal. But always a good friend of the show. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks for having me on. It's great to be on.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
What a great guest. Always so much fun.
Yeah, so fun.
He lightens it up. He's got great ideas. That NVIDIA show, what I love about that is those technicals, pre-market trading. Not everybody wants to pre-market trade these big cap tech names or do it the same way. But NVIDIA's got the volume. He just showed you that the levels can hold out. So it's something we can start to look at. Dara, I know you're very, very busy in the pre-market. A lot of times you're preparing, but sometimes maybe sneak those charts because, as you saw, you were trading NVIDIA.
It helped in NVIDIA with that pre-market. That's what I said too. Like at 9:15, I saw that 125, and that was what gave me the impetus to look at that level again because it bounced there. But I was like, if this breaks, and it broke.
And you never know what is going to trigger that good idea for you. So always keep your eyes peeled. Shout out to you for that. That's what real trading is all about. It's just getting better from day after day, looking at the markets and taking what the market gives you. That's what we're all about here. Got to get to the roll call because it's 4:30 and we'll always get that pressure in there. So shout out, as always. You know how we're going to start it. First things first. I pop a freaks all. No, I don't know. Let's not just. Never mind.
That was going to be like Fancy by Iggy Azalea. First things first, I'm the realist. I was like, that would be really
See, you're going to go to... See, that's the difference. It's a generational difference. It's like Ramin goes to Iggy, you go to Iggy, and I keep it real as far as I'm concerned. That's all I'm going to say. But
there's also a J. Cole one you could have done with that too. With that first things first, rest in peace, Uncle Phil. There's a couple you could have done.
You could go to J. Cole, but I mean... Biggie. Anyway, let's get to the roll call. No, first things first, we got to shout out to Bears versus Bulls, the best in the world when it comes to moderation of the best trading show out there. That's our show, but it's all about you. Thank you for everything that you do, Bears versus Bulls. We don't say that enough. Salute to you. And have a good one as well. Shout out to Mr. Westermeyer. Hey, you're going on vacation as well. Sit in a few days, so have a fun one on that vacation. Thank you so much for the kind words. Brandon Townsend. Neo Roberts, always in the chat. Love the name. Mahesh. 1320 Wolf, we see you. Rivian Millionaire. Yeah, hit that like button. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and don't forget to check out the podcast. I'm going to remind you when we get to the end of this roll call, you're really going to want Saturdays. Trust me when I tell you, you're going to want to watch that one. When it comes out, you can watch anytime. Doesn't have to be Saturday, but you guys are all watching. Shout out to you, Trey Only, Daryl Flinch, what up? Sebastian, JP, Monty G, Joe Dressenhouse. Is that the name? I don't know if I got that right. We got Leon Perez. We got Bebot the Piper. Chandler Mazier. We've got, Adara there saying thank you for Bears Bulls as well. So Adara in the chat. Into cable. Maybe you're still hooked up to cable. I am disconnected. But I don't know if that's the cable you're referring to. I feel like not many people have cable TV anymore, but that's just me doing random thoughts. Alaric B. We got Mark L. DJ Marshall. Mahesh Mahat. We've got Jay Haas. We got Fat Figure. What up? Fat Figure, from the early morning to the late night. You're the first in the chat every single day. You're the second. I beat you because I put it live. No, you're the first in the chat every single day, Fat Figure. I know the loyalty you have. Talking ideas at 7 a.m. in the chat, always starting early and then ending late. Anthony Kerr, Bristow, 4L Taz. We've got Vanilla Man. We've got Alderic. I think we got you already. Caesar, Sandoval, Vanilla Man in America. What up?
That verse is one of the best in hip-hop history. I'm sorry. One of the best.
First things first, I'll eat your brain.
It's from Monster. It's Nicki's verse in Monster. Which, yeah, it's like midway through the verse. So, first things first, I'll eat your brain, then I'll start rock and roll teeth. Yeah, I'm not going to do any more of it, but
yes,
that
you
is,
are.
It's it. When I have it prepared with like the clean lyrics, yeah, I can, sure.
Okay, that's important when you, because I told Adair the story. I used to do the thing where I'd rap, and we'll wrap it up. Thank you guys so much. But yeah, when I used to do that Friday rap thing, there was that one time. I don't even remember what the song was, but I didn't know the clean version, and I got to the part where I shouldn't be saying what I almost said, and then it throws you off, and I completely bungled it because I didn't want to get us like demonetized on YouTube. And you guys can all imagine exactly what the word was going to be, but I don't know if it's the greatest line or one of the greatest lines in rap history.
Well, the verse, the whole verse, not that just that line, but the verse in general.
Okay, maybe I need to listen to more Nicki Minaj.
It's a Kanye song, but it's Kanye, Rick Ross, Bon Iver, Nicki, and it slaps. That's all I'll say on that.
There you go. That's what you need. You want slaps? Well, tomorrow there's going to be slaps in the market, starting with Micron, which got beat up a little bit. Also, Levi's got taken out. But do not forget, before we get out of here, there's a special podcast. Every podcast is amazing. Look, at the end of the day, Brennan and Sean putting in a lot of hard work. Ramin, Fabian making sure they look and sound good. The Freedom Wealth podcast is going to be taken off, but it's a little bit different. Special. We're going to be discussing some of the topics that we went over with Mr. O'Leary, which I think was fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
Great interview. And a great opportunity there. Talked about a lot of higher end concepts. So tune in every single Saturday, and you can check it out whenever you want. It is going to be that episode 4. But we're back tomorrow morning. The market does not sleep. You still have 2 more trading days and a lot to get through. Good luck, everybody. We'll see you right back here at 8:30 in the morning. Maybe some pre-market trading on NVIDIA. You never know. Take care, everybody.
Take care. Now I have that song in my head.